play, guys. Just give me a minute or two. Like a couple of minutes waiting for one of the players to log in, and then we'll be good to go. So give me a couple moments. Alright guys, today is apparently just miscommunication day. We've got our other player that's not here yet showing up soon. Like I said, they messaged me, so that part's not the issue. But there's been, the prize money was wrong on Wikipedia, which has caused some confusion, and then the players thought they were playing matches at the same time, which is causing some confusion. It's just a whole day of just, need to chill out and get into our games properly and not have any issues, just the TLDR. We should be into Zound versus Trigger soon. That is our starting matchup. Trigger is on his way. Sounds online just AFK, but I imagine that's just because I haven't messaged him just yet. So we should be in game shortly, guys. We'll begin our PvTP and TvT out the way as the starting matches of this group, and then we'll be heading into all the other matches here for Group A of the WardiTV May tournament. Hello, everyone from the Here Marine stream. Welcome. We are just getting started. We're just missing a player right now, but they are on their way, so we'll probably be a couple of minutes and be ready to go. He said he'd be about 5 minutes late. It's about 5 minutes late right now, so any moment we should have our players here and able to start getting into some games. What's up, Photo Baz? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Hello from San Francisco. Beautiful. Thank you so much for resubscribing. And yeah, like I say, guys, we're going to be underway in just a few moments, just giving it a couple for a player to arrive who was not quite here just yet. So yeah, we'll wait on that, and then we will be fully good to go. 2 groups today in the WardiTV May tournament. I might save a couple of the matches from Group B later to do tomorrow, to kind of make tomorrow's stream just a little bit like, you know, instead of just having 12 best 3s today and 6 tomorrow, maybe today we'll do like 10 and then 8 tomorrow or something, just to make it a bit of a better deal. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Anyways, players are here, videos are beginning. And we'll get this underway in a couple of moments as Trigger and ZOUN get ready to battle. We're playing on the ladder maps, of course, as well. I was just telling the players that and confirming too, so just say it out loud as well, because usually my brain works best when we do the same thing in both places. Magnatha and Ultralove can be the first 2 videos coming down. So again, we are going to start the day off with some PvP, and then some TvT, then we're going to have an onslaught of Terran versus Protoss, and later, the later group as well, going to have a little bit of TvP, but we also have a Zerg mixed in there too, so yeah, should be a fun a little day of action. Last Fantasy getting vetoed as well. No surprises there. The 3-player map getting taken out of the equation. Feels like players were pretty happy to kind of play on that and kind of have a little bit of fun. But now that it's in the ladder, people just seem to be vetoing it straight away all the time, so yeah. Alrighty, and some news about some later matches as well. We'll figure that out later. Alright, Pylon and Leylines vetoed, and we should be able to get started then in a couple of moments and actually take ourselves in game, guys. Torch is going to be the opening map apparently, so we'll kick this off, we'll get this going. Tokamak and then Persephone. Seeing Torch has actually seen more play than I thought it would. Tokamak getting a lot of play, which we kind of expected, and then Persephone. It's actually been a very popular map as well since we started using it in the WardiTV map pool too. Players are ready. We're going to try and get this going nice and quickly, guys. Obviously, lots of games to get through. We don't want to hang around and delay or anything, so we should just be getting going as long as both players are ready. There's a couple of casters to join lobbies and stuff as well. So yeah, just trying to figure all that out, and then we should be hopefully somewhat good to go. I think we've got everyone. Ready says 2 players. I think I've got all the casters who are online, so that seems good to me. Let's click start game. Let's get into some PvP. You're going to start up, as I mentioned, on torches for the opening map of this best of 3. So, and this started off, it is obviously all best of 3s today as well as we move through Group A and then later on into Group B as well. Alright, let's dive on in. In the bottom right hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be ZOUN as we kick off into some best of 3 action. Like I say, it was just a little bit late to get going just because one of our players was missing. So we are going to go ZOUN versus Trigger and then moving on from there to see what we can do. As we have in the top right hand side, the red Protoss player, Trigger, as we get this PvP underway. And we look to see how things are going to go. Honestly, Trigger, we just casted his GSL games yesterday and looked good in the PvP against Nightmare, but unfortunately was not able to get it done otherwise. ZOUN didn't make it into GSL. A lot of the guys you will see in this tournament are non-GSL participants, guys, because obviously when GSL is going on, I'm going to prioritize getting some of the players who are not involved in that bigger event playing. Makes their schedules easier, means they're much more likely to want to play as well, so there's just a little bit of common sense kind of going on there in terms of who some of the invites were focused toward and maybe who did not get some for certain reasons, etc. It's just some reasonings on that one. As we take a couple of moments then, Gateway and some simulators coming up as we get ourselves settled down early. And obviously we'll see what we are going to do in terms of Gateway count. We already have a low ground Pylon and Gateway from ZOUN, so it's going to suggest that he does want to expand and he does want to try and get away with that early on, so try and get that moving. Drop that cyber core down as well. And just see where we're going to take things. Second Gateway from Trigger. Trigger's definitely not being shy of just being very aggressive when it comes to kind of, you know, playing against expansions of his opponents in PvP. He has not been afraid at all to throw down additional gateways, to throw down the proxy robot facility and so on and so forth, and just send it. So that definitely has been kind of the idea of Trigger a lot of the time, and there is already a proxy pylon dead center on the map, so we might already be starting to kind of make our way towards something exactly like that over these next few moments. So that robot facility is going to come through. Now, ZOUN sees it, so Trigger is going to be kind of seen in terms of what he's attempting to get up to. I'm going to be seeing the Zealot showing up as well. And Trigger's going to start building a battery and another pylon, so obviously the pylon likely will go down, but then if you can get the other pylon up, you will retain power to this robot facility and continue production on it, so... And obviously if this first pylon goes down, that's okay, because the robot will continue to build as long as the robot is powered when it's finished building. That is the most important part right now here from Trigger, and that seems to be his focus in these early stages. A couple of depths coming through, the warp gate coming up. Robot facility is about to finish, and we do get to cancel the battery as well. No continued fighting here in the center. A couple of Stalkers obviously stepping forward, as here's the issue for ZOUN, is that obviously he does not have as much unit production. It's interesting because there's a lot of spaces to attack on this map. Obviously there's the ramp up here, so you think you're fairly safe, but with a prism, you can elevate it over to the right-hand side and into the natural, on that route. And so you do have a lot of options here as Trigger to kind of really abuse the fact your opponent's expanding that ramp up into the natural. Is very unlikely to actually be... Yeah, I think that ramp up into the natural is very unlikely to actually be that useful in the defense here. Like, it might force the defense to move elsewhere, but that's going to be all it is. You're still going to have to defend probably without a ramp. I mean, I guess if you can deny the unload of the prism, then that's going to be pretty good too. It is an Oracle first that dropped a stasis ward down defensively. This is what I mean, just the prism unloads on the other side, and all of a sudden you've got these units that can just wander up into the main, or attack the natural without, again, having to go up a ramp or past a wall off. And that makes this a very unique little scenario. The Adept's going to threaten, and so far Trigger not going to commit any further, but you can definitely see the ideas of what could maybe happen here if you get given a little bit of time to cook something up. Two Adepts just shaded by, and going to end up in the natural for a couple of moments. Void Ray overhead, a couple of Stalkers and the Zealot coming back over to the sides. Stasis catching the Adept as we just have. Again, the Void Ray coming up, Twilight Council coming through. Prism comes and steps out the front for a few moments as well here. Prism, again, just going to go for that elevator play. A little awkward because you kind of want to be in here, but at the same time you don't want to be in with like too few units because you want to make sure you've got the potential to kind of really hurt the Void Ray when you fight. With Micro so far, and the first Void Ray taking some damage. Again, you got to step back a little bit to get to the battery. And Trigger has no reason to kind of come forward and chase just yet. I think the Void Rays are going to go for the Prism, though. Well, it seems like a great idea until it's not. And the reason it's not is because you do lose both Void Rays in the process. And ZOUN knows immediately that that is just no good. Killing the Prism doesn't matter if all those Stalkers remain and your defensive units are gone. Trigger opening with a quick opening map. And the aggression is good to punish ZOUN on the attempted expansion early on in this one. Alright, second map will be Tokamak. So we're going to get directly into Tokamak here for game 2. I'm going to get this hosted, guys. Give me a moment. Perfecto. Trigger, opening up strong. Why not attacking pros with the Oracle? Because I think he felt like it was better for him to keep the Oracle at home and play with it defensively, because he put a Stasis Ward down early. That was a lot of its energy, for example, so I can only imagine that was the idea. Because, yeah, he didn't really look to use it aggressively at all. Drop the lobby link in. Let's see. A couple of people I'm missing. There's a weird bug on Korea where there's two chat channels called WardiTV. One of them's like just the usual /join WardiTV. And the other is like a WardiTV group. So if for some reason it creates two chat channels when they should just be one. I hosted on the wrong version. It's because I moved. Alright, attempt to setting this up, guys. Give us a moment. Perfect, alright. We got everybody. Looks pretty good to me. Players are ready. Let's go into game number 2. Alright, guys. Action will resume right here as we get into more and more games. Let's get this going. Alright, loading into Tokamak. Let's get this set. As we have ourselves game 2 of the WardiTV May Tournament Group A. Let's do this! In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to be opening with the red Protoss who does fall down by a map. This is going to be ZOUN. Taking on the blue Protoss. In the upper right-hand side, we've got ourselves Trigger. Well, just well-executed attack by Trigger, I think bad defense by ZOUN, and maybe a map you can't really get away with that kind of faster expansion on if you're going to rely on that kind of a defense. And at the end of the day, it could have still gone very differently, but ZOUN tried to get the Prism and trying to get the Prism. I don't even think if he got the Prism successfully it would have mattered. Like, losing both the Void Rays in that attempt is very difficult. And a little Chrono Boost coming through. Just going to be seeing our gates coming about, so similar setting up as well, and we wait for the early stage to kind of get a move along. Wait for my freaking observer to move along on the camera. Oh, yeah, Indy's sleeping on the job. What's he doing? Talking to his Twitch chat or something? This guy. Unbelievable. Alright, couple gates coming up on either side, so we get that all on the way out. We do see a probe coming across here as well. Just going to get that set up too. Drop down a Cybercore in the main base on both sides of the map as well. Probe going down, it's going to end up in the main base next couple of moments. And then Cybercore coming through, we just continue to set up. Okay, we're about to finish, a couple of probes getting nibbled at, chased around. And again, just going to see that Cybercore coming online as well. Stalker and Sentry both coming through. Wolf Gate's coming up. You can see a couple of pylons still settling down for the first few moments. Stalker going to be popping out in a few moments as well. Obviously, plenty of sentries, and yeah, both players expanding going to give us a very different vibe to this game than what we just saw in the last, so there we go. Somebody's going to nibble. Hallucination obviously going to be a big part of kind of scout out and see what's going on in all of this as well. Twilight Council coming through. Again, the next is coming about. Hallucination still moving around for a few moments there, just trying to get some info. Again, Twilight Council finishing in a few moments, so we get that Twilight Council online. Blink starting up. Get that underway. These sentries are going to come down the low ground. Stalker as well. Blink coming in on both sides. Stalker's continuing about for now. It's going to be seeing the couple probes continuing through. Add a pylon in. And the hallucinations again, just going to continue to give you info. There's a Dark Shrine though. Unfortunately for ZOUN, that gets found immediately. So Trigger just instantly gets the find and the cancel. So Dark Shrine goes down. That's not the end of the world. It's a slight investment that goes awry. But now, you're kind of still just on the same blink timing as your opponent. So yeah, obviously trying to sneak some DTs up. That here is gone, but you're still in a very playable position. It's not like he delayed Blink to start the Dark Shrine and so is behind on the Blink timing or anything. So yeah, pretty reasonable scenario still for ZOUN. Like I say, it's nice for Trigger because it's just one thing he doesn't have to worry about in this game. This will move into a much more standard scenario. Now you're going to be feeling much more comfortable as well, not having detection on the map because you've already cancelled the Dark Shrine. You know what would be the real baller move would be to just, sounds like, oh, you found my Dark Shrine proxy, let me just Dark Shrine again anyway. And then and then Trigger still has no detection. He's like, what? But I cancelled the Dark Shrine. This doesn't make any sense. I think the only issue with that is, of course, again, hallucination scouting is very good at picking up on things and kind of seeing what's going on. So where do you really build it where it wouldn't be seen in time for a responsive robot facility to come down? As long as Trigger continues to be good about that central scouting. We're actually going to step forward kind of aggressively right here. So going to try and step into his opponent. I mean, he's getting some very good trades. Some one-shots on those Stalkers. Blink away is not really happening initially from ZOUN. That is going to be a lot of damage taken. Trigger able to make some progress, but seems as though he's going to get held up now. Not going to go much further. Charge on the way, +1 attack on the way. And the next is about to finish. 2 extra gateways coming out. All the gates go down as well. So just continue to get that going. The charge on the +1 coming on both sides. Extra gates in production. Robo facility very far along for Trigger compared to ZOUN. So there is going to be a little bit of a lead there in terms of starting up some Immortal production. And charge +1 coming about. The gateways all coming online. The probes are coming up. The observer as well. Stalkers will gather in. We do see that sentry about to finish warping in too. So just going to get that gathered up. Observer going to sit overhead and that's how it warps in right now. Just again seeing the Immortal and the charge coming online. Charge coming up on the side of ZOUN as well. And the +1 of the charges coming up. Templar Archive is going to be on the way from Trigger as well, so he's going to very happily kind of continue his tech path. So Trigger just taking a lead in this game. Up 20 supply at the moment. Most of that is in army. So a better army supply and turn into a better tech route as well. Observer comes about. Again, next is halfway done. Couple cannons and the battery coming over as well to continue to bring all of that through. Out stepping up, and the +2 is coming out on the forge. The units are going to just dive onto this space. Trigger again being very successful, just being on the map already. That earlier robo facility giving him that Immortal in play. Loses a few probes. Some zealots on the other side going to be successful, but he's having a lot of success here. Going to deny this 4th base easily and comfortably. And yeah, I think Trigger very happy with this so far. He's actually going to continue chasing up this ramp and going after his opponent. No +2 on the way for Trigger, so very much so a here and now kind of attack. He has got a little bit less of a feature in this game just because of that lack of upgrade, although his tech otherwise is good, and he does start +2 now, so it doesn't look as though he's purposely going to kind of just ignore it forever. As the Zealot Stalker comes about, we're going to knock that Prism down as well. It's going to be a nice catch. And it's going to be GG's. Trigger just with the 2-0 to start the day. Calm, cool, collected. Dude just comes in and absolutely murders ZOUN right off the bat, so there you go. That's going to be a very convincing opening matchups. There we go. If I get some videos on the way, guys, we'll get into this in a few moments. Keep the games rolling and go, go, go. My casting is quite nice, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to go into ByuN versus ByuN, then we're going to start all the TVPs that we've got today, guys. So that's going to be what's coming up. So just waiting for ByuN and ByuN to veto. Looks like they're doing it in private, so we'll get into that in just a moment or so. Or ByuN is still AFK maybe. And yeah, obviously pretty fast opening match, although we had a little bit of a delayed start, so we're kind of on schedule, so... And Trigger is really popping in the PvP at the moment. Like, he's not letting a lot of nonsense kind of get past him. He's punishing expansions and all the rest. Pretty solid stuff from Trigger lately. He's been a joy to watch, you know, someone who's been definitely on that kind of upward trend. Very nice to see. All right. Waiting for ByuN. Alright. Let's just give him ByuN a little nudge, guys, and should be able to get him on the way here in a couple of moments. What's up, what is all? Hello, hello. How you guys doing over in the YouTube chat? Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well today. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Thanks for joining us on Twitch. For the WardiTV made group stages. Group is A and B today. Group C tomorrow. Then we'll be back with Group D on, I think it's Tuesday for Group D, with the playoffs of this event happening 1 week tomorrow as well. So just a little kind of 1 and a bit week event. $1,000 and a bit up for grabs. It's kind of a little bit of a fill in amongst a month that is kind of busy with bigger tournaments. Obviously GSL is going on, and we've got you know, Dallas coming up, and qualifiers for EWC happening. There's just a lot of stuff taking place and happening in general, so a lot taking place, a lot coming through. As ByuN is just AFK. Everyone just wants to be slow today, don't they? I'm super ready. I'm like, we got a crap ton of matches to get through. We've got a second group to do, and all the players are just like, well, half the players are like, ooh doo doo da da da, twiddling my thumbs while we wait to start. Ay ay ay. It's 4:30 a.m. Up early for some StarCraft on the West Coast. Love it. Hell yeah. What other way to start your Saturday? It's Saturday today, right? Yeah, it's Saturday. Saturday is the day we're doing the double stream. Yeah, I thought so. Had to do some mental weekday math in my head right there. I don't know why, but my sense of days has been really lost lately. You know when you just kind of lose track of when days are? That's me right now. Just the days have disappeared. I don't know which day what is what or where. I was just waiting for ByuN to return, guys. I'm not sure where ByuN is at. Just taking a hard BRB apparently, but maybe just back in a moment or two. Give him a couple of minutes. We can get back on track. We can get back on track. We could maybe go Bunny. If ByuN doesn't show up soon, we could maybe just go Bunny Trigger and just swap the order around a little teeny bit. ByuN has returned though, so as ByuN returns, we get ready to go. And yeah, some TVTs, like I said, just getting the mirror matchups out of the way early, guys, and then we're going to go into all the other matchups here. So we'll get that going. Let's start it up. Hey, what's up, Goblin? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance. Had to take a moment to figure out what that said. Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance, 64 months in total. Appreciate the resub, buddy. Thank you so much, as always. And thank you for continuing to support the stream after all this time, all these years. Always coming back. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. A couple of videos are coming through already. Torches, Last Fantasy, Tokamak, and Persephone. We're going to also video Incorporeal. I'm not seeing Incorporeals make it into a lot of the best of threes, honestly, so far, so a little interesting. One, two, three, four, five. Magnatha, 6. Perfect. All the videos are done. ByuN will pick a map here. And we'll see what we're going to be playing on. I think we've got Ultra Love, Leylines. Yep, Leylines map 1. See what map 2 is. And we'll see what map 3 is. Map 2 Pylon, map 3 Ultra. Perfect. Throw this lobby link down and we will make progress to get underway, guys. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, just trying to get everyone in the lobby, guys. Not everyone's joining quickly. Ay. What are these guys doing? Speed it up, people. Speed it up. Keep it abrupt. Casters nearly missing lobbies. Players are ready. We're just waiting for one more person to join, and we can go, guys. So, into the TVT between ByuN and Bunny. Gonna get this straight up and running. Get this on the way. Get this into action. And we are gonna kick off into Leylines, as mentioned, for this Terran versus Terran matchup. So, we obviously have not seen either of these guys yet. Obviously, it's a 4-player group, best of 3 round robin. Every series, every map really counts as well. In best of 3 round robin, you really do have like a lot of tiebreakers that come down to map difference as well. So winning 2-0 or dropping a map and losing or winning just 1 or losing 1-2 can make a big difference as well sometimes. But in the top right hand side, the blue Terran player is going to be Bunny. In the bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. In one of this BO3 as we kick off. Everyone's in here as well. I got all the casters here. So, some best of 3 Terran versus Terran. Don't see TVT a lot in this day and age, but when we do see it, it's always a little bit of fun at the very least. As we have our double gas on the way up. This is the single gas. It's double from Bunny and single from ByuN. So a little bit of difference already here in the early stages. We'll see if that leads into anything impactful super early on. There's going to be seeing Reapers then on the way out, all the commands coming through, depot coming up, and we drop the CC into place on the natural. Get ourselves ready for a couple of moments as the Reapers continue to come about. We get set up. And that factory coming online for the moment here as the CC continues in. The SCVs are in production. Ourselves the Reaper continue to come about, the SCV continue to go over. Factory continuing on through on both sides for now. Let's continue to get our command center up and into play as well. Marine coming about, SCV on the way. So far, so good. Again, this Reaper is going to be chilling. Second gas now coming in from ByuN, so again, much later on that gas count on obviously a much faster command center. And he does place it low ground, so a little bit of a greedier style of life here from ByuN at the moment. That one Reaper just going to be chilling about. Starport coming in on both sides. The command center is building. The Hellions coming through as well. That second Reaper going to pop out. And go and gather up with its buddy. And two Reapers together. We'll start to deal some damage to Hellion, the other Reaper coming across. A couple of Marines there to help, and Hellion especially done a lot of work, and his ByuN is able to chase, and he's going to get a second Reaper kill here if he wants it. The Hellion is trying to body block. Oh, that body blocking on the Hellion is actually pretty cute. We will see the Reaper going down. My only concern is now that Hellion took a lot of damage as well because it was body blocking and kind of getting in the way, but it was taking some shots in that process. Hellion going to shoot. A couple of SCVs take damage. Marines and Cyclones continue about. Medevac continue to come through. And we've seen a couple of Marines popping over. It's a couple of SCVs fall, and slight delay on the command center as well, which when Bunny is the one who's expanding later, to be then the one delayed on your command center a second time as well, it's not exactly ideal. It's definitely not a pretty situation right now. As the Reaper comes back over, Cyclone going to get there, Reaper is going to go down. Going to get that grab. And a few units just in that medevac coming across. It's going to make its way out across to the upper right-hand side, so a little bit of a journey over, trying to see what's up. And the Banshee and the Siege Tank on the way through. Refinery being added on as well. Cyclone takes a chance to get a little bit of a lock on. A couple of SCVs begin to go down too. Some damage being dealt. We'll get that Marine picked off. Marines, Tank, Cyclone, Banshee all teaming together, helping to push the medevac away for the moment. Raven coming up to completion, Interference Matrix starting. Bunny meanwhile going for the double Viking production, so wants to just get some anti-air up straight away, but he's going to be bypassing Ravens to do so. So he's going to get that air control, but then again, not having the Ravens is a huge factor. Ravens do so much for you in the game. The ability to kind of relocate slightly with those Ravens and kind of, you know, push into tank lines and so on. There's just so much utility on them. Anti-armor missile can change fights a lot of the time and can dictate whether your opponent will engage into you or not. I say there's a lot of different ways to kind of make Ravens useful in the TVT, so we'll see if that comes back to kind of bite Bunny, skipping out on those Ravens, if that's something that she'll end up regretting. Cyclone there reaching across and getting to the other Cyclone as Bunny's obviously on a move out. Banshee, Vikings, Marines, and tanks. The Cyclone is still just trying to get some grabs and just pick away units right now. The less units that arrive at your side of the map, the happier ByuN will end up being. Again, with the Raven available, ByuN is already set up pretty nicely to deal with this. Looks onto a Viking for a few moments, but can't maintain the lock-on as this new Viking shows up, but we actually will be able to go back and forth with it, and Bunny actually turns around. So he's not going to commit across the map, decides there's not going to be an opportunity to continue going here. And that Cyclone will eventually go down as well, running into the corner. Yeah, any time window that Bunny maybe thought that he had is definitely disappearing. It's definitely not going to be there any longer, as ByuN is going to be holding on without having to take a fight even. And now ByuN is building into a third CC. He's got a worker advantage as well. This entire early game has just gone so much better for ByuN. A little bit of a greedier build, and yet he's the one that was able to deal some damage as well. Like I say, everything about this has just been screaming over into ByuN's favor. And Bunny's going to try and go again. I mean, still has a lot of Vikings, so maybe with some of that air control is something he can gain. Take some air, you know, if you take a position with that air control, it can be difficult to bust out of a lot of the time, but I do feel like ByuN is going to have a lot of defense available. And again, especially those Ravens going to be able to Interference Matrix a lot, and Auto Turret if that's what you need. There's just so many ways in which to break out of the attempted contain, which Bunny's going to be looking for right now. Here we go. Well, ByuN loses one Raven immediately. Second Raven doesn't exactly do much. I want to say it's one of the worst fights ByuN could have taken. It's going to be kind of okay. Considering that this was, like I say, one of the worst fights for ByuN, I think it goes to show kind of how good of a position he was looking to be in otherwise, because, like I say, it kind of turned out to be okay for him, but it should have probably been so much better. The 1-1 upgrades and the stim continuing through, the couple of Vikings and the Siege Tank coming up. I mean, ByuN has obviously got so much setup as well, so as long as he doesn't die here, he's fine. But yeah, losing those Ravens so quickly, he got a little bit of spellcasting done, but he definitely lost some energy on those Ravens as they went down. And then again, he was just attacking straight in, which meant that his opponent was able to really capitalize and just kind of get a little bit of a faster siege up as well. Okay, ByuN, just like I say, a little bit of a hectic fight. Kind of gives Bunny some life almost. I mean, Bunny building a third CC behind this. There's still a lot of ways in which Bunny's behind. The stim pack is extremely late. The 1-1 upgrades are going to be extremely late in comparison. So ByuN takes a lot of advantages into the next stage of this game, into the middle stages now. May as well carry through quite nicely as the tank, the Marines, and the Viking set up down and across the bottom. Cyclone popping out is going to be running straight into those siege tanks and trying to find a grab. Back and forth with a few Vikings up in the sky, the rest of the Marine tank continuing over. Bunny still has, again, a good amount of Vikings. Now that the Ravens are gone for ByuN, it is scary because siege positions are going to be that much tougher to break out of. Because now you can't just matrix the tanks and kind of create an exit point for yourself. Trying to kill off some of these Vikings. Actually goes better for ByuN than I thought it was going to. He's going to be having enough numbers to win out the air war, so he will have air control. Obviously, orbital command being whacked away by a siege tank right now. And be careful you don't lose too many SCVs in this as well, because that would be just unnecessary damage being taken if you lose too much. Ideally, you don't really lose any right now. Again, the SCVs continue to fall. Orbital's still getting whacked at us. We just have a couple of Vikings sitting overhead. The tank's going to siege. I mean, we're going to land the Vikings and try and move into this, but then everything else wasn't really there on time. Where is ByuN's army? He's got a few units going across the map. I actually think they're going to be met by a reinforcement wave is on its way. It's not the most impressive kind of selection of units for ByuN, and so he will not do that much on the other side despite the upgrade advantage and all the rest. And those tanks gather. 2-2 coming up on the side of ByuN as he continues to maintain an upgrade lead. Has that combat shield now also. And Bunny finally has decided to give up and get away from ByuN's side of the map and that siege up that he had going on ByuN's base. So that'll be given up for the moment. And again, the Viking Marine tank gathering. The rest of these units joining up. Well, the Vikings is going to shoot. You're going to see a Sense Tower in the front going down. The Vikings will continue to fire away. Medevac gets picked off as well. You're still seeing everything else just gathering together for the moment. A couple of those tanks are sieging up already and hitting that mineral line. There's just not enough buffer here for Bunny, and he's going to just have tanks getting jumped on immediately. And ByuN is very close to actually killing off the third command center, which not exactly be ideal. Bunny is going to save it with the liftoff, but the damage is being done. 14 workers down. Obviously, this entire game starts to come crashing down around you, I think, as Bunny a little bit, as ByuN just took, again, a bit of a greedier route and really did not get punished for it. In fact, he was the one dealing damage. Bunny tries to bust out right now, but it's unlikely. Into an already pre-siege position. There's a good amount of tanks. There's no Raven matrices to dislodge those tanks. It's just costing Bunny so much to maintain position on his third base. You know, so many units have to go down just so he can potentially mine here and stay equal in the game. He has got the fourth base finishing up on the 3 o'clock position as ByuN finishes his on the 6 o'clock, so they will both have access to the fourth, but obviously you don't really want to lose the third and the workers mining on it either. 4 bases is only 4 bases if your third base is still around, so yeah. Drop into the main base. The Marines going to come running across here. It's maybe not the most inspired of attacks in from ByuN, but it is going to give him the access to just sort of say, cool, now this base is once again fairly unprotected. That orbital command is burning, and Bunny is going to say GG as ByuN comes out with a 1-0 lead in this BO3. So ByuN gets the opening game. I'd say it was pretty well played from him. Just played a bit greedy, played very well defensively at first, and then just made something of his early units despite the fact he had less stuff. Obviously was able to really kind of go from there, so nicely done, nicely handled. Let's get into game number 2, which is going to be on Pylon. Beautiful. Put this lobby link straight down. We'll get this underway. Alright, just need to drag the players around a little bit, put ByuN in position, put Bunny in position. Someone in chat just mentioned how the names are so similar. I do this a lot. Their names are literally just made up of B's, Y's, U's, and N's. ByuN and Bun is what I called them yesterday, I think, when I was talking through the group at the end of the stream and talking about what we're going to watch today. I was like, yeah, Bun and ByuN. Like, nope, that's not the one. That's not the correct way around. That was not it at all. Alright, game number 2 coming up here as we get ourselves onto Pylon to see whether Bunny can bounce back, hop his way back into the series. Other Bunny jokes implemented here. Whether ByuN will just take it through for second 2-0 of the day. Again, group is a round robin, so everyone will play everyone no matter what. There's no winners or losers match or anything. And there is a difference of finishing 3rd and 4th place. So 3rd place takes home money. Some prize money gets split across to you, whereas 4th place takes home nothing. Zilch, 0, and nada. So a little bit of a difference there. As we get ourselves into game number 2. In the bottom right side, the Blue Terran, who has taken a lead in this best of 3, will be the Blue Terran player, ByuN. ByuN and Bunny is BunnyUN. Is that what we're going for now? BunnyUnny? BunnyUnny? ByuNny Bunny? I mean, honestly, you can say it however you want. It's fun. I need to stop saying it because I'm going to get myself confused. I'm going to get myself caught up. Need to stay clear if possible. More refineries coming online as we get set up in the early stages. It's going to be ByuN obviously playing a little bit differently here from the single gas expansion last game. Now he's going to play double gas, so not going to do the same thing 2 games in a row. Not going to leave himself exposed to maybe potentially like Proxy 2 Rex Reaper or so. That would be pretty deadly if he was going for the 1 gas play again and this time got caught off guard, for example. So just playing with a little bit of caution in the air in that regard. Is the SCV going to drop down a depot? And again, the Reaper's coming up, the Orbital's coming in for the moment. Factory continues in, the Orbital command coming online. So I have a couple of moments of setting up, guys. Don't forget, if you're watching on the YouTube, it really helps if you take a second to scroll down and whack that like button. Really aids us quite a bit, so do consider helping us out with that. Always appreciate it. And if you're really enjoying, obviously, you can follow on Twitch, subscribe on the YouTube as well. You guys know the drills. Just always worth mentioning it. Give everyone that morning nudge to clicking those buttons. We're going to fight against the SCV here, and the SCV is going to go down, so ByuN is even going to get a delay on the command center of Bunny. Same happening on the other side, though, so both players are going to have the same treatment brought upon themselves right here. Ooh, second Reaper showing up from Bunny, going to try and capitalize. Got a grenade off, helping to just kind of slow down that Reaper for a second or two. That is going to result in a little bit of a net gain, so nice to get a little bit of a grab going on that regard. Now ByuN is down a Reaper, and that's going to lead him to losing some more of these early game units, and Bunny is going to get off to a little bit of a hotter start here in this game number 2. This is starting to look a lot like what ByuN was having happen for himself last game, but this time it's in the hands of Bunny, the advantage, although now with extra units coming up, ByuN will turn this around, and this will not go as far as it maybe initially seemed. Ends up going all the way across the map and actually delaying the CC even further once more, so just being super annoying here with those units. Getting kills. Gonna lose the Hellion, but got some value out of this grenade. And try and buy you a little bit of time to play getaway, but these Reapers are in trouble. These Reapers are gonna die, so But he will get the full cleanup on those early game units. The kind of thing that's just annoying potentially for the future. Cyclone coming up, couple Marines and the Raven coming about as well. And Raven and Interference Matrix both coming online. We get that underway. Orbital Command coming up, the Refinery coming through. Cyclone getting the lock on, and we are going to see that Reaper taking some damage. SCVs taking some shots. Another depot coming through once again. Raven is about to complete. Again, Interference Matrix halfway done for now. Siege tank still popping on out as well, so again, bring that through as the medevac comes down the right-hand side and tries to take position. Well, it's perfect defense from ByuN. Gets the lock on with both Cyclones, and the medevac gets absolutely annihilated. Shut down very easily. And throws down the order turret, and a couple of those SCVs will begin to take some shots. And Stimpack going through, Raven will finish up very shortly. A couple more Marines in the siege tank coming through as well. SCVs in the Refinery continuing up, and that Starport going to move off over to the side. Max will land down onto the tech lab. Well, the game had a lot of back and forth. Definitely felt like Bunny did a good job of getting rid of a lot of ByuN's early units, but then lose the full medevac is obviously not great. Gonna try and auto turret harass. Always interesting to do that in TVT when Raven Energy feels like such an important resource for pretty much every fight that kind of comes about, so a little bit wild there. As these medevacs are going to go boosting up across to the other side of the map. There's two medevacs going and journeying. And once again, it's going to be ByuN to be kind of on the aggressive side of things, although Bunny might be going for a larger move out. Cyclones locking on and going to get themselves a Raven. Wow. Cyclones absolutely delivering for ByuN in this game. They've been so freaking effective. They've been able to get so much value with this scan to guarantee that. And because you know this army's moving out, the drop shows up and you're not in position really at all to deal with this. Bunny's going to, turn home? He only has one tank that just popped out defensively. That goes down very quickly. The SCVs pull in. It's just GG. This has just gone absolutely wrong. And ByuN is going to steamroll his way through to a 2-0 victory. So, a good starting point here for ByuN and Trigger on the day as they both start with 2-0 wins. We'll be heading into our next match here in a moment, which will be Bunny versus Trigger. So we'll get Bunny versus Trigger on the way up. We'll check that is correct, right? Yeah, Bunny, Trigger, ZOUN, ByuN, and then ZOUN, Bunny, and then we end the day with Trigger versus ByuN. So that's what's coming up. Let's go into Bunny, Trigger next. Perfect. I'll just run some ads. I know it was a short game, guys, but I'll just run some ads just in case. If nothing else, it'll just mean we can probably do this full best of 3 without ads unless we get some very long games, so. Perfect, so we'll get Bunny and Trigger on the way through and keep the games rolling here in WardiTV May. Again, good to see you guys. Thanks so much for joining us here for some content, some StarCraft 2 on it's actually a really nice day here in the UK. It's very sunny and warm outside. It's just kind of a nice day. Lovely stuff. Last Fantasy and Corporeal, Persephone are early vetoes in this veto process. Again, still no surprise to see Last Fantasy going to catch a lot of the vetoes. It's surprising Corporeal is getting so heavily vetoed as well. I think that map actually got kind of heavily vetoed during the TLMC too. Yeah, we've definitely seen some maps that have become heavy favorites of this map pool rather quickly, and some others that are definitely kind of again left to the wayside in terms of playtime. Ultra Love going to get vetoed though, so one of the maps we're more familiar with is going to be taken out here. Leaves Ley Lines currently still in there, so it's a likely one to make into a TVP. Some Terrans don't love playing Protoss versus Terran on that map, but like, it kind of depends on your style. It's a good map for kind of the pros to take map control and just kind of run with it on, but actually going to veto Torches here as Bunny as his final veto. That leaves Trigger with one more veto. Wrap this up. Maganatha is still in there. Pival was still in there. That's the one that actually does get vetoed. So it's going to leave us with Maganatha. And then ley lines and a third map. I'm not quite sure what that third map is. Tokamak. Tokamak's always in the best of threes, apparently. This map is making it into all of the series. Everyone seems to like it. It's good. It's going to be a kind of a new kind of baseline standard map. All right, let's get this hosted. Maganatha 2. Perfect, alright. Getting everyone into the lobby, guys. It'll just be a second or two. These are the casters. They'll learn to click their buttons quickly. And we'll be off and away into this. So again, just best of threes continuing through in this WardiTV May event. Thanks for joining us so far today. So good to see you all. We're going to do a mild little bit of selling out just at the start of this next game because we've got something important to mention. Let's get in game first. Double check the players, the correct races. Players are ready. And let's kick this off. Alright, Bunny versus Trigger. Game number 3 of the day. Series number 3 of the day. As we continue our way through this Group A of the WardiTV May event. Lovely. Alright, heading into ley lines. Let me get this started up. So we are going to have in the bottom left hand side the blue Terran player to start us off in this BO3. This is going to be Bunny. They take on the Protoss, who is actually on a bit of a hot streak lately. It's Trigger in the top right. I do feel like PvT might be one of his weaker matchups actually, but just because I've seen so much good PvP and PvZ from him, so let's see if he can show up here against Bunny in this BO3 series. So what I want to just mention, guys, obviously the WardiTV 2025 series is underway. This is part of it, actually. So this tournament actually will end up providing some points towards the 2025 circuit and so on. So it's going to be something fun for us to talk about in the future. But right now, we are still crowdfunding for the WardiTV 2025 series. That's just a straight up donation coming through as well. Let me get to that in a second. So the crowdfunding is currently on for the WardiTV 2025 series, and you can check that out by typing '2025 in the Twitch or the YouTube chat. They'll give you a link to the Indiegogo page where you can find out everything you would need to know about what WardiTV 2025 is about, what we're trying to do, what we're crowdfunding for and why, and all of that kind of stuff. Most importantly, all of that money that we crowdfund is going directly to the players. It's 100% about raising the prize pools of tournaments, and that is our main goal and our main focus. So do check that out. !2025 in the chat if you do so wish. Alright, awesome, and thank you guys. Thank you so much. PYM, him, CH says, hi from Switzerland. Thank you for making this extraordinary game live. Daily StarCraft funded. Hell yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the generosity of the donation. Thank you very much indeed. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As our probe comes in, nibbling up this SCV, thank you so much. StarCraft funded. Boom, just like that. Crazy. Alright guys, thanks for listening to a little bit of selling out. As always, it is important. Again, we do want to try and reach our goal in that crowdfunded to ensure we can do as much as we possibly can this year and help support the players that continue to make StarCraft 2 so great to watch. Okay, coming up, the Stalker and the Probe going about, the Nexus coming through as well currently. Reactor in the Refinery coming along. Reactor in the CC coming up as well. So we just continue to get that going. Adept in the Warp Gate still building just for now. Our trial council's about halfway done. The Adept and the Probe's coming over. The Warp Gate's halfway through. I see Marines and a Hellion coming up as well. Yeah, and the Orbital Command and the Starport also in production as a Hellion and a few Marines. Continue to step about. Let's see the Stalker going to come back the other direction. Hellion will continue to take some hits. And the Marines getting pushed back over here as well. So a little bit of shoving and pushing. We'll see a little bit of harassment here from Trigger, just able to kind of step up onto the map and try to be as aggressive as possible. One of my burrows does pretty much put an end to that Pokemon with the Stalker, but it was nice. So, you know, getting some HP off the Marines. The Hellion has to step back and get repaired for a few moments. Just little things that do generally add up, so nice to see that. And Robo Facility coming online. The next is coming through. Add that blink on. Medevac comes in and grabs a few Marines as well. And so away we go. Going to try and get across the map. Obviously, Stalker sees the Medevac coming, though. It's going to continue to put damage onto the Hellion. Now the Marines with the boost are going to try and drop on top of the Stalker and just Trigger get punished for being out here and aggressive with the Stalker so far. Yes, Stalker will indeed go down. That is a pretty significant grab there in the grand scheme of things. So nice little catch. Now a couple more Stalkers continue to come up here as we do have, again, our Banshee tank. Marine production all continuing through. A couple of extra SCVs on the way. The depots are still coming online as well. And that Robo Bay continues to set up. Just coming up to being about halfway done. A couple of gates coming through. The probes coming online. Marines and the siege tank going to hit that at depth for a few more moments. Just going to be able to get rid of that already. Right there in the center. Still got the Banshee tank. A couple of Marines coming over. Add the barracks on as well. Continue to bring that all up. Marines on the tank going to fire. And a couple of Stalkers continue to take some shots. And a couple of gates gather, a couple of probes coming through the Immortal building. So you can see that tank sieging up to the left-hand side of the Nexus already. Going to start hitting this, so ByuN getting into a good aggressive position after being able to push across the map. Here comes Trigger with the defense, though. Stalkers will blink in. One shot to tank, two shots the second tank. And when I say two shots, I mean just one shot the second time. That's really nice. You remove the tanks, you remove so much of the damage output. Then when you can blink back and get towards batteries, dealing with Marines just ain't that difficult at all. He had the perfect Stalker number there, didn't lose any, and a fantastic start. Now the Banshee's starting to come through a little bit, and the Siege Up tank actually put some work in as well. So finally, ByuN getting a little bit of love out of this push for himself. But man, that's just a great defense from Trigger to start us off there. Very well handled and very well done. As we now have him just thinking, I mean, I think he can just load the rest of this, and tank on Siege is obviously not going to help that. For ByuN, he's not going to be able to hold his position very strongly at all. And now the Stalkers continue to chase. The Marines are being run down once again. And Trigger's just going to get so much value here, going to get so many of these units. The Immortal taking a bit of a shot off the Siege tank is now going to be in reach, and that tank is going to go down. So tank will fall. So still trying to get involved as a few Marines clean it up with the Banshees overhead. But again, ByuN needs to get up to stim. He needs to start changing this game. He needs to get away from what he's currently playing with, because right now, just ain't really all that. Continue to Chrono Boost out the Observer. Against Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue to come online as well, so we just bring all of that up. Banshee's going to come around that right-hand side. Going to go after the Stalkers. Again, Banshees get shoved away for a few moments. Against Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue to come in. Just going to have the Colossus. Other few Stalkers and an Immortal coming out as well. It's just making their way off over to the sides. In fact, we'll boost forward. I mean, ByuN actually still has a bit of an army here. Love that the Banshees survive as well. Their damage output definitely helped him to, you know, keep the Protoss army back a little bit during these last few minutes. Maybe those Banshees can find a way to get across the map and just be a good harassing force at some point soon as well. Definitely feels like a fairly reasonable way to go about things. Pival gets taken out. A couple of tanks will get sieged. And a concussive shells, Marine Marauder, Medevac, all being built in at the moment. As the +1 thermal lance and the charge continue to come online. Tanks gonna get siege, gonna advance around that right side. A little bit of stim in. Colossus gonna be under some fire, so nice position for Bunny. Can he actually kind of work his way through this much Protoss is gonna be the question. Tanks trying to target fire down the Colossus. First one goes down. The other Colossus does not really hit the bio units, so definitely a good fight for Bunny, where he just really negates the splash damage of his opponent so far. Helping quite a lot as we get to reposition and really stand strong here. We scan out once again, looking to see what's up. Couple of Vikings on the way through. The Siege Tank Marine Marauder coming up as well. Let's try and step forward for a few moments. A very good fight from Bunny, like I say, really negating the Colossus, and that's something which is not easy to do in this day and age. We've seen a lot of Terrans just struggle with Colossus, but he made sure that the Colossus, like I say, he got rid of one, and the other one was just so far back it never touched a Marine or a Marauder. And if that's the case, then it was generally pretty good for you. Seeing the couple of Zards taking some more shots. Colossus going to get hit once again. +2 attack still coming over. Again, Marine Marauder, Siege Tank coming up. Just need to get that going for now. Well, Vikings will fire up and the Colossus takes some more damage. Engage through once again, just going to have ourselves a commitment straight away here as we go straight forward. I mean, as the Zelds go down, this time the Colossus get to survive for quite some time and hit a lot of the bio units. Need to put some work in. We'll see a few more Zelds going about. Well, apparently Bunny's just going to say that he's not going to have enough. Obviously, he's very committed to this attack and trying to make it happen on the two bases. He just didn't chew through that army soon enough there, and that does mean that Trigger is going to end up taking the 1-0. Lead and on his way to maybe being 2-0 in this group if he can finish off here against Bunny. Second map will be Maganatha, so just get that hosted straight away. And we'll get this ready to go. Like I said, guys, no ads between games for this one because we were able to squeeze that extra little bit of ads in just after the last series. Go-to games definitely help us with that. Alright, let's move some people around. Put the lobby link in as well. And get ready to resume. Tasia GG. I think he was, I just think he just knew that with the two Colossus living, he was never going to be able to trade well enough. And so he just said, yeah, this one's kind of dying. He knew he was on a bit of a timer, and for him, the timer had passed. He's had a bit of an army there, but I don't really disagree. As units were warping in against it, then I don't think we're really going to see us go many other ways. Felt early. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those times where it feels early, but I honestly think if you see the next fight, it's going to be extremely one-sided. But you can argue maybe he should have just given it a shot. Maybe Trigger messes up the fight, messes up the micro. I think Bunny just knew that if he didn't reset the Colossus count then and there, like, he is just drilling drips and drabs across the map from two bases, whereas the opponent is set up on a good base count, has a good amount of warp-ins able to come through, so yeah. Apparently Bunny is set as Zerg somehow. It's a new one. Doesn't usually happen. Try host this again. I don't know how you get that as Zerg. That's definitely a fresh experience. Usually the default resets you to Terrans, so I'm not sure how we managed that. Alright. Game number 2. Attempt 2. Let's get this started up. Awesome. Alright, so Trigger takes the 1-0 lead. Man, Trigger is definitely, like I say, pushing nicely right now, and making a good case for himself in terms of just being one of the pretty formidable players here. Great to see. Get ready to go. Streaming. Alright. We get ourselves into game number 2 of this best of 3. And we get this one kicked off and ready to begin. In the top left hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Trigger. And in the bottom right, our blue Terran is going to be Bunny. Apocalyptic. I was trying to figure out what your name was. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. How you doing? Thank you so much. I was like, for Pokelip. I was like, I'm sure this says something. Thank you so much for the Prime, mate. Appreciate it. If you guys are sitting on a Prime sub and want to support the channel, do consider priming a sub. Helps us out a whole bunch. Always appreciated. Let's get ourselves into game number 2 here. Bunny in that bottom right and Trigger in that upper left. Thank you so much as well to iHas Burrito for the 41-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support, guys. Running our way back toward that 700 sub count. Slowly but surely, we're making our way back. As we get ready to go into game 2 here. Wondering if, yeah, kind of wondering what Bunny does a little bit differently. The aggressive pushes do not seem to work so well at the moment. But to be fair, I mean, the Banshees, I actually think if it wasn't for the Banshees, it would have been even more of a disaster, so... let's see, this map feels huge as well, by the way. Like, this map just feels absolutely massive, so maybe that does change a little bit of the plan right now. Coming down, getting set up. Just gonna be seeing the Twilight Council coming through, the Adept and the Wolf Gate coming in as well. CC and the Starport coming online as we get set up and roll. Rainbow will continue up to the top. And again, Wolf Gate and the Blink continue to come through. Seeing our Starport Tech Lab and so continuing to come about. CC on the way in as well. Tanking a couple of Marines coming through, and that Stalker going to be there to meet the Reaper. Just going to turn that away. No easy access for the Reaper right now. No scouting available for it, so good shutdown, good pushback. The Ice of 9, mate. Thank you so much for the £50 donation. Love the work you do. Thank you so much for the generosity. You guys have been very generous today. Donations, subs, and all sorts coming through. Thank you so much for the 50. Some love in the chat for the Ice of 9. Always here supporting and chipping away at helping us do more StarCraft. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. Keep it coming about. Just going to be seeing the Blink on the way through, as obviously this game's about to get exciting as well. Great moment for the donation. You know, right when there's not much going on, building into when stuff's about to happen. It's like the spot on time for me to say thank you, and we just move straight through and get into the action. Because, like I say, there's medevacs coming, but Blink's about to be done too, and so we are going to start seeing some trade-outs and some moments here as there's only 2 Stalkers, so we can't really Blink on top of that medevac just yet or anything. So wouldn't mind if a few Marines continue to gather together. And everything else continue to come through for just a moment or so. Just collecting back up as the oh my goodness, he actually got away from the Widow Mine somehow. I thought he was the Widow Mine was going to connect because the Reapers blasted the Stalkers in the air, so they couldn't Blink for a second, but Still managed to blink away. Wow, that was a, a pretty crazy jumping around moment. I'm just going to see our Stalker stepping through, Marine tank coming over. Again, banishing the siege tank coming up as well. Adept is going to be coming in, lifting up on that prism, and we do have our Stalkers continue to gather together as the Marine tank force continues through. Next, going to be taking some damage. Marines and the Banshee going to be going after this. So this time the push seems very good from Bunny. These two tanks are quite stable in the back for the moment as well, so we'll be keeping our eyes on those. I don't think there's a way for Trigger to jump on this quickly enough, and that means the third base goes down. So Bunny is going to slow Trigger down at the start of this here. Once a couple of tanks will begin to siege. Stalker's still coming about. They will start to poke around as well. Thanks for siege. We're just going to be seeing that gateway already taken down. Just Stalkers come blinking in. Going to get rid of one tank. A few of the Marines going down. The other tank's taking damage as well. Prism continues to get pushed back out over the sides right now. Robo Bay coming up. The next coming through. Continue to settle this into place as the Marines have to go running. Stalker's going to hit the Banshee for a couple of moments as well. So continue to get some work done just for the moment. A few extra Stalkers getting walked in. Just going to see the Banshee taking some hits. Again, the Stalker's still going in after those other Marines. So again, damage being done to continue to play the hunting game. Oh, Medevac gonna load up and drop down. We'll see Trigger getting the push back across the map. So Bunny delaying Trigger in a big way, but he needs to survive right here. Bunker will live for a good amount of time. That means a lot of shots coming by. Yeah, Bunker's actually going to survive all the way through this. So doing a great job as the SCVs continue to wrap around and play that repair. Impact combat shield continue to come up. And a couple of medevacs coming about. The ByuN still coming through. Wouldn't mind the command center coming up as well. Still got that Colossus coming over just for the moment as we have a little bit of bio. Going to go whacking away. Wouldn't mind lining up onto the prism. A couple of immortals just going to unload. And the bio stepping through once more. As you see, the prism still going to go back and forth just for a little bit. Immortal lifting up, immortal dropping down in these early stages. Banshee comes through, just going to be seeing a couple of the probes taking some damage. Just going to be having ourselves the medevac still coming over. Banshee is going to be hitting the pylon a little bit as we just have ourselves the Marine Marauder medevac coming through still. Continuing to battle into play. I love the Banshee just going to find a couple places to chip away at. As a couple of mortals return back. The Stalker's returning home too. What I'm scared of Trigger is he's on his way to the Colossus, but there's definitely a timing window here where the Colossus count is maybe not good enough for the kind of the stage of the game we're at and the amount of bio there is. There might be a possibility for Bunny to break through during that. Prism heading toward the main base right now. The medevac's going up the right-hand side. Missile turret going to deny that Prism immediately. Push that back over to the edge. And towards the watchtower. Your Stalker's going to have to blink away straight out there. Just get the hell out. And +1 attack. Thermal lance coming through. We'll take the watchtower once more as a few of these Stalkers are going to immediately be in trouble. I'm going to load a little bit more of the bio just from these Stalk medevacs. Battery going to go down. The +1 Chrono boosting along. I mean, nice drop in and just Trigger out of position. Not really ready to deal with this at all. No recall available in the main. Not enough energy on the Nexus. Actually going to end up getting a good amount of damage and then turning around onto the Forge to deny the +1 as well. So really good trade. Maybe one more pylon as we exit. Actually going to start trading with the Stalkers. Finally, the Colossus shows up. We blink forward and deny the medevacs. But Bunny's already pushing elsewhere on the map and absolutely looking to just full turn this game and series around. As the Colossus come through, the Stalkers are showing up. Do we have enough for Bunny just to keep pushing forwards here? Maybe not, but overall supply is good. We're actually going to see nothing left in the main base anymore, so because we repositioned to the low ground, the main base is under attack again, and bunny will continue to capitalize and do even more damage as our Protoss player just cannot seemingly get back on track here. Trying to repower a pylon that will give the Colossus their range upgrade in the next few moments. We're actually going to try and target that down again, and it will be successful. So again, another slight delay on the extended thermal lance. Just being as annoying as possible and finding as much as he can with those units here so far. Now we got Bio Vikings, the Banshee coming out over that left-hand side, so pushing over to the left. And the Bunny looking to engage onto this 9 o'clock base, so... do we really have anything here from Trigger to fight? There's 2 Colossus, 2 Immortals, there's not anything in front. A handful of Zards to warp in, but this base is already too far gone. Trigger realizing he can't fight this, but... Now you're sitting down onto 3 bases while the Terran is, well, actually not on a 4th base yet, right? Not even a 4th command center built up. So a little bit surprised not to see the 4th kind of at least on the way for the Terran. But maybe that's something Bunny can think on now, as he is kind of in general pretty committed, right? He's only just now finishing up some of his initial upgrades of this game. I mean, he denied the Forge with +1 attack on it, and it's going to finish not that far after the +1 attack of his own. So really... His own upgrades have been pretty heavily delayed. We turn it in. We're just going to see a couple of EMPs coming down. The Vikings there to fire. Colossus taking a lot of shots. I do think we're going to have ourselves a fight here that should determine the outcome of this game 2 and give us our first game 3 of the day. As Bunny fights back against Trigger, we get tied up, and we will go into game number 3 of this series in the next few moments. All right. Third map going to be Tokamak. Alright, decided map, guys. Like I say, we got a lot of ads in before, so we actually can get through this whole series without them. So, whenever you guys complain about ads after every game, this is why. Because then sometimes we just get ad series with no ads. It's a great thing. Alright. Let's get this going. Was charged late at that point? Yeah, probably. I mean, this entire game was kind of thrown off heavily by the way that the game was setting up and everything, right? So, just a lot of damage taken early. Trigger definitely thrown off. But he's doing a good job of interjecting himself into this game and just saying, okay, look, I'm going to stop you dead and actually kind of make your life a bit difficult. And then we can go and figure it out from there, you know? As we get into Tokamak here for this game 3 of the series. So we are going at the distance. And we are going to start off in the bottom left-hand side with the red Protoss player. This is Trigger. Taking on the blue Terran. In the top right-hand corner, we've got Bunny. Game 3, as we get this underway and get this started off. I'd like to see what will be taking place. Big match, because, I mean, I think this is a very competitive group to start off the tournament. And every series is going to count for a lot. For Bunny, he's already down a series, and for Trigger, he's already won one. So for Bunny, winning this really kind of evens out the group in a big way. I mean, 1-1 tied with Trigger, 1-1 in the group as well, is a very different scenario to being 0-2 with ByuN already 1-0, you know, Trigger 2-0. Yeah, definitely a very notable difference. So, big game right now for both these guys to give themselves some great chances in this WardiTV mid-May tournament, and especially in this group today. Portal coming about next to the Cybercore, coming through, just gets set up for a moment. Them couple SCV is going to come about, nibble up at that probe. Bit more damage being dealt here currently, as we just have Cybercore and Nexus both continue to come into play. Again, the command center coming online, the factory coming up, SCV producing, I don't know what I'm trying to say, SCV producing, I guess. I don't know where producing comes from. It's a good word, isn't it? Producing. We are producing some SCVs today. Lovely. Great phrase. Depth in the warp gate continue to come through, so again, bring that online for a little bit here. Twilight Council still coming up as well. It's going to be seen our factory and our command center continuing to build. Stalker, Twilight, warp gate, all continuing through the Adept in the Shade, out in toward the center of the map. Yo! Man, today is just a generous day, huh? Scaffler with the 10 gifted subs. Going out to Belgium Style G, the Mad Drummer. Drycorn 10, Terran PH, OC Damon, ROVES, Vatio 82, Ronan BD, Goobish, and Annabelle. Or Annabelle A. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, Scaffler. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the support. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, the road back to 700. It's on. Thank you, as the blink comes online. So we got that blink coming up, the warp gate coming through, robo facility and gateway coming about. Drilling claws is coming online as well. Add a couple marines and a medevac in there as well. Robo facility will be finishing soon. Next on the way, Adept is going to go shading up in toward the natural. Bunker has a couple of units inside also. Adept going to shade. The CV already going to be taking a little bit more damage. We've seen that going down. A couple of Marines going to get that. Adept will fall. And will get cleaned up as, again, that blink continues through. A couple of moments here. I'm just going to see our drilling claws continue to come out and about as well. So just bring that drilling claws into play. A couple of gates to charge. Continue to come about for the moment. The drilling claws so early. Let's see what Bunny can do. Because mine's just burrowing a little bit faster. It's funny because you might just be a little bit off on your timing here defensively as trigger, and that could be where that drilling claws can be impactful. You're going to have to respond so quickly. So let's see how we handle this as the Widow Mine drop comes in. We're going to unload, burrow. It was a fast pull away. These Widow Mines can obviously burrow real quickly, so they can kind of stay unburrowed for a second and then let themselves die because they burrowed too late anyway. Not really ideal. I mean, again, you invested into the drilling claws and don't really get anything more out of this than a typical Widow Mine drop would have. I mean, obviously the lack of detection, I guess, right now is annoying, but we've got a Robo Observer on the way, so this really shouldn't be that much of a problem. 2 Widow Mines dead already. Yeah, this really isn't going to be an issue at all. Coming again, this Widow Mine is going to go for the Stalker, which can just blink away as well. So yeah, so far the drilling claws investment is not going anywhere. Not ideal. Next medevac showing up though. That's the thing, when you play this style, it's often easy to kind of be like, well, the first 3 Widow Mines did nothing, that's it. We'll pack up our bags, let's go home because we didn't do nothing. But there's actually going to be so many medevacs and continuous Widow Mines, and that can be where the damage comes from. The eventuality of just kind of continuing to attack with these and being so persistent with them. So let's see, as this Widow Mine gets burrowed, and there you go. There's a few more probes going down. This time we're actually going to save one of those Widow Mines as well. So you're starting to see the benefits of this kind of come to the forefront. As like I say, it's not always about the first mines, it is about the continuation as well. So definitely a helping hand there as the upgrades continue. 1-1 stim combat shield building. Medevac actually does die, so nice little grab. Resources loss is a little bit favorable over to Trigger. Obviously, he has had some moments in this game where mining time has gone against him because he's had to pull the probes away. It's one of the big differences between the 2 players so far in terms of how this is set up. Scorpus trying to get underneath. That medevac making a run for it. Gonna get out of there for the moment as we just see the cannon continue to go after a couple of those mines, and a few of those mines really do continue to just get blown the hell up right now. 1 minute upgrades, combat shield coming through too, so again, just a little bit of everything coming up. Where the hell are these probes going? That's... You know what? Sometimes you just hear that there's mines in your house, and you're just like, you know what? Let's just move countries. Unfortunately, these probes get halfway across the world and realize they ain't no place like home, mine infested or not, I guess. And they start going back around. We are going to charge in on the other side. I mean, this is a question of whether Trigger has taken too much damage or whether Bunny's done enough, and whether Bunny can have an army to actually fight right now. It seems as though it's going okay. If he can just keep chewing through the zealots, he should be kind of alright. Scan for the double observer as well is neat, as there's going to be some detection disallowed from here. We lost a few SCVs with this initial wave of the defense. Bunny is ahead on army supply though, and ahead on upgrades, so I think he should be fine continuing through. Prism in the main base, that's going to be the start of kind of the multi-prong that Bunny needs to stay on top of. Do not let this Prism do too much. Do not oversplit into the main base either. Make sure you can continue to maintain. Widowmine underneath the Prism is going to get the KO, and the warp-in is cancelled. Easy shutdown there, and now no warp-ins across the map at all. And Trigger is going to be put into a little bit of a spot of bother right now. So definitely going to be put into a little bit more of a difficult position. Marine Marauder medevac still coming through. A couple of Stalkers are still firing. Drop down a couple of mules and we'll see ourselves. The Colossus, the Zealots, all continue to come about for now. So a lot of that's still being brought into play. Does he have charge yet? He does. His charge is done. That mine getting a medal. Yeah, that mine was amazing. Getting rid of the prism like that is such a huge deal. As you can see, a couple of mines burrowing up right now, and those Zealots are going to get turned around straight away, so we continue to push that back out the other direction. Trigger runs the hell out of there, does not want to stick around, does not want to get caught up in there. Has definitely decided to go and pick some better moments for himself. Again, Ghost Academy coming up, the Vikings still coming through. We've got ourselves Zealot Stalker stepping forward, the Bio going to be there. Turn those Zealots around also. Colossus continues to step up, Stalkers get kind of forced into a blink back. I mean, now we've got some Colossus showing up, and this is a question of how well Bunny has been able to continue to tech up behind this. Does he have a way to deal with two Colossus showing up right here? Widowmine's being used as kind of a delay technique, obviously just slowly kind of blinking back against these. The Colossus in the front there. No, what are we looking at? I was going to say the Colossus in the front there getting exposed very quickly, going to start going down. The other Colossus is low as well, so yeah, the Prism is suddenly just in full evacuation mode, and the Terran force is going to swarm. I don't think Trigger's got enough in the slightest. Widowmine gets the Observer coming in from the side. What a great scan that was. As, yeah, we are just going to chase, and, well, he might be able to micro at that Prism for a while, but... And I will say the Prism micro has been impressive, because it does keep both the Colossus alive for a lot longer than expected, but we get rid of the Prism. Now we're going to go and get both Colossus. The recall is unsuccessful, doesn't save anything. And that is going to be a shutdown and a half from Bunny. Flipping this series on its head after that first game looked so convincing out of Trigger to begin with. But yeah, Bunny flipping this one around and pushing himself into the forefront of this best of three. Two upgrades coming about. Ghost Academy producing those ghosts as well. So we're getting EMPs, we're getting Viking count. We're really pretty well set across the board here in terms of what we have available right now. As we dive through, the pylon is going to take a little bit of damage. Stalker Colossus relocating around, just going to be continuing to fight. I mean, at this point, you just do not have that many units as Trigger. So we will try our best, but with the Colossus going down again, I mean, it's just not really much hope. Fourth base goes down too. We can probably continue this push into the third very easily. There's just not very many Protoss units on the map right here, so if you're feeling confident, which you probably should be as Bunny, you can absolutely just send this. Just try and make something happen as the couple Stalkers will continue to ping. Try and find something there. A couple of Zealots showing up as well. I will fight. The EMP goes down. Stalker takes a connection. The other Zealot's going to start running through. The Widowmine's still going off. Our Stalkers continue to come back around. And that Colossus gets jumped onto that Colossus. It will fall. It will be dropped. The rest of the Zealots and the Archon, the Stalkers, continue to come about. A couple more Widowmines coming through as well. You can see that Archon now going down. The Vikings will land. Again, Stalkers continue just pulling back and away for the moment as come back over. Continue to dish out the hurt right here. The Pival's going to try and step up. Mind's actually going to hit the Stalkers now, hitting them dead center, and we finally get the GG as Bunny takes this game, and hence this series, and will advance to 1-1 in the group. You can see where Bunny is at very quickly here, because we're going to go into... we're going to do ZOUN versus ByuN now, and then ZOUN versus Bunny after. So, let's do ZOUN ByuN. Get that started up, and then we can go from there. Alright guys, run some ads between series here. We'll get this ZOUN ByuN series on the go for a couple of moments as Bunny gets up to 1-1. And the first video start up for this series. So yeah, I think this keeps this group quite interesting though, because now obviously ByuN 1-0, ZOUN 0-1. It'll be interesting to see where this one goes, and then obviously Bunny and Trigger both sitting 1-1 right now, so this group's going to remain very, very close. A lot of potential, a lot of possibility still on all fronts. Very exciting. Incorporeal, Ultralove, Persephone, Last Fantasy, Maganatha. Quick videos coming through. Should be into a map shortly at this rate. These guys are speeding through their videos. No time for waiting around, apparently. Alright, Tokamak going to be the opening map. Second map, Leylines. Third map, Pylon. Sorry, second map, Pylon. Third map, Leylines. Other way around. I guess a couple of moments. Get into this in a couple of secs. In the lobby. Throwing invites out. Should be good to go here momentarily. Alright guys, thanks for joining us. It's the WardiTV May Group A. Who else are we missing? Invite everyone in. And go, go, go. Like I say, no reason to delay. Keep the games rolling. We've got a second group coming up later today as well, so we really are going to be ready just to full send this. Hell yeah. Master's AFK. Ay, ay, ay. These guys not want to watch StarCraft? Unbelievable. Alright. We'll check everyone's ready. They haven't said so just yet. See if ZOUN can get a win in here, because I feel like ZOUN was really, really good, especially in PvT, and the last few weeks I feel like ZOUN has just like hit a brick wall and is just really kind of stuck progressing and kind of getting some of those wins in that he was getting before. So let's see what we can do as we get into this next game. Like, seriously, if ZOUN can bounce back in this group, because he's 0-1, he lost to Trigger already, lost 0-2, starting off our group stage today. We're going to have both of the ZOUN games back-to-back, so it's going to be ZOUN versus ByuN, and then ZOUN versus Bunny, and then we finish the day off with Trigger versus ByuN for this Group A, before dipping our toes into Group B a bit further down the line. In the bottom left, we will have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be ZOUN. He takes on the blue Terran in the top right corner of the map. We're going to have ourselves ByuN. ByuN's not exactly had the most formidable of TVP. Played a fun best of 9 against Hero yesterday, but man, even the games he won felt very shaky and kind of strapped together. So we'll see. ZOUN does play a bit different to Hero. ZOUN for a long time was actually still very much so favoring a lot of the Stargate openings and so on, so maybe there's something to be seen there. Maybe some opportunity to kind of see some interesting things happen. As I'll drop a pylon down, gateway coming up. And racks on the gas. Both coming through for some early stages. Two gateways going to be the choice from ZOUN, so he's going to be aggressive with that second gateway proxied. So he's going to bring the fire to ByuN early on here. Just going to get fired up and just go pew-pew-pewing right at his opponents. So some aggression right from the get-go as the Cybercore comes about. The gateway coming online. Orbital command going to start building from ByuN, as well as the CC on the low ground. So we get all of that up and rolling just for the moment. We got this settled into play. The Cybercore Nexus. Oh, sorry, Cybercore and Gateway finishing soon. No Nexus, obviously, because of the fact we're playing second Gateway. And, yeah, second Gateway finishes, so let's see. Obviously, our first unit's popping out. ByuN playing kind of greedy. No Reaper, no Scout. It's the exact kind of time where ByuN should get punished. However, this Marine Scout is... Ah, no, he just stopped. Oh, no, he does see it. Okay, he does see the Gateway. That's a huge moment as he cancels the depot, cancels the command center on the low ground immediately. Isn't going to even begin to waste time potentially trying to defend this here. And is just going to CC to the high ground instead. Bunker is on the way up. Obviously the Stalker already arriving, so yeah, CC on the low ground probably would not have finished. And so the sooner you just cut your losses and accept that that's going to go down, the better off you're going to be. SCV's pulled to try and buy some time. Again, you need to keep this bunker alive. You need to keep that being allowed to build, basically. So don't let the Stalker deny that, because that will make your life a little bit more miserable if you're not careful. Adept will shade. Again, Wargate coming through. Nexus coming up as well for a few moments. Stalkers and the Adept all gathering together right now. It's going to be seeing the Twilight Councilors back on track once again as well. Widowmine just going to burrow up on this high ground. Always a nice defense because the Widowmine almost guarantees a kill. The only time it doesn't is if the Adept Shade trick works nicely, and then obviously the Widowmine kind of fires blankly, so yeah. But typically it does require a lot more effort and kind of focus to now deal with this and to push up this ramp, and it slows you down a lot, up to the point where most players will not even bother. So ZOUN just going to be content to try and hold the low ground a little bit here and just go on from there. Obviously has now expanded, has got the blink starting, and the next stage of this game begins to establish. Cyclone and a couple Marines coming up as we speak. We got a little lock on. Going to suggest that Adept out of here. A few Marines stepping forward as well. We actually get rid of the Adept, and now the Stalker's got to be careful because there's not enough to really force the Cyclone to back away out of reach once it gets locked on. So as long as that's the case, you're going to have to, like I say, respect that Cyclone a little, because it has the potential to kill the majority of these early gateway units when they're in low numbers very comfortably. So, yeah, got to be cautious in that regard for sure. Gateway finishes up. Again, Blink coming through, Stimpack coming in. A few Marines and our Cyclone coming back up this ramp. The Marines gather for the moment as well. And the Adept is going to come shading about. Blink coming through, +1 in the Stim coming over. A Siege Tank coming in as well. Tank coming online. Gateway dropping down. Robot Facility about to finish up in the main base. Blink still very much so coming through. A Stalker will finish in a few moments as well. So again, we got ourselves some good progress there. Cyclone going to come pulling back. No Stalkers. Continue coming around too. Blink going to be finishing up. Ob's on the way. And a few Stalkers gathering. Widowmine shot going to go straight out into one of those. We are very nearly, and there we are. We're going to be able to grab that Widow Mine, so that goes down. Cyclone's still chasing. Continue to come about. Stalker's still firing. Damage being done. Again, Stim Combatant +1. Continue to come over for the moment. So all of that coming online here. Couple of gates being added. Add on a forge. Charge coming about as well as our Stalkers still settle out the front. Tank gonna siege just up on our high ground. Again, +1 attack, combat shield coming through, Marines and the tank coming over. That's settled in for the moment. Cyclone trying to get the Observer, and ZOUN will try and fight back for it. As soon as that combat shield +1 is done, I think ByuN will have a little bit more confidence to push out onto the map. Because if he wants to get across the map, might not be a bad timing, right? Charge is not done yet, Robo Bay is not done yet. Stalker's going to step away once again. Just going to be seeing the tanks, the Marines coming through too. Those few Marines going to continue to hit the rocks, just opening up that space a little bit. So again, putting some work in as we do have our scan coming about. A few Stalkers going to be seen still. Have ourselves cluster shells coming about. Again, +1 attack and charge coming over for the moment. SCV pull, so ByuN is going to full send it. I really don't hate it. I really feel like a lot of the timing for ZOUN is a little off, so especially the Colossus being so late, this might be a difficult defense. Let's see. ZOUN obviously way ahead on workers. He's going to get a grab there. Stalker goes down for a tank, I believe, as Fire 4 is going to knock through, and these set of rocks going to be opened up, so we have access through, and good force field to buy some time. ZOUN just wants to slow this down as much as possible. Second force field, still good numbers to push forward through, and a few of the Marines leaking forward as well. The tanks will in siege zone just come up this ramp. A little bit delayed because of the force field still, but as a Colossus, we need these tanks to be sieged, and they will get sieged there. ByuN stimmed everything. Now remember, this is a game where there's no starport, so there's no medevacs available, so stims are very, very expensive. They're going to cost you a lot of health, and they are going to really kind of whittle down this army. So that's permanent damage you're using to be able to make your army better for those few moments. So that is a big factor. There's a couple of the bunkers set up. These few Marines here are actually doing a lot of work over on this side. Getting some grabs so far. Like I said, just got to be so careful with the stims that you expend right now, because you are going to try and dive into this. The tanks do not target the Colossus immediately. There we go. The Colossus does go down. As now the Marines and the Marauder are just going to go turning onto the Stalkers, and ZOUN gets turned away. How close are we to the next Colossus? Honestly, not very. It's going to be a little ways off for now. A bunch of those Zealots going to go down as well. We really need a Colossus. Colossus could clean up so many of these ByuNs that are just low HP. A few Colossus AoE Lancers would do a lot to help us out there, but I feel that it might be a little too late when there's not too much support left over. A couple of tanks sieged up once again, reinforcing ByuNs coming across the map. We're going to jump onto the third base once more. That's again not going to be mining. Actually going to recall over to the third base. The Colossus, okay. Does that give him a way to attack? I mean, not really. It doesn't really give him a better position than what he already had. Maybe just attacking through from the natural is going to be rough because of the double bunker. There we go. We're going to try and make something happen. The tanks get jumped on. One of them goes down fairly quickly. Colossus is already going to be low with no shields. HP bar dropping as ByuN hunts it down. Gets it. Zealots are dropping. Stalkers dropping. That's just going to be, I think, a full cleanup here from ByuN with 10 army supply remaining from ZOUN. It does not look like he is going to be able to make this happen. And that is going to be GG's, as ByuN is going to take the opening game of this best of 3 with convincing fashion. I mean, kind of close, because I feel like there is a few moments there where if ByuN takes a slightly worse fight, obviously it can go very wrong. Especially with no medevacs, you got to be so careful about where you're expending those stims and everything, so a little bit of caution there, but for the most part, pretty reasonable as we go to Pival map 2. And ZOUN, definitely not having his best days lately. As was again just looking so good at certain points over the last 2-3 months, and apparently just not really looking so hot here in May, which is unfortunate because it's when all the big tournaments are starting to happen. Gonna have to turn around. If you're slumping right now, you've really picked the wrong point that you had to slump at. So yeah, gonna have to start turning around any dips in your performance. I do feel like ZOUN is in a little bit of a performance dip at the moment to what we came to expect of him lately. Drop an invite over to ZOUN. Looks like everyone else is ready. And we can kick off into a game 2 here in just a moment. Go goes to ZOUN. Ready, says ByuN. Let's kick off into Pylon and head into our second game here of a game this best of 3. As we see whether ByuN can go up to 2-0 in this group already. ZOUN would be 0-2, and that would be a difficult place for him to move from. Alright, let's jump in. Yeah, Pylon's been getting a good bit of love as well. This map seems to be one of the more popular ones for the best of 3s, so seems to be kind of an early candidate for, again, just kind of standard, popular, unvetoed. Like, all the races don't seem to think there's one thing that really stands out. Who's being super OP, at least not just yet, so something to think on there. As Terran in the top left-hand side will be in the red. It is ByuN. Taking on the blue Protoss player in the bottom right-hand side from Vitality, we have got ZOUN. Game 2 of this best of 3. And after this, ZOUN will be taking on Bunny. And then Trigger versus ByuN rounds out Group A, and we'll be moving on into Group B featuring Percival, Young Yakov, Spirit, and Goblin. Again, double group today. There'll be probably a couple of matches of Group B we will do tomorrow instead. Just instead of trying to do 12 best of 3s today, we'll do maybe 10 best of 3s today, and then it'll leave us with 8 best of 3s to do tomorrow, so just a little heads up on that. And I'll probably approach it like that. One of the players told me about 20 minutes ago he has to pre-play and stuff, so yeah, things happen. I guess that works out in our favor though, because like I said, we can save a couple of those matches for tomorrow instead and just have a little bit of a longer stream on Sunday instead of just 6 best of 3s. Hyper Orbital coming through, deeper on the way in. Gonna see our Fuzzles, a factory dropping down right now as well. Just gonna get that set up initially. Drop a mule straight into the main base. Just gonna get that on the go as well. Our first Reaper begins to move across the map. Just for the moment, so journeying over to the other side right away here. And Reaper coming about, Adept on the way. It's going to see a second Reaper from ByuN, so again, a little bit more commitment to some of these early game units initially. Already one thing for us to kind of just latch onto and to kind of think on a little bit, so get set up with that. Comes back down to the low ground. Twilight Council still building through. Both of them Reapers. It's going to be hopping up, but still denied by the Adept. Does not want to give one up easily. Reapers coming around. Just going to head down to the south. Means you have again the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up. The Adept and the Gateway and the Probes continue to come about as well. Robo Facility also producing through for the moment. And Robo Facility and the Gate just coming by, so nothing too major. Just those two Reapers sitting, chilling for the moment. Bunker's about halfway done. The Orbital Command building as well. And a couple of Reapers coming around that left side, just going to go journeying over. The Raven coming online, the Rax, and a couple of Marines coming up as well. With all of this peace and quiet, the third Nexus gets to come down comfortably. The medevac drop gets denied immediately as well. So just really nothing going on here on Pylon early. Everyone just, like I say, taking their few moments, getting set up, waiting for the tech to be alive before the real fighting begins. The pros, that is obviously Blink for the Terran. So really just kind of, I mean, unless you push off a couple tanks, then probably just wait for bio upgrades. I mean, obviously a couple tank pushes are pretty common, so definitely a big opportunity there, I'd imagine, as that Blink is going to be finishing up. Observer coming through, next and a couple probes coming about as well. Let's get all of that settled for now. Marines and the siege tank just gathers in. Just going to be seeing the forge, the battery coming about, the assimilator coming over. Just going to see the factory moving across to pop a reactor down. So put a reactor into place for a couple of moments. And the first siege tank is actually very nearly going down as well. Good job by the Stalkers, right? Pushing a tank back so far that has to go home and repair before he even really gets going. So definitely a slowdown. This medevac is going to try its luck once more, coming down the right-hand side and seeing if it can strike something of a bolt of lightning into the heart of Zound's economy, perhaps, because he needs, or he would like to do something. He's been very inactive so far this game. Here you go. Widow Mine drop comes through. Zound does begin to pull the probes. So he's going to pull that one back, and the Widow Mine will unburrow. Nothing to kill it just yet, so just going to try and force as much lost mining time as possible. All of this time, these probes are just not mining. It adds up. These Stalkers now coming through, and they will blink in and get the kill on the mines. It never fires, but now the mine on the natural will do the exact same thing. Unburrow, reburrow. Not in time to get a shot off, so should have just taken the one probe that was offered. That's ByuN just being a little greedy there. Maybe the fact that it didn't work the first time should have been a good sign that it shouldn't work the second time, so yeah, I can understand losing the first mine, not firing. I think the second time you just let the mine go. As ZOUN has a pretty good opportunity to typically kind of shut that down with enough Stalkers in position. ByuN the tanks is going to chase those Stalkers away. Again, just a little bit of a pushback. Again, +1 combat shield because of shells coming through. Still going to try and fight a couple of tanks, get sieged up, storm onto a few of the Marines. Medevac's load up once again, just going to go straight out over to that right-hand side. Get ready to unload in toward the corner of the main base. Units coming straight out over there, firing through, and getting ready to aim toward a mineral line. And jump straight onto that forge for +1, so doing a nice catch straight away. ByuN doing damage with this drop. These probes just evacuating to the corner. They're in a little bit of trouble. They need to kind of keep running, but the Twilight Council is a full blockade. I thought there was a little gap for them there. Oh no, all the probes will go down as the Stalkers come through, and they will blink underneath. Aim for the medevacs. We get rid of one, but even the Stalkers are taking some damage, so damage being dealt, as we are going to be seeing ByuN able to do a mega amount with this first drop. Huge success story there already. Major moments. Couple of medevacs continue to move on through. I almost feel like ByuN showing up a little bit too soon with this army. I feel like if you wait for that damage you just dealt to kind of really sink in, it's going to be even tougher for ZOUN to really deal with like a little bit of a larger Terran force. This feels like you're giving him the chance to fight on somewhat even footing still, although I guess just a trade out in general isn't pretty for ZOUN when ByuN is able to afford so much more behind this, up 15 workers with mules on his side as well. Don't forget, that's always a big factor when it comes to the it's always a big factor when it comes to the TVP, is that usually Terran's like behind 10 workers because they also have mules, so it's fine. When you're ahead a bunch of workers and then you also have mules, even worse there for the Protoss player who loses an observer to that scan as well. Upgrades in favor of ByuN. 1-1 just starting now from ZOUN as he tries to play some catch-up. Storms going across. Actually hitting a couple of the Zealots as well as they kind of chase through. That's a nice storm as ByuN tries to chase. Will end up being pushed away because of it, so that's some good spellcasting from ZOUN. Needs good spellcasting here to help them stabilize in this game after a rough start. Still got the 1-1 upgrades coming over. And a little bit of ByuN going to fight there. A couple Stalkers taking damage. 2 of them going down. So once again, this drop coming back in and actually delivering. It's going to unload in the main base. The medevac probably not long for this world. It's low HP. And the Stalker will get it before it goes down. But it does mean that we still got units in this base. And these units are going to be able to get a few more probes as well. So the damage still being done. Target fires 1 final worker. 13 workers killed recently. And that is, again, just an issue all across the board here for ZOUN. His economy is in tatters. It is nowhere near what it's meant to be. Down 52 to the 68 workers at the moment. That 1-1 of ByuN will continue to be done. Meanwhile, the 1-1 coming up on the side of ZOUN. Coming through as well. Robot base dying. The Observer gets picked off already. ByuN the Ghosts gathering back up. Prison taking a few shots. He's going to come chasing through for a couple of moments. And the 2 upgrades, a couple of Ghosts, Marine Marauder, Medevac continue to come about here currently. Robo Bear and Azal's coming through as well. Just going to see that armor upgrade also coming in. Platinum Shield is just going to be popping up. It's just going to be seeing that coming over. And again, the 2 upgrades coming about. The ship weapons coming online. Widow Mine's going to be dropping some shots. Nice storms. I mean, storms are going to prolong your life in this game, right? Storm always has that potential to buy you time and to kind of keep that bigger Terran army from clumping up and just stimming through you. So it's kind of what you're heavily reliant on right now, as the Ghosts have already used their energy as well. Although some Widow Mines there hitting the Zealots, everything kind of melts very quickly. Really does not feel as though we're going to be seeing enough Protoss to... I mean, again, if you fight this off, it's a fight off at the cost of just so many units. ByuN is over double the army supply right now, so extremely comfortable in that moment, or at this stage of the game. Yeah, I mean, you can try and warp units into this, but we have reached the tipping point. ByuN going to find himself a 2-0 here against ZOUN, so ByuN gets the 2-0. It's a huge result for him, because like I say, it propels him to 2-0 in this group. That's obviously going to keep him in a very good place, as we're going to go into Bunny versus ZOUN up next. ZOUN will still have something of a chance, arguably, because if he wins against Bunny, there is a world where he's 1-2, Trigger could go 1-2, Bunny could go 1-2. There is potential for like a 3-way tiebreaker there, so we will see if that works out. So like I say, it's ZOUN versus Bunny up next, and then we get Trigger versus ByuN afterwards, so that's our next couple of matches still coming through. Alright, let me get that all set. In fact, I'm just going to take the break screen for a second here, guys. I'll be right back. More StarCraft 2 coming up, of course, with ZOUN Bunny, and then Trigger versus ByuN, and then Group B coming up. Alright guys, Zound vs Bunny coming up. Get this on the way. Go. Hold. Still these casters not joining the lobby quickly, aren't they? Certainly not. No, we've got so many groups to do today. Ready. Alright, let's go. Bunny versus Zound, guys. TVP as we continue through this Group A. 2 matches left of Group A, and we'll be diving in headfirst into Group B after. Let's go into Tokamak. In the top right hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Bunny. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is a ZOUN. Game one of this best of 3. So, you get set up, and you get rolling. Obviously, very different positions in these groups. ZOUN now 0-2. Bunny 1-1, so really want to try and get a win here as ZOUN, because then there's still a potential if both these players end up 1-2 for a 3-way tiebreaker potentially. We're getting nibbled at. SDV just still on the high ground, placing the depot down. Get underway, and again see where we're gonna go. Gonna pop out, Bunga coming over. And Twilight Council gonna get built. Just gonna see the warp gate coming online. Just gonna be seeing the Twilight Council coming in as well. So we get that going. Stalker just gonna fly out, Reaper getting pushed away. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalker going to hit the SCV for a couple of moments. Bunker is going to finish up. Marine gets inside of it. We are going to have ourselves the Orbital, Mine, Marines, and so continue to come through as we get settled on it. Twilight Council continue to build. The Adept coming up. That Blink will be finishing very shortly, so we're just going to be seeing our gateway coming about. Okay, coming through as well. I see the Stalker's going to hit on that Reaper, so again, damage being done. Just going to chase that away. And yeah, we just have Blink coming through, so no surprises really from ZOUN just yet. Reaper hops up, the Cyber Core, and finish up the Warp Gate. Just going to see the Stalker's going to get across and get rid of the Reaper as well. Stalkers gather. Again, Blink, Chrono boosting on the Twilight Council. I'm just going to see that Robo Facility and the Battery continue to come through as well. Raven on the way up, the +1 attack coming through as well. Got that charge continuing through. Nexus on the way up, a couple of probes still on the way out as well. So again, we bring all of this in. That medevac going to go up that right-hand side, return back home. So a couple of Widow Mines inside will pull all the way back. As again, the charge coming about. Nexus and the probes coming over as well. Continue to get that going as the medevac heads straight into the main base. Just to get repaired, and then Bunny will try and get that going once again. Temple Archives, the gateways continue to produce, just to have ourselves this medevac moving across as well. A couple of Widow Mines inside. And come across the top just for the next few moments. Marines and the tanks just going to continue to come over, just going to be seeing and getting pushed forward. Stalkers get pushed back. Again, Storm on the way. That's going to be ZOUN's choice. Get that Storm started. Charge coming through it as well. And you're seeing a little bit of bio coming in. Chase those Stalkers away for now. Again, a couple of gates continuing up. The Observer continues to step up as well. Away we go with that for the moment. The Stalkers just get pushed. A couple tanks going to be hitting. Stalkers will take some more damage. It's going to be having the big push then from Bunny. He's going to be arriving with Storm being done on this side of ZOUN, so be a factor as the Stim and Combat Shield will be done as well. But yeah, having to play against the Storm is going to make it a little bit tough for Bunny to really get in there and get something done. The Raven's still trying to find moments with the Order Turret. Has 2 kills so far. Has not really been that annoying. And the Bio just dives in. And we just have ourselves Storms coming out across the board. The Bio tanks continue to take some shots. Can turn back around. The Nexus will be taking hits. The Prism going to unload, and another High Templar drops another Storm. But mine's still going off. Damage still being dealt. Other units continue to just move on through as the siege tank will go down. Sound sits 104 supply to Bunny's 88 coming out of this fight, and seemed like a pretty good sweeping defense, right? Just swept through that Terran army, didn't lose too much in the process. Obviously, did kill a good few tanks as well as also. Comes back around, a couple of Marines going to go after those Zealots. The Stalkers going to come blinking in after the couple of medevacs too. The Bio going to go the other direction. Mine's going off. I mean, ZOUN just going to take this momentum and roll with it. He's not going to stop coming all the way across the map right now. All those SCVs taking damage. Storm coming down. Zones the Bio back further into the natural and even up towards the main ramp. ZOUN is going to take the first game. And ZOUN gets his first map win of the day when all hope was looking lost, and does it smoothly here with this one. Very nicely handled. Alright, game 2 coming up. In a couple of moments we'll get ourselves into. What was the map going to be for this one? Last Fantasy. So actually, you are going to see Last Fantasy coming up. Funnily enough, this map. Yeah, it's funny because it's on the list of ladder maps because it's a 3-player map. It's in a different order to alphabetical because it's one of, you know, all the ladder maps are usually 2 players. So I was like, where is it on the list? And it's actually just further down because it's a 3-player map. Just loading in, guys. Set up. Everyone joining us, and we should be pretty good to go. All right, let's go. Players are ready. They are eager to get going. So we will let them do exactly that as we get into our next game. So yes, checking our Discord notification. Alright, we're going into Last Fantasy. Let's get this started out. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. Now down a game. Can he bounce back? It is going to be Bunny. Not great if this does go to like a three-way tie, because he's been losing maps here and there compared to the others, so... This group's actually going to end up very interesting, I think, as he takes on Zound at the top left, who has the 1-0 lead here for the moment. As impressively clean by Zound. Yeah, it really was a game of just like, hey, I'm going to defend, and now I'm going to push you back, I'm going to keep pushing you, and we have won. There was really just no chill there, was there? It was just like, I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to do it well. And he did really do it well as well, so credit to him. And good stuff, as we just have a few moments here then of building for a couple of moments. Proby is going to go scouting, obviously a 3-player map, so... And just come across. And obviously try and identify where his opponent is spawned to begin with. Always good to figure that out early on. There's the gateway, the probe, the racks, and the SCV. Continue to come up for now. Get that all underway. Gateway going to be popping in a few moments. Keep building. Again, just going to have our Cyber Core coming up. Orbital coming about. Nexus dropping down. Get settled in here for the moment as the CC continues to come straight by. Still nibbling at the SCV. Command Center continue to build up for now. Getting all of that into play. And let's just have the Nexus, the Adept, some other little bits and pieces coming through for the moment. We're going to start to poke around and obviously just again see if we can find anything early on. Let's just have the again Twilight Council coming through. We continue to get that set up for the moment. And Twilight Council building Warp Gate on the way. Factory coming through. CC finishing and the starport will begin. So again we get a little bit of everything coming by for the moment. Is Adept going to try and head down toward the natural for a couple of moments too? Need to poke around just for a little while as the link comes up and gets underway. You can see a Banshee on the production tab here on the side of Bunny. Able to get a little bit of harass going with that maybe. Obviously with Banshee Tangerine, very powerful army combo. That puts out a ton of damage, so definitely eyes on that. Stalkers get there and able to again fire up a couple shots. And the Marines and tanks gathering, so I think we're going to see a bit of a push coming. ByuN going to start moving out. Extra barracks on the way behind it. Kind of awkward as those Stalkers get behind for a moment. Marine tank Banshee keeps on chasing. Gotta be careful fighting in acceleration zones. Marines can close the distance nice and quickly. Zound's still just a 2-base Protoss, so it kind of makes me feel like ByuN should not keep on pushing here, but he's going to give it a go. As he steps up and continues to move forward. Now the Stalker's going to start making their blinks in, and ZOUN going to get rid of 2 of the tanks, 3 of the tanks. So all the tanks go down. It's going to be a cleanup. I guess that ZOUN is not in a 3rd base in a way is okay for ByuN then, because now he's kind of trading out armies and ZOUN does not get much out of it. That was a misblink, unfortunately, in those Stalkers. It takes some heavy hits as the Banshees chase down, so all those Stalkers are going to end up going down. It's a pretty crazy little part of the cleanup here. Yeah, but he's scanning, seeing where that base is. Uh-oh. Tank getting caught in the middle, though. Not in the ideal moment. A lot of these units trying to return back home and just getting caught by this army, so definitely not a great situation all of a sudden. Oh, ByuN loses everything. Does ByuN just die? I feel like ByuN might just die from this. Stalkers blinking in the main. The SCVs are going to pull through. Extra few Zealots warping in. Just going to be seeing the units continue to fight. A lot of those SCVs continue to drop. Oh, ByuN is in fact going to just die from this. Definitely makes this group pretty interesting then in terms of where we're at. And SCVs pulling through, but ByuN is pretty doomed. More likely immortal in the main. Target fires down a Marauder that just showed up as well. And that's going to be GG from ByuN. Zound is going to take the 2-0. And he's going to put himself 1 and 2 in this group. Well, that's going to be very interesting in terms of group. Oh, does Trigger? I think Trigger already has good enough map score that he can't pull. So maybe ByuN and Trigger just already guaranteed 1st and 2nd. Obviously depends on, I guess, their series still. Alright, well, let me get that ready to go. I'm going to take just 2 moments, guys, and quickly eat my lunch. So I'll be right back with you, and we've got Trigger versus ByuN up next. Welcome back as we go into our final series of Group A. In the top right, I believe Protoss player here is going to be Trigger. Because of map score, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter what the result is, he is going to get out of this group. Obviously, if he beats ByuN, he could maybe still take first place though, so there is a seeding difference on the line. It would be very nice to avoid Clem and MaxPax maybe, if they end up winning their groups, so still recommend trying your best here, obviously. As in the bottom left, red Terran player is ByuN. Game one of this best of three as we get started. See what the plan is. Can ByuN have the engineering bay box to start us off? Go undefeated in this group. That's what he's looking for, as he's already 2-0, looking to go 3-0. Just get a Nexus down. Would have been annoying if that STV blocked the Nexus over here. Doesn't happen though. Okay, sorry, I was just finishing up last couple of bites of my lunch before it got cold. So, not a lot really happening as we take a few moments. Settling on down. Warp gate coming about. Stalker on the way. And a couple of Marines coming through, at that starport on as well. I'm just seeing our we've been continuing through for a couple of moments, so a little bit of movement into our council coming about. And an idea of where we're going right now. Let's see, that grenade is going to be good to bop the probe. And that is going to be a nice kill. It's a nice little grab just between the bases, taking advantage of the fact that Trigger has to expand out to that third base location, and ByuN just going straight in, getting a probe between the bases right now. Nice to be able to catch that. Yes, he's just going to pull over. We have ourselves a couple of gates coming about. Robo facility coming through as well. Just bring that straight on in as we have ourselves the Marines coming about. Robo facility coming up. Blink on the way. And the Raven on the way from ByuN. So a little bit more of a harassing option there for him as well. Marines is going to come chasing up. The Stalker's going to get hunted for a couple of moments too. As we are going to see ByuN is already killing a few pros. We've got the Hellions are hitting on the third base as well. This is going very wrong for Trigger very quickly as ByuN just showing up These Marines will go down, but I mean the damage is dealt, right? 7 workers this early on is absolutely astounding, so that really is already going to push Trigger into a little bit of a difficult place here. I mean, ByuN gave up some units. Still has the 2 Hellions and a Reaper alive as well, so still can kind of threaten with those and kind of keep some units maybe back. Poised to play defense in that scenario, so need to gather. As you just have the Blink and the Prism continue to come online. Stalker's going to shoot, a couple of Marines taking damage. And the Reaper and the Hellion just going to go back over the right side. The Stalker's gathering up. And again, a couple of those SCVs. Racks in the tank coming through. The extra Marines coming around. Stalkers will come over as well. Continue to get set up here as the few Marines getting the Stalker already. Going to be blinking back a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Ravens coming to set on up as the bunker will fall. Another bunker going to get placed. Let me get that on the way. Nice order turrets. Gonna help to get rid of a Stalker. So it's going to blink straight through. There are a couple of siege tanks here. The SCV's pulling, man. There's going to be absolute Stalker massacre. So many of them die. We only got one of the tanks there. So really not ideal in the slightest. Just going to be seeing our Marines and the Raven continue to come back over. Stalker's fighting again. A few more shots coming about. Let's just have a couple of tanks shots still coming about. The Stalker's going to be there. Firing away right now. And charge building, a couple of gates in the forge being added on as well. So just a little bit of setting up across the board here. As at this point, ByuN just needs to kind of get himself those bio upgrades finished and then push, and then it's going to be down to what can Trigger conjure up as a defense, because he gave up a lot of units here. He obviously had the rougher start already as well, which we already kind of saw and talked about a little bit with the Hellions poking in and getting all of those workers too. So yeah, definitely some disasters being turned out in the end as we just have our Stalkers, the Prism moving about here currently, and the Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all coming up as well. So again, we're bringing a bit of everything up and online right now. I will start to move through. It's going to be sitting atop that ramp. The Marines stem forward. The Stalker's already taken hits. Still got the +1 attack. Still got the charge coming through. And additional Zealots and batteries coming up as we speak. So continue to bring that out as the Marines try and push up the ramp. Person gets into the main base, unloading his Zealot already. SCV will be taking some shots. Gonna pop that Guardian Shield up as well, so just bringing that straight through too. And as these SCVs continue to wrap around by units and be taking some shots, we're just gonna be seeing the tanks here coming back the other way. I mean, ByuN's army is way too much. Counterattack from Trigger is not going to slow ByuN down enough, and I mean, the robo facility right there too is one of the. I mean, not that Immortal would probably change too much here, but just in general, it doesn't look as though we're going to be changing much at all. 1, 3. Have ourselves this Nexus. Continue to take some heavy hits. Battery as well will be continuing to take damage too. And this turret gets rid of the Prism. The Zealot's going to charge forward. Tank goes down. The Zealots going around the left-hand side there as we just have a little bit of a push through. Just going to see the Zealots charging straight on in, so in they go. Continues to pull back. Medevac's loading up a chunk of those units once again. And just going to be having the siege tank here is knocking through the Nexus. I mean, we kind of felt like this was over anyway. Knock a third Nexus down on top of everything else, and it's going to go even more so into the favor of ByuN, who is looking good for this game one. Again, this is essentially a seeding matchup. The winner takes first place while the loser will take second. I think, if ByuN takes a map, I don't know if he could still maintain first place anyway. I didn't look at it that deeply, but yeah. GG's. And that is going to be ByuN taking game 1 of this best of 3. So it is going to be taking the lead of the series. So ByuN really just getting good early game damage done. And as always, ByuN is so good at continuing to capitalize when you get that early damage done. He's very good at just continuing to kind of hit his opponent in the face and making sure that the opponent doesn't get much recovery time, especially. As our second map here will be Pylon. And Tokamak if we go to make game number 3 of this series, will be lining up as the third map. If ByuN takes a map, he's guaranteed first place already. Aye. Well, there you go. Yeah, I didn't look that deep into it. Just here to enjoy the games either way. Move trigger up. Move ByuN up. We get ready for this game too. Ready. Seems as though everyone is ready. We can get started. Perfecto. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. If you're enjoying, obviously, again, hit the like, subscribe, and follow buttons. Whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, it goes a long way. It's super easy to do. It's free. Helps you to see more StarCraft from us as well. That's what it's all about. So, just a quick mention to those as we're on the loading screen here for Pylon. In the next couple of moments, we'll be off and truly into this. Let's set back into play. Let's do this. All right. In the top left-hand side, we're going to be kicking off with the blue Terran, who does find himself in the 1-0 lead in the series. It is ByuN. Taking on our red Protoss in the bottom right, we have Trigger. As yo, Jin Kamui, thank you so much for the fresh new subscription. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you for supporting. Thank you so much. Alright, we'll take a couple of moments and see where this kind of game is likely to take us. Let's just have the Warhead barracks going down already, so second SCV coming across the map as well. ByuN is just going to bring the aggression, apparently. The second SCV continues over, and we are going to proxy 2 racks here from ByuN right down onto this bottom side, onto that 6 o'clock. And yeah, he's showing up meaning some business here, apparently. So ByuN going to show up, he's going to come straight in, and he's going to try and pack a punch or 2 in amongst this game. There's a couple of barracks continue up on the side of ByuN as well. It's just bringing those straight online. Gateway and the probe coming about as well. Otherwise, yeah, we continue to get that all going. Tech lab building as well, so we can get to some early marauders. Trigger is going to see no barracks now, and he's going to see double gas. So, oh, sorry, it's actually single gas. Never mind. So he's going to see no barracks. Could obviously just be like a single Rex on the map. Can he identify the fact it's a second Rex and really, you know, realize just how defensive he needs to be in this situation, preparing to make sure that he doesn't basically die to these marauders that are on the way through. Concussive shells starting up. Second tech lab begins. I'm going to be full power with his attack shortly. I mean, the Zealot's nice. Anything to kind of get in front and tank a little bit and to force some shots to go elsewhere than onto the more important structures / units. And you've got your gateway, you know, free to build a Zealot there because obviously you don't have the Cybercore finished just yet, so you may as well get one out when you know that you're going to be up against units early. May not be the ideal unit, but it's like I say, it's better than nothing coming out of that gateway during that production time where you can't afford to build a Stalker anyway because the Cybercore is not done. Marauders and SCV stepping up. Bunker will go down. ByuN is just going to gather. Stalker taking some shots. Marauders will continue to hit. We continue to see the Zealot and the Probe going back the other way. As you have 5 Marauders being here for the first time these units show up. It's pretty brutal. And you can see the firepower coming through immediately as we're going to get rid of the second Stalker there as well already. Now the bunker is going to be finished. We could put the hurt Marauders in that bunker and keep them much more protected. In fact, I think I would like to see that, considering right now we're just sending those Hurt Marauders forward. We're going to let one of them die. I mean, I guess we did get rid of the Stalker, though, but... yeah, now we're going to get rid of this pile, and this low ground is just broken. So much investment on this low ground just to not keep it alive. And now you're going to feel confident to keep moving forward, potentially, right? I was going to say, we're going to try and put an bunker up on the high ground. SCV is going to go down. Marauders going to have to use themselves as high ground vision currently, but kind of fine. We are killing 6 probes. That Stalker is very close to going down with no battery. It's a super dangerous time trying to fight these Marauders. If these Marauders turn onto that Stalker for just a moment, it's going to be kind of brutal. Force field comes down. A couple of Marauders actually going to slip through, so for the moment we're actually still in this main base, and we're just going to say that is something that does not really work in his favor. GG's. And ByuN is going to take a speedy second game to round us out 2-0, and ByuN is going to be guaranteed top of this group, undefeated today. Damn. Well, there you go. There we go. Alright guys, well that was Group A. That was a pretty fast group. Man, even with 6 best of 3s, this group really sped by. We had a lot of faster games, right? We didn't have much of a later or mid game or anything going on. So it's going to be ByuN finishing in first place, Trigger finishing second, and then ZOUN and Bunny finishing third, and then fourth. So ZOUN third, Bunny fourth. It's a little bit of a difference on prize money that you take away from this, so there's a little bit of reason to note what that difference in positioning means. Alright. Percival, Spirit, Young Yakov, and Goblin are going to be coming up next. Now, the order of this one's going to shift slightly because Spirit showed up and said he couldn't play all of a sudden and stuff, so we will change the order slightly. We're going to keep a couple of the games for tomorrow. We're going to keep the Spirit Yakov and the Spirit Percival games for tomorrow. And then we're going to start off with, I believe, Spirit versus Goblin. I think. Oh, I should have told everyone to hop to Europe. We probably have some downtime. I mean, this next group's not meant to start for another 10 minutes, guys, so... I'm not sure if we even have people around just yet. Oh, it looks like Spirits just decided to pre-play versus Goblin. Why make up your own rules, bro? Why say you can play if you just can't play? Mind blown, honestly. We'd probably just go... Yakov versus Goblin. We're probably going to need about 10 minutes, guys, because players are busy and in-game and stuff, so we'll take a few. We'll come back, more StarCraft coming up, and we'll come back around in just a little bit. Alright, yeah, let's throw the break screen on. BRB. I'm going to sort this mess out. Alright guys, we're just gonna go and cast okay, so we're gonna just do a replay series first because players are all over the place, people are in game, and people are just the schedule's just absolutely yeah, like we need to put the button down because it's that messed up. So we're just gonna cast Percival versus Spirit. They played this earlier. Like I say, Spirit kind of messaged me and said, "Hey, can I play my games last?" And I was like, before I could even reply, he decided to then ask if he could pre-play his games. And by the time I replied to that, he was already pre-playing his games. So I'm not really best impressed. I was actually very close to just straight up saying, "Don't bother, I'll just disqualify you," because I like just don't make up your own rules if you play in a tournament. But then we would have had less StarCraft to cast, so yeah, we just take a moment. We're just gonna do Spirit versus Percival from replays first, then we're gonna go into the rest of the games live. Young Yakov versus Goblin, Percival versus Young Yakov, and Percival versus Goblin. So we're just gonna do it in that order and go from there. Yeah. Alright, let's just do it. I think I've got everyone. Oh yeah, let's just send it, guys. Yeah, we're just gonna stick to the order on Wikipedia, and then probably the last 2 matches will not be played today. We'll just save those for tomorrow. Cool. Let's give it a go. Let's see what we can do. Ultra Love gonna be coming up for our opening game of this best of 3 between Spirit and Percival as we enter Group B. So yeah, I was trying to shift the matches around and make it a little bit better for Percival and so, because obviously it's late for him, but then the other players aren't available right now, or they're still in game and stuff, so it's just not really working out at all, which is why it doesn't really help when people decide to do their own thing, because then we can't really do our own thing and kind of fix or anything. So yeah. Alright. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the red Terran player. This is going to be Spirit, as he takes on the blue Terran player to the top right-hand corner of the map, Percival, as we get into game 1 of this best of 3. So, opening game here. And again, we'll be doing 3 more matches after this. We'll be doing Goblin versus Young Yakov, and then Percival versus Goblin, and Percival versus Young Yakov. So, the Spirit versus Goblin and Spirit versus Young Yakov games, they will be moved to tomorrow. We'll do those after Group C. Just to kind of, again, split the days up. Instead of doing 12 best of 3s today, it means we do 10 and 8. So instead of doing like 12 and 6, we do 10 and 8, which is just a little bit better of a split across 2 days. Just makes a little bit more sense, more than anything else, basically. So that's going to be what we go for and what we do. As we have ourselves the SCV initially here stepping out onto the map, and it is going to be Spirit coming forwards, placing down in barracks out the front right now. Percival did beat Spirit in the group stage, in the qualifiers, sorry. So kind of an interesting rematch that we get between the two here. And there was a lot of multi-racks Reaper in that series as well. And this is obviously from Spirit going to be kind of an interesting multi-racks Reaper, because it's like, it's kind of one of the maps, well, one of the racks is proxy, but it's not like super proxy. It's not super far out on the map, so also just making it more difficult to scout than anything else. SCV scout of Spirit comes across the map, and we'll see that this is going to be a pretty standard 2-gas opener. So not sure that Spirit's going to necessarily get much done with this, you know, faster kind of extra Reaper play. Extra barracks may not come, you know, to too much of a bonus or anything just yet. WardiTV 2 groups faster than Pig runs 2 best of 7s. Just sometimes it's like that, you know. I mean, our games have been pretty quick, to be fair. We've had a lot of shorter games. I don't think we've had a single longer game so far today, although with Spirit in this group, maybe that begins to change a little bit as we continue through. So, a couple of SCVs just pulling back. Again, there are a couple of Reapers coming over. And as you're going to see, the first Reaper showing up here from Percival is first kind of sign that things are not quite as they maybe seem. as the 2 Reapers are going to get across the other side. So this is a little bit awkward for Percival, who is, like I say, out of position and just didn't really realize what's going on. And that is going to allow Spirit some opportunity to get some damage done as we get in for 1 SCV built to the command center straight away, so we get to delay that a little bit. And the other couple of Reapers continue to come up and about as well, just for the moment. And those Reapers are gathering. Hellion just going to be joining up as well, just for now. So again, we just get joined up, getting set. Starport on the way through. And those Reapers will hop up to the high ground. The other Reaper coming back around. We're going to get a kill right there. The other Hellions stepping through also right now. So again, just going to continue to come about as the defense is good though, and Percival will chase this away. So Spirit getting pushed back with those couple of Reapers. Going to join up to a 3rd Reaper right now as well. Just going to get that all gathered up. As the 3 Reapers together can maybe try and get through and do something. 4th Reaper as well. Hellion actually takes quite a few shots, so you got to be very careful. Does not really want to lose the Hellion or anything super easily or super freely, so trying to avoid that if we can. Now these Hellions being low is a bit of an issue, and these Reapers are going to get to go after some SCVs again. So more damage being done. Kind of felt like we were past the stage of this game, and these Reapers were going to be scary because a couple of them had been denied already. But not the case, and now they're going to get both the Hellions, and then there's no other units here right now. So yeah, serious damage being done. And these Reapers are actually going to be way more successful than I initially thought they were. Marines coming about, the Cyclone as well. Those Reapers will continue to drop off just currently. And again, the Reaper continue to poke around. 6 SCVs going down so far. And the Raven and Marines and the Siege Tank coming up as well. Continue to bring that through for the moment. Well, Tech Labs is coming up still. Reactor coming down. Continue to build this into play. And let's just see a couple more SCVs coming about. Medevac, Tank, and Marine still building. Interference Matrix coming up on the Raven as well. And the Raven will continue to produce through as the Reaper and Hellion will gather up also. Just going to see the Cyclone coming about. The Marines are going to continue over. Yeah, Interference Matrix on both sides of the map currently, as we just have the Tank and the Marines continuing through. Raven coming up as well. Obviously, Raven is going to be a pretty important part of this TVT. Now, Percival is pushing. One of the things Percival saw a lot of success with in the qualifier was definitely kind of early pushes where his army supply just gets a bit higher. He was very good at taking positions with those pushes and kind of doing a lot with them. A map like Ultra Love as well has a very exposed natural for TVT because of how their tanks can reach across into the natural and so on, while being behind some very safe ledges otherwise. So let's see what happens here. We're actually going to drop auto turrets down very quickly as Spirit to try and break out of this. That tank looks like it's in trouble. The Cyclone showing up quite late. The mule pull in from Spirit's a little bit of messy, because obviously that should just be, you know, something you don't do. Mules are not going to add anything to this defense apart from wasting mining time. 4 SCVs go down. I'm actually surprised. I thought Spirit was going to break out of that much more comfortably because the tank got denied very quickly, but he didn't have a lot of other units. Now his own tank going to show up, and there's not really much of an answer to that from Percival's point of view currently. And take a shot going the other direction for a couple of moments, and again, Raven continuing up, Stimpback continuing through. A tank on the way at the moment as 7 SCVs do go down. And the Raven's going to kind of keep an eye on each other and obviously provide some vision as well. And like I say, this tank is able to shoot across and kind of hit into the natural, and that's why Ultra Love is so annoying. If you get the first siege up, your opponent is going to be under that little bit of extra pressure. There is going to be like a couple of mineral line patches here as well that could be hit by that tank. The Matrix does a lot in return, but then we re-Matrix the tank in return of that, and that means we might actually then get the kill on the side of Percival, as we're just going to run down this ramp though. Having that faster second barracks has enabled us to have faster stim, and that faster stim is going to allow us to engage on through, and that is going to push Percival's attack back. So that's going to be the end of this for the moment. This will come to a close for now, as we resettle ourselves after a pretty hectic first few moments of the game. So pretty hectic first little bit. Again, we've got a couple of Vikings, tank, stim, all coming through. Extra Marines coming about. Add those engineering bays on and the reactors as well. Drop down a mule. Orbital command going to go across and build up onto the 3rd base instead. An SCV gets over there and we'll start to mine a little. So yeah, 1-1 upgrade, Stimpak going through, that combat shield coming up at the same time. Just going to scan it out one more time, so again, trying to see still what's going on. We just have a couple of tanks setting up right now also. I mean, as we reset down, obviously you see a pretty even work count. Spirit is going to maintain like a slight edge on the bio upgrades with the combat shield already coming through, so a few things to kind of be wary of, but overall I do think we're actually in a pretty okay spot to kind of play out a game since the tower is up, and this TVT has some chance to really just progress onward. Honestly, once combat shield is finished on both sides, I'm not sure there's really a significant advantage for either player. Spirit has the 2 Ravens, so does Percival. Yeah, there's really not much of an advantage at all. Currently just watching this medevac linger around and get into position toward the natural there as it comes in and fires up a few shots. Tank and Marine's going to come back the other way as well. Marine's going to come unloading. You can see the interference matrix, that's that medevac getting caught. Marine's coming through, getting a little bit of a cleanup for themselves. Job well done at the moment. Again, still got the 1-1 upgrade, still got that combat shield building online, the armory coming up from both players currently. Going to be an important part of this, get those 2-2 upgrades available, and see if anyone can kind of take an edge in the timing there would be kind of a huge deal, as Marine Tank Raven continues to stumble around. Heading toward the upper right side currently. It's going to be seeing the medevacs continue to retreat away there. And again, the armory coming up on both sides of things just for the moment. This was looking as though he's trying to jump onto that portion of the army. Spirit going to send a drop up to the left as well. And I think Percival's actually missed where Spirit is at, which means that this is not good. The Spirit's just going to come running straight in, and he's going to absolutely have his day on this third base. Now Percival has to turn around and try and fight into this, but that's going to be awkward. Yes, you got the Ravens. Anti-armor missile goes down. All the turrets come down on the side of Spirit. Percival just hit the interference matrix, so you can see his supplies already plummeting. And this fight definitely not going pretty at all. He gets completely cleaned up, and Spirit is going to end up taking game number 1 of this best of 3. Able to take the edge there as, yeah, just Percival kind of losing track of that Spirit army. It's why, A, it's very good to be aggressive on the map, because if your opponent misses you, you can get great damage done. And B, also on top of that, just, you know, you can't just kind of lose track of your opponent's army in TVT. It's just way too powerful of things, so, yeah. Alright, going to be going to the ley lines here of game 2 in just a moment, guys. Get this hosted up. Just take us a moment to get everyone invited in. It takes a few moments when it's replays. Again, this series is from replays, fortunately. Get everyone in here, guys. And we'll be off and away to game 2. Spirit taking that 1-0 lead. Alright, so we've got everybody. Quick start. Get this up and running. Thanks for joining us again as we head into our second game here, going to ley lines for this game between Spirit and Percival. We'll get this straight through. Let's hop on in. Top right hand side will be the red Terran player. This is Spirit, who is up 1-0 now in the BO3. Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom left corner of the map. We have got ourselves Percival. Game 2 then. You get this best of 3 started up. Let's see what the plan might be. Obviously, Spirit opened with that 2 racks last time. The kind of thing where I actually think that shouldn't have been so good for him as it was. Just really Percival, again, not really knowing what was happening, being out of position initially, and then just kind of ended up being out of position a couple of times, letting his units take a few too many free hits, and that really gave Spirit the chance to kind of dive back into the game in general, and was able to do a lot more from there, so pretty big deal. There's a couple of refineries and the barracks continue to come up, the SCV's on the way through. So far, so good. Let's, yeah, I guess follow this SCV scout from Spirit. Or is it going to be some barracks play on the map again? I think he's just checking for Proxy Rax Reaper and just making sure nothing too sneaky is going to be coming up against himself in these upcoming moments. So we'll follow our SCV across the map for a moment or two. Moving around just for these early, let's say, little bits. Obviously, once the Reaper's out, they can start to take some map control instead. We can watch those. Try to take control of things. See how all of that goes. And Command's then just coming through. The Marine's going to be coming about as well. And there's going to be a CC from both, by the way, down the low ground. So we are going to see both players just heading into expansions. And the Reaper is going to show up on the side of Percival to try to make something happen. But then he ends up just taking shots. So now his Reaper is going to be the one getting beaten up on. Just about getting away as the Reaper of Spirit actually got stuck on the high ground for a little bit there. Kind of like slid down the ledge instead of actually jumping down the ledge. Second Reaper from Percival out, but probably going to play a bit defensive here. As he's already seen the CC, I don't think there's much you can do. Especially, obviously, if you're being the aggressor, your Reapers just build that a little bit slower, so defensive units come out a little bit sooner because they're just back on, they're on that side of the map. They don't have to come running across the other side like the Reapers would have to. Although we are going to try and jump in the main base. It was a Reaper and a Marine as a follow-up, but now we still lose a Reaper, so don't necessarily love it from Percival. It felt like a very unnecessary little push forward with those two Reapers, but he's got the Hellion. And he's going to maybe catch the unit right there. Not quite. Actually, now the Hellion pops out here from Spirit, and so he is going to come through, chase down that Reaper, and just push that away over to the sides. Reapers hop up to the high ground. Marine will go down. Just going to see that SCV still taking a few shots of damage. The Hellion taking a couple of nibbles as well. We do have our Cyclone building onwards. And extra Marines coming up on both sides right now as we just have ourselves the Reaper and the Hellions continuing to gather in together. And we're going to be helping a couple of those Reapers up to the high ground here. So a couple of those Reapers hop in. The other couple of Hellions coming through too. And back on the other side. Well, no one going to take significant damage early, it seems, and we just move into the Raven state of this game without anyone really having an edge or an advantage. Just everything to play for right now here, currently in this game too. Good forward as the, again, few units going to come across back the other side for a little bit. Cyclone can just be from afar hitting the bunker, funnily enough. Love that. And then the Hellions and so continue to gather together. And Raven and the Interference Magic coming online. We get that all going for now. Just going to be seeing the game just building up into tanks and Ravens, so nothing too surprising just yet. And those other units just continue to come about. So again, moving around for a little bit. Still got our Raven on the way. So it's going to be a third Raven here on the side of Spirits. He's going to go triple Raven versus the double. Always interesting. Extra Raven. It's a lot of extra gas investment, right? So it slows down some of your follow-ups, but obviously we talk about how good Ravens are so often, so can't really complain at a third Raven and more Raven energy in general. That seems like a good deal to me, you know? Definitely seems like a pretty huge positive as the couple of shots coming back and forth. A few of those units pulling back, the tanks and the Marines coming across as well. Going to get set up right now as we gather ourselves just out the front. Vikings and barracks coming through. Actually, the Matrix over here as Percival tries to push up into position. Spirit, very comfortable defense. Will lose one of the Ravens to those Vikings. The Ravens of Percival just lagging behind, but not even part of this fight. Hit another interference Matrix, so unfortunately taking losses still, as we are going to be seeing both these players having heavy losses. 2 Ravens to the 1 loss, so the Raven count will even up at 1 each, funnily enough. After all my discussion about the third Raven as well, it is just going to kind of even out. As the Vikings doing a good job of continuing to zone up in the skies. We actually do have quite a few Vikings. Sorry, there's actually a 4th Raven being built from Spirits. He actually has 2 Ravens still. He was going super heavy on Raven production, but that's the kind of thing which kind of backfires right now. Tank's turning around, hitting that Cyclone for a moment. We're going to drop an auto turret down. Just again has the Vikings to really shoot down the Ravens, so all that Raven investment is really going nowhere. And Percival definitely still taking a little bit of an edge right here on ley lines in this game too. Now, long way to go I would say, but yeah, little edges definitely for Percival just now as we get set up initially. Well, our tank siege, our Vikings and Ravens sit overhead, just gathering up for the moment. We are going to hit our way through this orbital command, so some damage being done. A few shots coming out. And again, the tank continuing to shell away at that orbital for the moment, so damage being dealt right here. SCVs continue to produce. And the Vikings going to get rid of the Raven there. The Marines and the tanks coming about. Going to land the Vikings down as Percival sees an opportunity just to really send this at the moment, apparently. Operator here helping too, as the ground army is actually going to power through from Spirit. 7 SCVs dead for him. He does win out on the ground in the end. Percival backs away with really not much of anything. A couple of air units left over. Hectic game so far. Obviously, Percival does have that economic lead coming out of this as well, so that is an advantage as we get into these next steps of the game. It's the kind of advantage which feels good for Percival, but hey, it's TVT, right? So it's the kind of advantage which also may not go anywhere for a little while, because attacking into a defensive terrain, which Spirit is so good at being, can be quite the challenge and can be something that doesn't always happen. So Liberator comes through, gets a few more SCV kills. Operator sieges up again, a couple of SCVs getting hunted back once more. And Sense Tower coming down. But Chill coming through. Armor and attack upgrades finishing. They're pretty even on both sides. So we'll see where the armories are at and check that they're on time. Yeah, they are. So both players can start that 2-2 without any delays or anything here. Most importantly, it's pretty important to take note of. Now we scan out. Gonna spot that Sense Tower over here, so just gonna see that and obviously just get an idea of what we might be pushing into, and so Medevacs loaded up and making their way across at the moment. Gonna get into the main, and a couple of those Marines already being chased. Marines gonna turn around and just seeing our other Marines taking a lot of damage. Load back up. Nice little drop from Percival, just gets in, does some damage, gets away. The sort of thing you can do right now while Spirit is kind of setting up defensively, still finding some openings, is a big positive. Take every edge that you can, because like I say, Spirit will do everything possible to try and just shut those advantages off from you, and just not let you have a way to kind of take advantage or make use of them at any point in the near future. Like I say, going to try and probably force this into a much later stage of the game in general. The bunker just going to come down as well. It's just setting up with that. 2 upgrades on the way out, +1 vehicle weapons on the way through, get a couple of starports coming online. Crazy that we're already just building 2 more starports here as Percival. 4 bases and just says, yep, Just going to go straight into more and more air control. The more air control I have, the happier I'm going to be in this DVT. And he is absolutely going to double down on that idea. So, yeah, gets that going for himself immediately right now. This drop on the top is not doing much. Brings the tanks gather up. And, yeah, first of all, just going to have to back away for this for the moment. Sure, Spirit really wants to kind of go anywhere with this army, though. Just kind of moving forward, but I think just mostly zoning the dropouts. First of all, maxed out, and he's going to be the one to start coming over and trying to see if he can make something happen here. So let's see. The missile coming down. A lot of those Marines taking hits. We're going to be seeing those couple tanks trying to cover the front. The Vikings putting some work in at the same time. Both players are going to take some reasonably heavy losses. I think the big difference here is going to be that there's a bunch of tanks left over from Spirit. If you can keep those alive, it's really nice to have your tanks alive at the end of this. Obviously, Percival still has the Vikings alive. He's going to build a couple more Ravens, so air control versus tank control is kind of what this game is coming down to. 7 tanks actually left from both players in the game, so it's not that Percival doesn't have more tanks to be had, just he didn't have more tanks in this aggressive army. So we'll not find too much else there just yet. I mean, it's just hard to disagree with having air control. Viking Raven does so much for you, and then of course if your opponent builds Ravens, as Spirit is doing now, you have the Vikings to actually control those Ravens. And so you can nullify a lot of what they can do, and again, we just talked so much about how good and how effective Ravens are across the board in this matchup. As Marine getting chased about, the other units coming over. Ship weapons coming through, add on some Ravens, add on the 3-3 upgrades. Everything else settling out the front just for now. Ravens building, 3-3 upgrades coming about, plus 2 vehicle weapons on both sides. Tanks will siege, Viking Raven, gonna see a couple of those tanks moving back a little bit. Defense Magic's going to land on one of the siege tanks already. Just going to be seeing the tanks stepping a bit further forward, and that's again Percival just making use of his air army to control the ground a little bit. We are going to come diving in here as Spirit. There's honestly a good amount of tanks. The Matrixes are very late to come through from Spirit as well, so Percival has his tanks firing for a long time. One Viking lands in the background as the tanks dropping in numbers, sure, but so have the tanks from Spirit. Spirit's supply heavily dropping down to 130 against the 175. Liberator will chase these other couple of tanks away, so it's also going to be nice. In fact, they're not even going to get chased away. They're not going to unsiege. They're just going to let themselves die, so Liberator getting some kills. Meanwhile, dropping the main base finds 14 SCVs as well, so the damage is just ramping up across the board as Percival multitasking his opponent into a little bit of a corner right now. I just feel like this game is starting to wrestle over into Percival's control. I mean, he's kind of had the edge all game long, but these fights now are putting him into a much more significant lead than what we've seen him have prior to this point. Three finishing from both sides, so upgrades at least are equal, and we can remain to kind of just let that be a thing. I guess there are ship upgrades and so that are currently happening as well, though. Maybe we'll talk about those if they become impactful right now. Percival is still just pushing up. 40 supply lead in the game. Bunker going to be in some trouble immediately. Again, these tanks siege and looking to knock another base down just little by little, right? Every base he forced to move back and move out of location is a base that's not being mined from. It's a pretty big deal in general. The SCVs coming through with some shots. Tanks able to fire up a good amount as well. Orbital command lifts off. The Vikings will continue to chase. Orbital is being repaired, so the Vikings will not out DPS it just yet. Maybe some auto turrets could be nice, although there is a tank line there, so I guess any auto turrets you put down will get taken down quickly. Hey, I guess mass repair in the orbital is still costing you money, right? So may as well fire away at it and force him to keep having to repair it, because, like I say, come at a cost, even if it is a fairly effective cost for what you're keeping alive versus having to rebuild. On the right side now, another attack from Percival as he's just all over Spirit at the moment. Spirit just can't get a chance or a moment to breathe, and as he seems to maybe escape away from one thing, he just seems to run into trouble elsewhere. Like I say, this bottom right base now in trouble as these Marines stemming it up. Might not actually be enough. The medevac healing is obviously going to be pretty huge here as well. With the siege tank gone as well, you can't really attack into the planetary fortress because planetaries are very good against Marines. So actually going to keep this base alive at least for now, Spirit, as he takes a slightly better fight for himself too, although I'm not sure how long that'll last as the Vikings look to intercept the medevacs. Would have been a nice catch. Now new siege tanks show up, and once again this planetary is going to be sieged up and in some serious trouble here. The series will pull around for the repair. Anti-armor missile hits dead center on those Marines, so they're not going to be running in anywhere helping out anytime soon either. Raven's actually going to look for the matrixes, and these Marines are going to come back through because if everything's matrix, being anti-armored doesn't matter at all. And Spirit going to let Percival know that he ain't done fighting just yet. Absolutely going to whack back on that one. And able to take a little bit more value for himself. A couple tanks still up to the top side, settling as well. Some tanks here is very much so still pressing the issue, trying to push straight on through. Tanks will siege. CC gets cancelled. Planting Fortress on this bottom side, taking some hits as well. Will just go down. There's two ship weapons coming through on the side of Percival also right now, as you are going to see the anti-armor missiles dropping. The Matrix is coming straight through. The tanks all getting caught. "32 SCVs going down already. As we are going to see 35 SCVs. A couple of Vikings hitting the tanks a little bit as well. That's a lot of SCVs going down. So Percival losing some serious work as the Spirit gets across the map, does some damage, does some work. What does that lead us to kind of think from this point? Definitely a little bit of a tricksy situation. I mean, Percival definitely seems to still be ahead, but I mean, without those, I mean, you have to rebuild those workers, otherwise you're not going to stay ahead in the game. Unless you get one big push going now. I mean, your army supply is significantly in favor in comparison to your opponents, so maybe there is still absolutely that possibility. Maybe that really is still the way forward. Brings a couple tanks around the side, a couple SCVs getting chased away. The SCVs actually going to turn into this army as well and just say, well, what's up? How you doing? Gonna get the tanks being sieged and taken down. These are the Marines pushing forward. 17 SCVs currently killed. So counterattack good from Percival, as I mean, over to 17 SCVs now equalizes the worker count again. I do feel like Percival's had a few games like this through the qualifiers as well, where it's like he was ahead and ahead, and it just felt so difficult for him to win the game. That's always a concern, right, when you start playing against stronger opponents who are going to be better at capitalizing on moments and getting back into games. Being able to kind of decisively kind of end the game in your favor is something that kind of goes untalked about because it seems so obvious, but it does seem to be kind of a flaw of Percival recently. Like I say, especially in these TVTs where he gets into good positions, but I get it, TVT's not an easy matchup to end the game on. The opponent has pretty much every single defensive tool in the book to help them stay alive. But the other Terrans manage it, right? You know, the Clems of the world as well. I mean, not that Clem plays much TVT now, but there are a lot of Terrans that, with the advantages that Percival has, I definitely think end games. Now, like I say, everyone sometimes messes it up because we've seen a lot of TVTs where 40 supply lead gets turned around, you know? But, yeah, it just seems to be a consistent thing for Percival, where ending the game when taking an advantage is just not easily done at all. Missed him in here. Kind of low enough economy that every single SCV will count. Percival did rebuild SCVs, while Spirit just seemed to be having to kind of sit on the ones he already had. More SCVs going down, Marines in the main base, dropped elsewhere, bottom right. Gonna find SCVs and a bunch of fresh mules. It's good from Percival as well, because Spirit has more army supply overall at the moment, so a larger kind of straight up fight would be good for Spirit. Percival just trying to be annoying and buy himself time for his economy to kick in. The longer his economy is there for doubling the worker count of his opponents, the more he can afford, the more he can build in his favor. And look at those upgrades, by the way, as well. +2 vehicle plating coming up, something which is not in sight at all for Spirit. +3 ship weapons, so those Vikings are very well upgraded too. I'm gonna feel the Marines just gonna kind of look back and forth. I'm gonna see another run by here from Percival. This one, Spirit's gonna be a little bit more on top of, gets there a bit more quickly to kind of shut it down and stop it from really developing too much. Spirit as well, look at his bases just drawn out, very low mineral counts remaining on the bases that he does have. Well, Percival has a lot of healthy newer bases available too, so again, really making the most of just having those SCVs over Spirit. Spirit's army supply is still huge, though, about 20 army supply ahead currently. As we are going to get a fight coming in here, the Ravens come in from the backside, and then it's a lot of Marines on the top, running straight down, and Percival's army kind of gets wiped out, and I think he's got to start respecting Spirit's army supply a little bit more. Moving out there, getting himself caught, now losing some of his air units as well, not ideal. And the Vikings of Percival on the bottom, just going to try and get some shots off, but obviously has to be really careful of these Marines. As we are going to see Spirit able to turn these Marines into Planetary Fortress kill. The problem for Spirit is he's playing almost purely Marine. Like, he's got 64 Marines to the 10 on the map. If Percival plays very defensively, those Marines just melt and they never really matter. But that's basically the question mark. Can you actually stop this from happening right now? Full medevac goes down, trying to come through. Raven gonna go down as well. What an absolute MVP of a missile turret. 2 kills. A Raven and a full medevac. Doesn't get much more valuable than that for missile turret, as we are going to be seeing those units getting turned away. The Marines that are stimming in is still super low HP as well. Orbital goes down. Marines gathering, a couple SCVs taking hits. Raven still coming up across the board currently. Once again, 7 SCVs going down. There's a little bit of an air army has been kind of very, not there from Percival, and Spirit has brought this game to very equal kind of numbers, right? The army supplies are even. I still think Percival has the better army, but he's not been using it well at all recently so far. Ravens pull away for a couple seconds, plus 3 vehicle weapons still coming through, a couple of Vikings coming up, tanks, Marines, all coming online. Viking shots good to chase the Ravens away, and again a couple of tanks still get set up. Gonna scan out the left-hand side, another couple scans here and there as well. Just gonna have ourselves a few shots coming through. Units moving through the center as like I say, difference in army is wild. 70 to 17 Marines, but 10 tanks and the air army on the side of Percival. Obviously, Spirit does have a good few Ravens as well. Needs those Ravens for matrixes and so on, but needs to make sure they don't get shot down by the opposing Vikings, because obviously then they will not get much of a chance to throw down matrixes or any of their spellcasts. Marines did, just going to come straight across, and Sense Tower will go down. The orbital command is going to get jumped on as well. One orbital, second orbital. Planetary Fortress going to get jumped on too, so it's going to be another nice catch. Massive anti-armor missile going to hit so many of those Marines as well. And a few more of those Marines going down, absolutely crushing again. The Marine count is just so high here from Spirit. Percival needs these Marines to run into siege tanks realistically for him to have an okay shot at kind of dealing with them, but I guess anti-armor missile and a couple of tanks coming through helping, but it's still rough. Spirit is still equal on army supply overall. Percival has regained the workers once more. Throughout this game, he's really just been the player to say, yep, I lost some workers, I'll rebuild them, whereas Spirit lost workers and he's just never looked back. He's just said, oh, I guess I'm just fighting with scraps of an army at this point, and he's obviously always had kind of base issues and so on. And it's kind of because Percival did a good job of denying them as well, to be fair. Yeah, Percival building 6 SCVs at a time. Is that even that crazy? There's 4 planetaries in the game, 4 orbitals. Yeah. Actually, only 1 planetary and 3 orbitals from Spirit, so he doesn't have a lot of kind of really like super defensive positions. He doesn't have planetaries that will defend themselves. These external bases are orbitals, so that's actually a little bit scary. Could be a factor. You know, if Percival starts dropping those locations and Spirit's not in position, then it's just there's no defense there. So it's definitely a weak point. As a few of these Marines split across the bottom. We'll see if they're attacking or we'll see if they're defending over the next little bit as Marines step through and they're going to get themselves a few Viking kills. Sorry, they're dropping the bottom right, getting found. Like I said, Spirit was moving units over there as well. I wasn't sure if that was meant to be an attack or a defense from Percival. Looks like he wanted to attack, but he got caught by the units of his opponent. Scanning about. Armies looking at each other for a few moments. Missile turret coming through. Medevac going to take a few shots of damage, and we are going to see Marines and tanks going out the other way. Ravens continue to produce in overhead. The extra Marines in production. One more Marines is going to come stemming straight through, and the siege tank is going to go and get a shot off on that. What's up, Lambo? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. 30 minutes in, almost, on this second game of Spirit Percival, as we're doing our second group stage of the day for the WardiTV May tournament. Thanks for joining us. Orbital taking a few more shots. 11 SCVs go down, so that bottom right base does fall. Like I say, if you don't have, units in position there, that does not defend itself. It's the issue of having to fly your orbitals out to those bases. And every orbital that goes down right now is less scans, less mules for Spirit. It's genuinely an issue. He's got 3 orbitals still left in this game, but it's just not a lot for this state of the game, where obviously his opponent's going to have a lot of scans available too. His opponent does not need a mule anywhere near as much either. When base goes down, like I said, the Planetary will at least help to fight back a little bit, and you do see the units showing up from Percival. Now the rest of Spirit's army trying to swing around. He is still just so Marine heavy. 81 to 36. It's not as big of a difference as before, but it still tells you that really it's just not a good army for Spirit. The good part of this army is it's speedy, it can move around. In straight up fights, it should really struggle, although right now, knocking down the siege tanks, he is making Percival sweat a little bit. Percival, can he come through and fight this? And a couple more of his orbitals about to go down as well, talking about just how great it is that he has so many scans available and so on. We'll catch those couple of siege tanks. They unsieged from the Matrix, but it just didn't matter. The units were on top of them soon enough anyway. It does bring Spirit down to, again, almost just purely Marines here. 2 tanks on the map, and that is it for the moment. Anti-armor missile striking on the top side. Why no BCs? I imagine because BCs are just a little bit too expensive to kind of switch into at this point. It's been a pretty hectic game. Maybe at some point Percival could have made some BCs, but I don't know if he ever really felt that comfortable with the lead that he had. And he wins the fight here and wins out. I think it was just like a hectic game where Percival felt he was super ahead, so never needed to go BCs, and by the time he fell back from being ahead, it was very difficult to commit into those BCs at that point anyway, right? But BCs obviously usually can be a very good later game TVT unit if you get the chance to build them. I just don't know if the economy was ever stable enough or long enough for that to be a great justification. Because you've got to have starports and add a fusion core. It's actually, I mean, Percival had the starports early, so I guess, yeah, there is a realistic way to maybe get there. Alright, we're going to go to talk map for map 3 of this series, guys. So let's get this hosted. Let's get this straight underway. And we'll be continuing through. Throw these invites out. I just have to send someone a message quickly, so give me a sec. Cool. A couple more people join in the lobby. So good at doing this part of the StarCraft soundtrack. You should really just sell them. They should do a Wardy a cappella version of the StarCraft 2 soundtrack. Imagine the hits that would get on Spotify. Oh yeah. Maybe that's how we fund the next set of tournaments, guys. Maybe that is how. Alright, give me a moment. Looks like we've got everyone. Let's get this underway as we get into game 3 of this series. So, Percival and Spirit giving us definitely a little bit of a fight between each other. Fun to see. We'll head into this third game now and see whether It will be Spirit or Percival to take the first matchup of this group. I am the goat of SC2, says I love Brig. Wow, that's a declaration and a half right there. But hey, you paid 50,000 points for it, so it's probably true. Thank you so much. Bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player here is Spirit, as he takes on the blue Terran in the top right, Percival. I always find it so interesting to reset out of a later game scenario like that one and to come back to like the early game. Let's see how the players cope with it. Let's see how the players do with those early game units, which can be so critical in TVT as well. Man, long game. Here's me saying we've not really had many long games today, and very true, we hadn't. We'd had a lot of fast games in Group A, but Spirit doing what Spirit does and helping to keep games longer. This wasn't Spirit playing, passively or camping out, though. Like, he was just, he's in a position where he was kind of dead in the game, so you had to kind of slow it down and play defensively, and it was Percival that could not find a way to break through and to close the game out, despite having an advantage for, I want to say, like 90% of the game at least. Double gas, double gas. Both players are going to go for similar routing so far for the first couple of minutes here. Reaper starts up. Oh, reactor first from Spirit. A little bit greedy, but can pay off for you. No initial Reaper, but if your opponent doesn't take advantage of that, then you're going to start getting Reapers out much more quickly because you have the reactor in place so early. ByuN vs Trigger is done. Yep, ByuN 1-2-0 pretty quickly. It was some pretty quick games. Just as we have a moment, early game on this TVT, guys. If you're enjoying this stream, again, as always, do consider liking, subscribing, and following. But most importantly, this is a WardiTV tournament, and as always, these tournaments cannot happen without your guys' support. We do have an Indiegogo campaign crowdfunder currently running. If you exclamation mark 2025 in the chat, that will link you to the Indiegogo for the WardiTV 2025 series. 100% of your pledges on that Indiegogo directly into prize pools for our tournaments this year. There's much more of an explanation of what the tournaments are and what we're going to be running and so on that page as well. So do check that out. Continuing to try and crowdfund up. We are about 60% of the way to our goal on that crowdfunder. So if you can help us out with that, greatly appreciate it. Really appreciate it. And again, that's exclamation mark 2025 in the chat if you want to check it out. And obviously, if you want to check support in other ways, they all help. WardiTV tournaments do not fund themselves. It's because you guys are awesome and subscribe or Patreon or donate, etc. So, as always, any support goes a long way. If you're enjoying the games today, I want to see more of them. Like I say, get supporting. Can't afford to support, sit back, watch the ads when they come up. It really does help. I appreciate you guys just tuning in and enjoying the games with us, most importantly. So, thank you for that. As some Reapers and Hellions join up here from Percival. Not really poked through much against the reactor first or anything, and now we've got ourselves a good amount of units on either side, although the Hellion of Spirit just runs straight into the Reaper Hellion of Percival, and that's not ideal. That Hellion going down way more easily than it should have done. DC of Percival is a little faster as well. As we will turn around, and that Hellion is low. We didn't finish it off. Got some extra splash damage off. As you will see, one Reaper again into the main base. The Spirit will have some success getting into the main, but he lost a lot of his units otherwise. And two Hellions being alive still from Percival. Quite nice. I like this. Just sends one Hellion into the main base, and the other's on the low ground waiting to catch this Reaper coming out. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. SCV's moving through, the Hellion's getting pushed about a little bit. Let's start to step forward here. And Banshee Cyclone, a couple of Marines coming through, the Raven and the Interference Magic's coming about as well. Having Spirit gather up the rest of those Marines. And Banshee and Cyclone coming about. Just going to see the Raven and the Interference Magic's coming over as well. Cyclone locking on, Marines taking some damage, Cyclone going back the other way, Hellion's body blocking, love it, wow. Realized he didn't have the lock on, so he body blocks with the Hellions. We saw, was it Percival doing this the other day as well? The body blocking with the Hellions? We've seen a lot of Hellion body blocking being utilized lately, and it saves his Cyclone there. That's very, very cool. It's a very cool move. Just one of those little things, but just obviously really kind of adds up. Love to see it as the Hellions and the Cyclone gather back to the upper right side. Raven gathering about. Couple tanks and Marines sitting out on the ramp as well currently. Again, Raven and the Interference Matrix coming through and online. Two Cyclones, the Spirit going to go the other direction. As the Cyclones lock on, Marines will take some hits. Taking some shots as we continue to gather together. Oh, actually see SCVs going down. It's a Banshee in the main base. They go for 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs. So Percival taking some heavy hits initially. And a couple of those Vikings continue to move out again, so they're just going to go across and gather up with everything else over here, so that will all join together. And Vikings going to already fire up onto the Banshee, and the Banshee going to take quite a few hits as well. Just going to push the other way. And Banshee getting chased. Banshee will go down, so Banshee falls as everything else gathers back in. Moving to the middle of the map, these couple of Cyclones going to be in trouble as well. At least Percival getting a little bit of a catch back, because it does feel like Spirit's been the one to kind of do a lot of the damage so far, so that's a nice little return bit of fire. As otherwise we continue to move down to the bottom. Again, a couple of Vikings and Ravens joining up, Marine tank settling down. Defensively set up is Spirit, who is not going to let Percival just waltz in here easily at all. Not a chance of that. Against Impact still coming through. The Viking and the Marine come up. Siege tank as well. A couple of Vikings and the Liberator will fire in return. The Ravens obviously still have a lot of potential utility here, so keep an eyes on those and seeing if anything impactful comes of it. The Vikings step forward. The Liberator sets up. And the tank will just be chased away for the moment. Well, again, the tank continues to take some damage. It's going to be seeing the auto turrets coming down on both sides. First of all, really getting a good push here. And setting up very nicely right here. Liberator going to siege up on top of that tank. That tank going to have to unsiege and try and back away from this currently. SCVs and the Marines continue to push on forward, so in they go. Again, there's a lot of units going down. 28 SCVs killed, a bunch of army supply dropping too. Overall, the last few moments of fighting will kind of even out a little bit, especially for Spirit just being able to push this army away. Stem coming online, Marines and the tank coming up, still got everything else gathering together. Vikings and the Ravens still just gathering in right there. And that +1 attack upgrade coming up on the engineering bay as well, so just bringing that straight through. Vikings tanks all gathering up for the moment. Medevac's going to start heading across there. He's going to be heading up to the top. That's actually kind of nice for Spirit, because I don't know if Percival's really aware of the fact that, you know, Spirit's thinking of counterattacking right now. So if you're not ready for that, it could be a way for Spirit to stay in this game. There's a few units over here going to intercept, and one of the Ravens goes down already. Nice catch. Okay, not bad at all. And then the Vikings are going to come across over this side. So Vikings going to land in the mineral line. The Medevacs do get dealt with, but like I say, they got some value, so they did find a bit of something at the very least. And these Vikings landing down, 11 SCVs dropping. More shots going through. +1 on combat shield coming up as we speak, so continue to bring that about. 1-1 in the stim pack on the way from Percival as well. The Viking landed and still nibbling through the depot. Tank stepping up, the medevac's going up that left side. 12 Marines and a siege tank inside. Continue to go through for the moment. still making their way across then as a couple of tanks continue to gather into play. This one armor starting on the engineering bay. 1-1 coming up on the side of Percival as well, so we continue to get that going. Oh, we just kind of sit pausing, right? Spirit's like poised to try and do some damage. Percival's like, I'm just gonna hang back. Percival had a great fight and a great setup in this game, and then Spirit has once again just managed to claw his way back into it a little bit and is keeping himself alive where you typically may not expect him to. Medevac drop is gonna get in, and 10 SCVs go down, so a good amount of damage dealt there already. Medevac's gonna boost through, Marine's gonna unload on top of the siege tanks as well. Going to be 11 SCVs going down right now. Now these tanks getting cleaned up. Spirit making some good moves. And again, definitely keeping himself in a good position. Resource loss is actually favoring Percival just by 1,000 or so. Again, he should have had much more income in this game, although there's been moments where Spirit has fought back in that regard too, so. And has just been busy, and like I say, very back and forth up until now. I can't believe that Percival's again, just struggling so much. You can see that advantage he had initially and then just slipped away a little bit. It's been, again, another just wild game here so far. +2 and +1 still coming up, so those upgrades continuing about. +1 vehicle weapons coming over as well. And 2 upgrades on the side of Percival continue to produce. That will also come into play currently as the Marines stem down this bottom side. Siege tank, Marines, the Raven coming through, 2 on the vehicle weapons. Coming up also. Scan out over to that left-hand side. It's just a little bit of a look to see what's up over there. 2 upgrades coming about right now. Big stem, Marines pulling back down, CC gonna set up there. And the 2-2 coming in from both players. Gonna see +1 vehicle weapons coming up also. Command Center lands and the Liberator still on the left side. Just gonna be chilling. And 4 series going down. Starport going to be finishing very shortly. Still getting some Marines in the center. And Marines just going to split in 2 different sides. So we're looking to kind of, again, just stay active on the map. He's pulling back. Medevac's doing some healing. I can see the Marines going to load back into the Medevacs there. Nice little siege. A couple of units coming across. We're just going to be having ourselves continue to come through. Those Vikings going to fire. Medevac going to go down. Again, 12 SCVs going down so far. We are going to be seeing our Marines coming in from the top. And this is going to be a cleanup. So in time to drop in. And yes, Spirit gets some damage done with it, but he loses a lot of units in the process. He is trying to move through with the rest of these Marines over here. Still just very Marine heavy with movement around the map. 55 Marines, only 5 tanks in the game for him against 11 of his opponent. And Percival has that air army in his favor too. So really, again, through and through, you look at the armies, and it definitely looks better for Percival. It's a question of feeling comfortable moving out, because I think last game probably scared him a lot of like, oh my god, he had so many Marines, I moved out a lot, I got punished a lot. That's pretty huge. Marine tank gathering. One tank going down. A couple of matrixes go down as well. No response there from Spirit as the anti-armor missile also strikes. So Percival making a pretty good push through the center, and that better army is likely about to show itself here in the next few moments. So getting into that right now. He's got underneath. 7 SCVs going down. The orbital command taking damage, burning it as we speak. Dead. And 16 SCVs dead with it. Dropping the main base though, and Percival has to figure out how to deal with this because his main production lines are going to be in trouble. And that's obviously a big problem. Orbital going down. Just going to clean that up. On the bottom side, we're still pushing into the natural here as well, so Percival will still continue to move on through. Spirit has way less army supply. Just, I mean, he's been annoying with the army that he's got, but if it comes down to it, I mean, Percival should also be able to do a significant amount. The only way he would have been stopped here is, say, Spirit has a really good defense in the main, and then maybe you don't get much damage done, and meanwhile your opponent is doing a lot of damage themselves, but that's just not the case. There's Marines in this main base and nothing else. That's not going to stop you from moving in with Viking, Raven, Marine, and Tank. There's just no way. So this production line is going to get camped. These medevacs have had to leave now anyway as well, so Percival did get a defense back at home. And this might be Spirit's last stand over in this main base. Anti-armor missile dropping down. The other Marines trying to come on through here. GG gets caught from Spirit, and that is going to do it as Percival will take the 2-1 victory in this best of 3 to open up Group B. Definitely setting this pathway for how things are going to look in this game. GG's. Alrighty, guys. We are going to get ready to go straight into Goblin versus Yakov. They've already got the lobby set up for us. Perfect. Let's drop the lobby link down, make sure everyone knows that this is the one we're jumping into. And make sure we get everyone into this lobby properly. Perfect. Yo, IdleSTV, thank you so much for them gifted subs. Going out to Dancing Corgi, Bomber Mitchie, Cass Ghosting, Flow State Monk, and Euro Shrike. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for your generosity. Really appreciate it. Perfect. Shout out to Goblin and Yakov. They've been waiting a while. I was a little bit all over the place initially as well with kind of scheduling stuff today. So they're ready though. We're going to kick this off and get into this next best of 3, guys. So action continuing. We're going to keep this going. And yeah, we will get this straight into play with Goblin versus Yakov. Some PvZ. Honestly, potential for this to be kind of a long game as well. This is actually going to start in Incorporeal, which I really like this map. I really like this in TLMC. I'm sad that it keeps getting vetoed so much, seemingly in the ladder map pool so far. So I'm going to be happy that we get to see it here as we kick off and get this underway. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss player here is going to be Goblin. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top left corner of the map, we have got ourselves Yakov. He's dropped the young from his name, so maybe he's just called Yakov now. I'm for it. Yakov's easier to say than young Yakov every time, although we'll probably naturally say young Yakov from habit for a little bit still, so yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Alright guys, again, hello and welcome everyone to the WardiTV May. Thank you again, IdleSTV, for those gifted subs. Really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you for supporting. Hell yeah. All right, some ZVP. Turn my head away from the TVT. That's a pretty wild series, obviously a long one as well. Longest match we've had today. It's been a pretty Yeah, like I say, a day of pretty quick games up until that TVT. As yo, oh Mogs, thank you so much for the Prime for 19 months. Take your Prime, absolutely we will, and we will make good use of it. Thank you so much for priming us up. If you guys are out there sitting on a Prime sub, make use of it right now. Let's see those Primes flowing. Let's get them into the StarCraft 2 ecosystem. We will use them to help support more StarCraft 2 tournaments in the future. So get those Prime subs coming up. We do appreciate it. Apinator. 22 coming in at the Prime as well. Thank you. Prime sellout is working, guys. Apinator, probably Apinator. There's no E after the P, huh? Apinator, thank you so much for the Prime. As we just have ourselves a few moments of calm of this PvZ. I like it, just a few moments of getting set up. You know, a hectic TVT. PvZ usually does take a few moments to get going. There's nothing super crazy happening here in the first few moments unless I am blind to something. As yo, Ozprotos with the 200 bits. Hey Wardy, thanks for doing Wardy things. No worries. Thank you so much for doing Ozprotos things, like dropping the 200 bits in the chat. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the love, guys. You guys have nearly started the hype train. My goodness, it's almost Prime selling out. Scamming? Sorry, I didn't mean scamming. Just Prime selling out and supporting time. We're so close. Thanks to the support, guys, though. Real talk. I appreciate it as the Adept going to shade on through. The Oracle coming about. The Warp Gate coming in. Bowling speed is starting up on the side of Yakov as well. So just bring a lot of that into play for the moment. Getting that all set up. Again, Oracle and Warp Gate both building through. We had an Adept on in there as well. So again, just a little bit of getting going right now. Getting everything ready for these next few moments. As we get another gateway down on the front. We get that settled. Okay, Scaffler, chill out, buddy. 10 gifted subs earlier, now 5 more. Going out to your Burger Man, Incarnate, Wretched Fury, Zadidus, and Jeremy. Hell yeah, thank you so much, Scaffler, for the extra 5 gifted subs. And not just that, but the level 2 instant hype train. My goodness, like I say, it is Prime selling out time, guys. If you have ever thought supporting StarCraft 2 was just not cool enough for you, well, this is your moment, because now it's not just about StarCraft. Now, it's about the fact there's a bar on the top of the Twitch chat that says Hype Train. This is your moment to be part of something that only happens once every few days on the stream. Hit that Hype Train up. Give it some love. I don't know how much more ridiculous I can be about it. Hopefully that was fun, as we have this game actually taking some serious turns. Thank you, Scaffler, again, for the 5 gifted subs. Yes, we do actually have some action starting to come up. Obviously, third base coming down. And we're getting to the point where obviously upgrades are going to start coming through. These oracles are floating about, looking to try and get some work done as well. The Adepts are negotiating through to the center. Going to take the watchtower as we go there for a couple of moments. Just going to step by on that. +1 and a Blink both continuing out as well here currently. As we have the melee upgrade, the choice from Yakov. So going to play the melee upgrade. Our Zerg, not too crazy of a choice, I would say. Melee upgrade's fairly popular. It's very good against the Stalkers as well. So typically puts you in some good positions there. That's why the Oracles are so important for the Stalkers, because they're going to help you to protect against the Zerglings. They're going to have a melee upgrade as well, especially in this scenario. So that's a pretty big deal as well. As a couple of Adepts do come through, and they find 5 drones. So not a bad start here from Goblin. A 6th drone going down. The Oracle's going to try and activate through for a little bit of creep spread. A few more of those creep tumors continuing to drop off. Yo, Photobaz, thank you so much for the gifted sub over to Morgo90. And then Durango Duke, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Also really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you so much for dropping the subs and support. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. +1 and Blink coming through. Additional gateways coming up. Probes and Stalkers, and so all coming online. As again, the +1 and Blink continue to come around here for the moment. That melee upgrade still coming online as well. Has a couple of Oracles hanging about with those Stalkers nearby currently. Ooh. Taking a breath, all those shoutouts. Oh, yeah. You get a sub, you get a sub. Yeah, everyone was getting subs. Madness. Thank you for supporting SCT with your casts and tournaments. No worries. Thank you so much for making those possible. I really do mean it when I say you guys are the heart and soul of all of this. Your guys' support really, you know, pays the bills, pays the prize pools. Yeah, it's not possible without you guys watching. So thank you so much. As we do have ourselves the, okay, first of all, more gifted subs, but these Stalkers are pushing as well. I think we've got time to mention them. Oh, Morgs come in with the 5 gifted subs as well as the Stay Sword catches a few Zerglings. Going out to Soundo. Going out to Hufflepuff's Party Poison. That's a hell of a name. That's Arnail, Arna Anor, and IP Toothless. Thank you so much, Omorgs, for the 5 gifted subs as well. All of the hype, all of the love, all the support. Thank you so much. Stalkers capitalizing on some of those links caught in the stasis as Goblin continues to pressure through here just for the moment. There's some work being done. The Stalkers continue to hit those lings. Hydras continue to step through as well. We have ourselves the yeah, I mean, Stalkers honestly trading out pretty well for the moment, so doing a decent job of things right now. Let's just have ourselves the Stalkers continue to get chased back, so taking a few moments. Pushing back the other side. Oracle just going to activate. Just going to see a Stay Sword coming down. Stalker's still moving. The mothership continuing about. We are going to be seeing those Hydras and those Lings still trying to come through as well. So continue to try and step forward here for the moment. Going to be seeing the Stasis Ward catching a single Zergling, so a little bit more damage being dealt right there too. We have ourselves the Muskal Organs coming up. The extra Hydras are all coming in. We have got that Tempest continue to come about as well. So starting to get that next little bit of production all on the go right here. Stalker's going to be pulling back. The Hydras are pressuring forward for the moment. Hydra's going to be fighting. A few more shots coming over. A few more hits continuing through for now. And stays time wolf coming through. Hydra's just getting slowed for a little bit right here. So you've seen the Tempest actually going to get chased a little bit as well. Stalker's still blinking back. The Ling Hydra still giving some good chases right here as well. Doing a good job of that. Still got those Stalkers gathering. Tempest and the Mothership coming about as well. We do have ourselves the Hydra stepping across just for now. So making some moves as we have ourselves some Zealot Stalker on the right side. Stepping about the Stalkers. Still sitting underneath those. Tempest going to sit up in the skies. Yakov getting some good pushback against this army of goblins so far. So able to make a good go of this as a new Mothership comes online. +1 air weapons coming up. We're really investing into this air army a little bit more. I mean, Yakov sits on the 5 bases, so feeling pretty comfortable there with the base count. Definitely got to be feeling pretty okay about that, at least, as the Lurkers taking some chances to shoot through the middle of the map. It's an interesting watchtower. I talked about it a lot during the TLMC, but a watchtower that is kind of the middle of the map. There's no kind of way to kind of walk around the tower, apart from just kind of going around the other side. It's very interesting. So yeah, the tower kind of being like a structure that blocks the center is it's cool. It's a little bit unique. It's a bit of a different approach to what you usually see. As we have Lurkers going to press up again and just going to come straight through. I mean, again, those Lurkers definitely making Goblin's life miserable right now. He's yet to really find a successful real push back against this so far. More hits coming about. Just going to see ourselves the army coming over once more. Just going to have our Stalkers and the Immortal continue to come about here just currently. Again, +2 melee, Adrenal Glands coming online, Storm, +1 weapons as well. A little bit of everything continuing through as our army continues to try and trade. These Stalkers trying to capitalize in the center. Meanwhile, these units in the top right, they will get taken down, but they've dragged a lot of Yakov's army out of the way and has given Goblin some of the opportunities to kind of go elsewhere at the same time, I feel like. So, it's a nice little bonus for sure. More hits coming around again. This Viper's still flying about. Lozlug is going to burrow a couple of Zealots, going to go and take some shots as well. So some more damage being done, a few more hits coming through. Zealous and the Immortal going to continue to step about right now. It's going to be seeing the army in the center, still one that's genuinely quite scary. I think difficult for Yakov to want to kind of attack into that force, so always trying to kind of work around it if at all possible. Here comes that Immortal continuing up, so again, yeah, Goblin is replacing his army with just kind of very high tier tech units. Everything involved is trying to be as expensive as it possibly can be, you know, so trying to get as much out of that as we can for now. Just another storm coming straight on through. Target destabilizers, +3 missiles coming about at the moment. Look at that army gathering together then. Again, +3 missiles and +3 melee on the way from Yakov. Still trying to improve in the upgrade regard at least, but that's pretty much all we're really able to get done so far. Again, army chasing. The Lings and the Hydra's going to get pushed around a little bit as well. Stalking Immortal. Continue to move about. Again, the Spine Crawler poking about. Zealot's getting hit. A couple of the Overseers getting shot at. Stalkers and the Archons continue to come over. It's going to be seeing a few probes going down, and Goblin once again getting kind of reset army-wise in a big way. Goblin is going to be up against a big Ling Hydra Reef and Force Wave, and I wonder if that has potential as well to be a little bit scary. Lings continuing about. Seeing again 3-3 continue to come over for the moment. Just gonna get a look over here. Just gonna be able to get a little bit of a grab on that as well. Nice little catch. Nice little storm coming through. We've seen the couple of Tempest shots going to be firing. Lurker's already taken some big hits. These Lurkers want to try and run on forwards again, try and jump on that ground army and just trying to capitalize. The Hydras from the other side as young Yakov sets up the pincer move, coming in from both sides there and getting a chance to chase. And now that Mothership looking as though it's in danger again, it is going to fall. That is a win already from Yakov. He's continuing to keep Goblin pinned back a fair amount on the army and having to keep on replacing a lot of the heavier units a lot of the time. Problem is, these Tempests are now having an absolute field day, and they are starting to play cleanup, so a lot of the units going down at the end there for Yakov. And so there was just not much of an answer to that, apparently, so that's going to be, unfortunately, a little bit of a rough situation as well. Mothership, Oracle continue to come through currently. those Lings continuing about. A couple of Zelds coming around. Archon coming across there as well to try and see what else is taking place. Couple of shots. Tempest putting some work in. Minutes in Incorporeal, these guys definitely dueling it out. I mean, Yakov rebuilds nicely. The thing for Goblin is he's got less workers, so his economy's definitely not there, so rebuilding for him is a lot more difficult. He can still definitely win some of these larger fights. As they, army now attacking the bottom left. I mean, I think Goblin losing a base would be a bit more problematic, because then not having that being able to be mined from is pretty rough. Again, it's kind of just difficult in general, because, yeah, without a fifth, he starts to rebuild on the right side. That base is awkward in general because you've got to be down the ramp to defend it. Definitely becomes a difficult base to reach. Now Yakov just runs up this ramp. I got just a point of lurkers, where apparently there are just too many. There's a lot of Tempests where they are not able to get through anywhere near fast enough. And that means that these lurkers will continue to dominate on the ground so far. Grifters escaping away. Zeld Archon, a couple of Stalkers pushing about. $15 drones. I mean, these are the counterattacks that are keeping Goblin alive, because he's been definitely in a lot of weaker positions. I'm actually going to add an Ultra Cavern on. Things wrap around. Next is going to be taken out. Just going to see that falling. And yeah, feelings getting caught in the stays to the probes pulling across. And that kindness playing. As we really are going to make some ultras here, apparently. Help buffer up that ground army of the Zerg that little bit. And a couple more Nexus on the way out for now. Just going to see the couple oracles coming through. Corrupt is going to be nice and threatening still in the skies. Obviously, so many of those units got to be careful about them. As you do get a Nidus up in the main, this is something we've not really seen much of. Yakov backstabbing a little bit. That's really nice. Just going to get that Nidus straight into the main base. That's rough because it's going to pull units so far out of position as well. Production going down. Openings elsewhere, and we are going to start diving onto that left side base once more. And it's not that many units over here. A few Lings and Lurkers, that's about it currently. Or if they're still looking about, seeing what they can find. And Viper's just going to get shot down. Archon still firing, Corruptor's taking some shots. Get more of that Ling Hydra all coming through. Corruptor's again going to get to caustic spraying onto that Templar Archives. Corruptor's being chased away up the right-hand side. Sorry guys, I've got hiccups. Can't get rid of them. So if you hear me kind of taking an awkward moment, that's all it is. Yakov going to try and keep pushing through those Zerglings. You're going to see the few Hydras are going to boost backwards a little bit, so they're just going to run away a little. The rest of that army all still gathering together. Storm coming down, Hydras and Lurkers gathering up. Nexus will be taking a few more shots here as we see another storm dropping straight in. Crypt is being chased away. Another storm onto some of the Hydralisks. Nexus is super low. It is going to go down. I mean, Goblin is again being on the verge of losing this base. It feels like so long. As we see storms hitting the Corruptors, though. A lot of the Corruptors take a lot of hits, and we do see the rebuild coming out right now. In the form of a ton of Lings, Hydras, some more Corruptors as well. Goblin's down at 107 supply, though, and he doesn't really have a bank to rebuild with anymore, so I think just more of the same is going to get the job done here for Goblin. Sorry, for Yakov. I don't think it needs to be too fancy. I think 5 Ultras actually might just be something you can't really get rid of. There are a few Immortals on the ground, but if we get a few Lings in the front, there's just not a lot of everything, right? And I think just numbers are going to win this. It doesn't really matter what you've built here as Yakov, really. As Goblin, one last-ditch effort across the map is not going to get it done. Hydras and Lurkers continue to push through. Playing cleanup, and that is going to be Immortal, Stalkers, Archons, all going down. That will be that. GG. Yakov takes game number 1 off of Goblin. Hell of a game. As these two really get up and in the faces of each other. Sorry, guys. Need to try and get rid of these hiccups. They're being quite ferocious. I don't know where they came from either. Just out of nowhere. Apologies. It's been going for like the last 10 minutes of this game. Alright, I don't know what map 2 is. These guys hosted map 1 already, and they did the videos when we were in the TVTs, so we'll be waiting a few moments and figuring out what our second game will be. Excuse me. Tokamak gonna be map number 2. And try and take some nice deep breaths. Alright, everyone join the lobby. Shouldn't be too long, should be able to jump straight in. Looks good. Players saying they're ready, and we'll kick this off. Alright, so heading into Tokamak here for Tokamak for map 2, not Tokamak for Mac 2 is what I said originally. And I said it wrong again, I may. Yay. Alright, let's go into game number 2, guys. Sorry, I am being murdered by these hiccups currently. As we get into game number 2, in the bottom left-hand side, down a map is going to be the red Protoss player Goblin. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top right corner. We've got Yakov. Game 2. Best of 3. Faster is hiccuping. Honestly, I don't know how to explain it apart from like these hiccups that like they feel violent. They have some real power behind them at the moment, it seems. Next going down. Okay, coming up. Hatch Gas and Pool going to be the opening here from Yakov. Kind of a wild game because it felt like he took some decent control, but there was always some fights where suddenly Goblin found a fight back into it. You know, there was always just that kind of fight coming back. Each and every time. Cybercore coming up. Nexus on the way. Had a probe on in there as well. Assimilator coming up and online. You have a lot of this ready to go as the Overlord gonna come for a little bit of a check forward. Already being attacked by Protoss, ironically. Yeah, maybe. I heard I was a Terran player. They've infested me. What's the most common British way to handle a hiccup? Maybe drink a cup of tea or something? I don't know. Sounds very British, doesn't it? I don't know, is there specifically like certain ways in certain places to handle hiccups? I didn't realize this was such a... I didn't realize this was like a by-country sort of response. Lie on my back and pull my knees and head toward each other and hold it. Never fails. I've never heard of that one. I've never heard of that one. That sounds like the play. Hard to do while casting, unfortunately. Lings looking for the third Nexus, and they're gonna get it. No, he backs away. I guess he didn't have it. Lost so many, he didn't have the DPS to get it to actually keep dropping. Alright guys, I'm just trying to breathe in different ways, so don't mind me being a bit quiet. I've not died, I'm just trying to stop the hiccups as the oracles get through for a few drones. I'm gonna go Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, so Goblin kind of showing us kind of what he likes to do here. I'm just gonna go straight into the second Stargate and get Tempest Sword super early in this game, try and use that as a harassment force. See how well Yakov deals with this. If you can get through a Spire nice and quickly though, I mean, this is the kind of thing that can get shut down very hard, so we'll see what Yakov's scouting lets him do off that lair that's incoming. Zero, thank you so much, Chili McBilly, coming in with the 9-month resub on the Prime. Just a Hydra Den for the moment, no surprises there, but it's still nice to see a fast Hydra Den against the Tempest, right? It means you've got anti-air coming up against an air-based commitment. So yeah, nothing wrong with that. We get a Wardy versus Hiccup like beam struggle overlay. Well, as I like take deep breaths, the hiccups get suppressed, but then as I try and talk, the hiccups come back and you get to watch it on screen. Wild. Tempest will begin to move out, just going to be seeing a couple of gates coming through. Improved spines, +1 missiles. Hydra's coming about, infestation pit coming up, a few Lings are going to go running across. And Lings continue to move about here just for a few moments, so again we get settled in. Cannon, Twilight Council, extra gates. Continue to come around as well, just going to see the Tempest hitting the Spore. I'm now going to cast Standing Up in an attempt to remove the hiccups, guys. It's getting very exciting. they've been going for so long. It's genuinely, I'm concerned. Ooh, nice little kill, just gets rid of the 4th base straight away. I mean, the Hydras and the Queens putting some good damage out on some of those Tempests, so already the pushback against those already beginning to take place as well. And the Ling Hydra counterattack, there's not going to be a lot to deal with that, no? A few Stalkers there, but they are unupgraded. Tempest dying. This is not going very well for Goblin at all. Probe's going down, the Hydra's still threatening at the front, but maybe not enough to kind of keep this going. The Tempest trying to kite away from the Hydras, which are trying to threaten now around this bottom side. Couple shots coming through, Tempest firing, the Tectonic destabilizers there, knocking down the Extractor with ease. And again, that's what the Tempests are good at now, obviously utilizing their range, knocking down some of the Hydras very freely as well, so again, doing a great job of that. Hydra still stepping through, the Tempest getting pushed back once more. Hive, Lings, and Hydras all continuing through for the moment. It's going to see the Hydra's going to actually come in on this other side. Again, these Stalkers without any upgrades are really not that pretty, so not the greatest of units, and that 4th base is going to go down again 100%. Mothership showing up, and cloaking alone would probably deny this for the moment. There's no detection there currently for the Zerg player. Oh, we nearly got another Tempest, not quite though. This is the problem of dealing with this without a Spire, right? It's just... it just takes so long to really kind of shut these Tempests down. They can linger for so long. Even if you go Spire upon seeing the Tempest, right, you then at least get to those Corruptors before now. Trying to dive forward aggressively, looking for that Mothership. I do not think that is the play, as we're losing a lot of units, and the Mothership stays alive as well. Goblin is going to have a much more successful game number 2 here, as Yakov got very committed into trying to deny a couple of these different sets of units, and he's bled out a lot. Resources lost 9.2k to the 5.2. That's pretty ridiculous for a sub 10-minute game. Really shows you just how ineffective he's been at shutting down these Tempests and obviously trying to again push on the other side. There's been moments when the push on the other side looked hopeful, but when you've got this amount of Hydras at home dealing with the Tempests that aren't actually doing anything, as in the Hydras aren't really doing anything because they're never getting underneath the Tempest. Like, if all those Hydras were across the map, I could have believed in the fight, but forcing the fight with so little, I think that was a mistake. He's going to try and set up into the Lurker Den and try and get that up and running right now as a couple Tempest shots firing away. The Overlord in the main base going to take a few more hits as well. +2 attack, a blink continuing up. I'm going to finally get some Vipers here so they can abduct some of the Tempests in and get rid of them in that way. I mean, that works, and obviously at this point, just any answer to get these Tempests down and give you some freedom as Yakov. His supply is definitely not as great as it has been. Losing that base, obviously knocking him down to 3 instead of being up on 4 already. Just a lot of problems across the board as a couple of Vipers get consuming. Storm +3, +1 air weapons coming through, out on that charge on the High Templars. Spire's still coming up, the extra drones and the Overseers coming about. Hydra Lurk continues across the map currently. Other ships still hanging about as well. Storm +3 attack, +1 air weapons. And Hydra coming around, gonna get rid of that pylon. Well, Stasis Ward gonna go off there. +3 attack on the ground. And again, Storm still coming through. Still getting ourselves set up right now. The Oracle's going to activate for a few of these drones. 4, 5 workers going down immediately. 6, 7, 8. Yakov is just... Yakov is staying up there in terms of supply, but it just feels as though he's never going to have an army that can fight and then an economy to rebuild and then set up a second fight, right? That's what he's kind of missing right now. That's what he doesn't really have available to him. So that's looking pretty brutal, in all honesty. A couple oracles still down the side. Things and lurkers gathering up. We've got that air weapons coming through, so upgrade on that side. Or as a few of the stalkers get through for the Nidus network attempt. We do see the lurkers getting to show up here, and maybe they will have enough to say to kind of make some impact. It's a lot of cannons though, static defense en masse. Nice planning cow position, obviously kind of keeps some of the stalkers from moving through there against this. And then the Tempest here, I mean, just feels almost impossible to believe that these lurkers can ever really make much difference. Yakov has a bit of money to spend. He's going to start building Corruptors. I mean, again, finally, right? Like, Corruptors have been missing for him all game long. Just trying to deal with those Tempests initially without the Corruptors really was like a complete backfiring. Put him into such a rough position so quickly. It's going to go down over there. Another little grab being made. Tempest coming about. He's going to see the mothership. The stalkers continue to come through as well. They're just going to fire. A couple of cannons taking hits. Mortals firing back the other way. The few lurkers coming back around. We just have ourselves Goblin still staying maxed out and just being very cozy, sitting up top of all of his bases and so on right here. Again, plus 3 missiles, plus 1 carapace, all coming through as well still. Warcon's coming up. Extra Hydra's on the way in. Bailing speed coming up as well. We continue to bring that online just for the moment, so get that bailing speed up. Infestors. I like that we're getting spellcasters online, something that might actually help us to fight these fights a little bit. Because they're going to shoot the feelings coming back around the other side. Couple storms coming straight in. Time Wolf going to try and come down again. Just going to be seeing those Corruptors wanting to try and get in on top of everything else. Again, Mothership will be on its way. A couple of cannons building as well. Tempest firing, a lot of Zerglings taking damage. You see the Ling Lurker coming back up towards the top side. Another ship, plus 2 air weapons, plus 2 plus 2 shields as well. Bit of everything just still on the way from Goblin. Replacing the mothership here. Yakov obviously again sitting back, letting his bank build up. It's starting to get to a very good amount of bases. Goblin obviously sitting on the 5 bases pretty comfortably right now as this Nidus will go up in range of a cannon. A couple stalkers nearby as well, and that should be a guaranteed shutdown on the said Nidus network. So that will not do anything, as a couple of stalkers still chasing down a couple of changelings here. Piper's popping, Mothership comes out the main, Great Spire coming up as well. We will see our plus 2 shields Chrono boosting up on the Forge. Still got the plus 2 air weapons as well on the way, like mentioned, so we got those upgrades up and Goblin gets more and more powerful in the skies. I mean, Yakov going to make an attempt with the Great Aspire, so he will attempt to at least play Broodlords for a little bit here. Those bases are interesting in the center, by the way, because if you knock down the rocks fall on top of the blue mineral patches, and the blue minerals get destroyed. So actually a very effective way of denying your opponent a bunch of available resources on the map is to knock down those rocks, and then destroy the mineral patches on that base that they're likely to take at some point. Just something to think about is, yo, Nanny EL, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 11 months. More SE2, hell yeah. You know what we're about. Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate it. A couple of lurkers will come through, getting some shots off. The Immortal's going to play a cleanup here, that hatchery. Taking some damage. Nidus Network still coming through. Lings are going to come running in and actually going to go jump onto some of this Immortal Archon as well. So we're going to be able to get some catches right now. We lose a base, but we're also losing a bunch of these Immortals. Now, do we want these Immortals? Is a good question, because obviously if you've got great Broodlords coming up, Immortals might not be that much of a role to play. At the same time, Immortals are actually very good units, because they're very good at just tanking. Even against, like, Broodlords, they can just tank a bunch of Broodling shots, and they can be an amazing part of the army because of that, so... Immortals, you see he's actually rebuilding Immortals too, so yes, he does want some Immortals in the army. There's your answer. He does, in fact, want those. Couple again, Immortals and the Archons all setting up. We got ourselves some further upgrades still coming through. 3-3 in terms of air weapons and shields now for Goblin. 3-3 melee and carapace on the way from Yakov, and again, but everyone just hitting their late game upgrades at this stage. 19 minutes on Tokamak, where game number 1 was all about kind of Yakov all the way through and seemed like he was always kind of taking the lead on fights and so on. This game is quite the opposite. It's always Goblin who's been taking the leads. Both players have a serious bank to work with at this stage as well. You knock down those rocks, like I say, you deny those blue minerals, and that's just money that you can never mine now as Goblin. Those blue mineral patches do not come back. So that's just resources taken away from the map. Don't let your opponent have any of them. It's a very interesting concept. Something we've not really seen much before. We've seen rocks kind of destroying minerals, but not like on a mining base, you know. It's, Yakov just holding up on this high ground. Starting to bleed out a few units, though, and Goblin just happy to kind of take those down and kind of run with it at the moment, it seems. And +3 melee, +3 carapace, +3 flyer attack. Upgrades across the board as the Greatest Fire being done has meant a few Broodlords have come into play here as well. So we've seen a few of those already starting to step forward. A fungal growth and a parasitic bomb. Trying to get something done. The Corruptor's trying to chase for the Mothership. I think that's a very hopeful idea. We have another Immortal Archon counter-attack coming across the map. And again, by this kind of stage of the game where dealing with units like this separately from the rest of your army is not easily done as Yakov. He's going to turn a bunch of Broodlords around to try and go and deal with that. So the Immortal Archon coming over, going to hit this base. Work straight through it. Hatchery will go down. There's going to be seeing the Broodlords dropping in. A couple of Immortals are going to get caught. And the Spine Crawler is going to be hitting those Archons, hitting those Immortals as well. So the fungal growth coming down. Archon's getting caught again. The Immortal's going to be kind of sat there, just kind of taking some hits. The Tempest will get rid of the Nexus. Oh, sorry, the Hatchery. Two Zerglings. And I mean, tell you what, Goblin's got to do some rebuilding here. He's got the money, but he needs to actually start building units, right? Otherwise, you know, you set 160 supply for too long, maybe Yakov finds a fight to take advantage of that. Resources lost, 10k favor toward Goblin. Yakov really needs to stop Goblin from getting other bases up in this game, which so far he's doing. He's keeping Goblin on 5 base. Obviously, 5 base can take you a long, long way. You can keep him just on 5 bases, though, and mine a lot of the bases yourself. You can make up that resource loss difference. It's not going to be easily done as we open up some rocks, just open up some positions between the bases now. Goblin increasing his maneuverability around his setup. Yep. Once again, this gold-based attempt is going to be denied, so not just denied, but a bunch of the probes going down as we try and mine it, so okay, nice job. Again, doing the right thing is Yakov, doing his best to try and play a deny and a delay on his opponent's setup right now. Extra lurkers, +2 carapace. And the sky's coming up. Yakov still playing against a Protoss who is not quite maxed out immediately, still kind of sitting on a lot of that money and kind of thinking about what he maybe wants to warp in or do. Scary, isn't it? Pro player who's really thinking about what they're going to do next. Terrifying. I love, by the way, our entire first group, 6 best of 3s, took 2 hours and 45 minutes. We are now almost coming up to 2 hours into this group, and we've not even finished our second best of 3. This one likely to go to a game 3, right? The disparity from group to group is wild. So you have these Lurkers going to fight Immortal, and Archon's going to take a few more shots. Going to see the Archon's going to come back through. Those Lurkers get chased away. Some Changelings capturing an Immortal, giving it a hug, but not really anything impactful going to happen from that. Some Lurkers in the middle of the map. Need to be careful that they just don't get randomly picked off, no. Don't want to see those just kind of dropping out of nowhere. Couple Ultras coming up still. Still got the army then being worked on here by Yakov, who's actually going to have to take a fight here soon, though. Eats a couple of feedbacks on the Vipers, looking for the Infestors. Need some feedbacks on those as well. One Fungal Growth came down. Can we capitalize on that at all? We chased on through. All the High Templars ended up in trouble in the end, and not a terrible start of the fight for Yakov, although I do not love that he just walked his Infestors in. It's not great, as now the Mothership will go down. The Corruptor's able to get some work done. If the Corruptors are taking the attention away from the Broodlords can then help deal with the ground army a lot more easily. The problem beforehand was obviously that the Broodlords were kind of getting struck down by the Tempests. Stalker Warping going to be absolutely fantastic, though, and that army in the top left has successfully knocked the base down as well. And Yakov, I think, is losing control here because he just... I mean, this just was not good enough for trade. It was, what, about a 10,000 resource loss difference before? Let's see what it's at right now. It's at 42 to 27, so 15. And he's just not stopping his opponent from taking a 6th base anymore. So Goblin has an extra base up. Yakov's actually losing bases himself. This game is way too far gone. 25 minutes, and it's going to go in favor of Goblin to give us a game 3 of this series. Maybe not right now, as a lot of those units get wiped out, but the way it's going, it's definitely going towards Goblin's favor. So we're heading in that sort of the direction. You can see a couple of Tempests coming about, the Mothership coming through, +2 armor coming about as well right now. Let's see a little bit more taking place currently. Nice Storm coming down. Ultras gonna get absolutely smacked here as the Stalker's gonna get kind of jumped on a little bit as well. Yakov is making an okay effort of it. It's just, he's just behind. And so the problem is, like, as these units come through and they scrap and battle and all the rest, it's just not really good enough as we have the High Templars moving back the other way. Those all just going to go jumping through. A couple of Stalkers getting jumped on. The Corruptor's going to Caustic Spray down the Nexus off over on the side as well. I mean, again, Yakov is making some moves, but he's running out of money very quickly. The only thing I could say is that Yakov has more gas in the bank, but then Goblin actually has like 80 more army supply already built, so make of that what you will. I think this is actually a make of it. It doesn't really matter because, quite frankly, Goblin is just a little bit too far ahead and a little bit too much control of this game. Well, drones coming across, they're going to get denied quite quickly as well by the Tempest up in the skies. 11 Ultras, the few Infestors coming over, extra Lings coming about as well currently. Couple of Oracles, the Observers, again, everything coming online for the moment. Yeah, a lot of shots coming about, just some hits going back the other direction. We're going to see those Lings wrapping around. A couple of Zelds going to get jumped on and caught. Taking out a bunch of those as everything else continues to step across right now. And see a few more High Templar coming up and about as well. One more shot still coming online. A couple of quick teamers going down. We are going to see the Infestors popping up from below. Let's see one feedback on an Infestor straight away. Now, Time Warp dropping down. We're going to drop a hell of a fungal growth. We're actually going to force a recall as Goblin is afraid of this fight. And probably rightfully so. You know what? Goblin is now kind of out of gas. Is there a world we actually make this happen? Like, because the army supply is currently in favor of Yakov, Goblin can only really make Zealots, especially if we lose this base down here. Right? Especially if we lose this base down here. He's going to Mothership recall his units down to this bottom side. Corruptors show up a little bit too late. I just don't think there's actually a good enough answer still from Yakov, right? I don't think he actually has an army that can still genuinely fight against this. So much up in the skies. We're talking about, like, he has 12 Corruptors against 6 Tempests. He knocks down the Mothership. Is there a way? Storm's coming through. Ultra's obviously absolutely chomping in. It's just dealing with these Tempests. Fungal growth coming down. A few Corruptors are going to fly in. Maybe there is a way we can actually still knock this away. Yakov is still taking a hell of a fight for himself. The Corruptors are putting in some serious work. Zealot's getting warped in response. But we knocked down the freshest base in the game of Goblin. He does have that gold base kind of coming online, but like that's not huge because we denied some of the mineral patches available on it. Problem for Yakov is he barely has any mining available too. I guess Zealots don't really do anything against the Ultras though. Where are we at in terms of anti-air? We've got 6 Corruptors versus the 2 Tempests. I mean, that's kind of a big deal right here. An Immortal getting caught. Every Immortal is going to matter right now because these Ultras are a huge factor. We need the Infestors as well to land Fungals to stop the Stalkers from chasing. A little Ling run-by hitting that mineral line. That's what Goblin can deal with very well by just warping in Zealots. He had a lot of minerals available to him. Absolutely crazy that Yakov is bringing this all the way back. It's a 13,000 resource loss difference. Again, that mining difference in the game for Yakov being so favored for so long definitely allowed him to kind of play in this game despite that. Spellcasts are going to be critical now with those few Vipers. Again, a few Banes coming in as well. Love that just to get rid of some of the Zealots. He's clearly recognizing that, hey, this guy's pretty kind of, you know, mineral heavy because he's just warping in Zealots and Zealots and Zealots. So there's one thing I can do here. Yakov is looking to make this a 2-0 if we can grab this win. Ling's going to wrap around. Zealots in the center there, getting caught already. The Ultras are going to try and step over. The Zealots are going to come back the other way. Corruptors and Vipers gathering about. Infestors still on the ground. They're going to lurk forward as well. I've got to be super careful. These Ultras can die so quickly if you're not careful. What Goblin does have is he does have static defense, like a bunch of locations that have cannons and so on to help. But Storm doesn't really do much. Feedback's coming down. Fungal growth lands, but I don't know where the Corruptors are to help out against the Tempest. There they are, showing up a little bit late. The Ultras do very well against the Immortals. We're going to abduct in one of the Tempests, make sure it does not run away. So both the Tempests will go down, in fact. Zealots showing up. Yakov going to have to run away with these Ultras. What is left in this game? 31 Zealots. It's just Zealots! It's just Zealots. The Ultras are going to turn around and say, we can actually fight Zealots. Let's go. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Om nom nom. We will eat those up. I mean, it's literally Zealots and a couple of Stalkers remaining from Goblin. He's knocking down the bases of Yakov, though, and Yakov may not be able to build much else in this game. But can he just deal with the Zealots? If he just deals with the Zealots, then it might not matter that he can't build much else. Goblin is almost out of money. 300 minerals left in the bank. A handful of gas as well. Corruptors can obviously caustic spray. That's a big factor right now. Lings are going to come through. Lings not great against the Zealots, but they will be very good against the Stalkers if they can just get on top of them. The caustic spray on this Nexus important as the Ultras need to try and deal with these Zealots right now. I just don't think it's enough. We're so close to getting there. The Ultras doing everything they can. It's an absolute mess of a fight. We've got a Storm available almost as well. The Ultra's going to get surrounded now, though. There's not enough. GG has to be called, and Goblin is going to take it after 31.5 minutes. Goblin ties the series 1-1 as Yakov nearly had it in the end. Like, Goblin had literally 13 Zealots and 5 Stalkers and a High Templar left. Like, he had almost nothing remaining. But he forced his opponent, because the Zealots went all over the map, he forced his opponent to be committed to a fight. Absolutely ridiculous final moments of a game. Damn. That got absolutely wild. What a ridiculous game number 2. Hell of a game. And breathe. Well, I started that game with the hiccups and they've they've gone now. As we get ourselves ready for game 3. Wow. That was awesome. Torches for map 3 is kind of a weird map as well, so maybe something interesting here. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, you consider supporting. We're 5 subs away from 700 again. What an amazing day it's been. I think we started today at like 650 or maybe like 660 or so. Been a hell of a day on the sub count, so thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Hell yeah. Yakov was on 150 supply for 5 minutes with an 8k bank. Why not build anything? He might have been trying to figure out what to build to kind of get the right composition together. And if he didn't need it immediately. A Goblin? Yeah, I was kind of thinking this too. I think it's the same idea, but probably more sized. I was going to say I didn't quite remember Yakov being in that place, but it might have just been he was just like, he didn't quite know what he wanted to build. He's like, he didn't know if he needed more Tempest or if he needed a ground army. It's kind of nice because if he leaves that supply free, you can warp in a ton of gateway units all at once. So I think he was just trying to determine what he actually wanted to have in his army that he didn't already have, you know? I think it was more so a question of that than anything else. And poor Percival, he's going to be playing it literally like so late at night. Damn. And he has to play in Group B though, so it's not my fault the games are going long. Yeah, I can only imagine Goblin was just trying to really kind of figure out what it was that he wanted to build, so yeah. Alright guys, we're going to head into Torches for our final map of this series, Goblin and Yakov. Bring in the fire! Love it. Alright, let's get in game. Get ready to start this off as we get into Torches. Bottom right hand side, our red Protoss player just about hanging in there at the very end of that one. We have got Goblin. What a great game, honestly. What a fantastic game. Love it. Top right hand side, the blue Zerg player is Yakov. Those few base kills from Toss were super costly. Yeah, honestly, if the Zealots didn't go over and kill all the bases, I think Yakov wins, because Yakov then isn't as desperately attacking. He probably waits, builds up a bit more, then attacks again. I mean, can you imagine he just gets another couple of Ultras out? Like, those Zealots, or even if he just had some money to build some Banes or so, like, denying those bases was absolutely critical by Goblin at the end. And it's one of the things you can do when you have an absolute mass of Zealots warping in, right? So, it makes sense. As we get to game 3 here of this series, Torches. After this, we'll have Percival taking on young Yakov and also taking on Goblin. Those will be the last 2 series today. Spirit versus Yakov and Spirit versus Goblin will take place tomorrow, guys, after Group C. So those matches will be tomorrow after Group C, just as a little heads up. Feelings coming through, probes taking some nibbles. Gate coming about, Queen coming over, drone getting set up as well. Those Lings going to wrap around onto the pylon here. Going to get a cancel on it. Drone coming about as well, just for now. And again, Cybercore and Zealot both continuing to come on through. Oh, great game. Honestly, makes you smile when you get a good one, doesn't it? Absolutely. Well, I'm going to tell all the content creators they need to cast this game. This is the sort of game that if I uploaded to YouTube, it would get like... It would be like my 10th... It would be my worst video of the last 2 weeks. It would be like 300 views. You know, it's super low. YouTube's like, what the hell are you doing, bro? But man, it's so good. My YouTube works so much off of like kind of player name pull, but like, god damn it, like... Games like that were freaking awesome. Like, that's some high, like, peak StarCraft 2, you know? Early pull here from Yakov is going to get a little bit of distraction going. I mean, a few probes pulling, but not really much gains. A pretty comfortable defense from Goblin so far. No Zealot in danger or anything. That's going to be kept pretty safe as well. So looking pretty reasonable across the board right now. As we have these couple of Lings going to go moving out. Adept is going to come over as well. Just going to be trying to chase that Ling down as well. Try and get a little bit more done for the moment. Couple Queens, few Lings, few drones continuing to come through. That Nexus coming about, the Warp Gate coming over. And Adept is continuing to, again, go for a little bit of a journey across to the other side. So again, just seeing what's up, seeing what's happening. Taking a few moments here in the early stages. Don't put the name title Protoss OP with a bunch of hours. Yeah, that stuff doesn't work on my channel. I tried this. on my channel so much. Like, these things don't work. My videos get way less views when I try and make them clickbaity. Turns out my YouTube audience actually just likes direct information as to which players they're going to watch and which tournaments they're playing in. It's crazy. I tried. If you go back through my YouTube VODs to like 2-3 years ago, you will see when I tried to do all the cool titles and arrows and stuff. Didn't work. It's so wild. My YouTube is like an enigma in the world of YouTube. I think probably because it's mostly not designed around being YouTube content in the first place. Like, people do just use YouTube as like a VOD system in a lot of ways. So, yeah. Did I have a face on them? No, I didn't put a face. I did try my face once, also had no effect, but most of them didn't have my face on. But yeah, I tried my face one time, it did even worse. It's kind of funny. Expect me to be a professional caster? Oh yeah, I try to be. You know, maybe I just don't need the click that, you know. Yeah, what's up, Patricia? God, I can't say your name every time. I've got to stop and really think about it. Patriciana? Thanks so much for the 5-month resub on this. I'm pretty sure I've murdered him. And now it's off screen, so I can't even check anymore. Most people already watch it from Twitch. Well, by that logic, all of the YouTube, all of the people YouTubing would have the same issue, right? Because they all cast my replays. Oracle, we're going to come through, a couple of drones going down. We're going to be having ourselves the 5 workers being picked away out here. The Oracle getting chased away for the moment. Again, drones continue to come about. You're going to see the +1 the blink coming through as well. Continue to get that on the go as we just have, again, those 5 drones dropping. A couple of adepts shading their way up to through to the top. Sphere Depths is going to shade on through. The couple of queens coming down to the low ground. Depths get chased away for a couple of moments, and just the drones, the queens continue to come up. And +1 and blink continue to come about for the moment. Much speed building. Depths going to go shading. And again, just some pressure here from Goblin, who gets a lot of gateways up. +1 and blink going to go heavy on the Stalker pressure this game. Now Yakov's going to open up with a Spire, and this is exactly when you don't really want to Spire, when your opponent's actually going to go heavy on the blink Stalker pressure. Spire would have been great in the previous game early, but no, not really so much this time around. As a couple of Oracles are going to linger right there. They obviously are going to go scouting through, and if he sees just the gateways and the blink and the +1, I wonder if he tries to move away from the Spire. He might still want to go Spire just to try and go Mutas, but like I say, Mutas are risky when your opponent's going to commit to a lot of Stalkers and be up in your face and attacking, because if you're going to have to build Roaches to defend against that, then the Spire's almost wasted anyway, because when do you then actually afford to build the Mutalisks defensively? Or not defensively, but when do you afford to build the Mutas while playing defensively? You don't... It doesn't really work, right? It doesn't really help. So then you're just building a Spire for no real reason, other than to maybe have it for later on. But yeah, I mean, this is also just going to be now just purely Roach Ravager to try and play defense. So let's see what we can do. Charge on the way from Goblin. The first few Lings trying to jump on this immediately, using the Ravagers to try and help Pival and ZOUN backward as well. Doing what we can there in those early moments. Revelation going down. Lings and Ravagers gather up. A few Stalkers stepping through. A couple of Creep Tumors going down. A bunch of that creep being cleaned up for the moment there. Let's just have the Lings actually going to get caught in a Stasis Ward. Ouch. A couple of piles going to land, and those Lings do not care. You're going to absorb that, no problem. Queens and the Ravagers continue to come about. It's just, again, a little bit of a push through right now. The Stasis Ward setting up. Our Roach Ravager wants to come across right here. Still chasing down those few Zerglings. So, again, trying to find a little bit more value just for now. Continue to push across for the moment. Roach Ravager. Just got to be a little careful. Still got the Bane Nest coming up, the Roaches on the way. Had that +1 missile upgrade to bring the +1 flyer attack as well. All of that coming about right here as the Ling Roach Ravager starting to chase those Stalkers back the other direction as well. A couple of Corrosive Vials dropping through. Again, Bailey Nest is going to be finishing very shortly. The melee upgrade, the flyer upgrades continue to come through. A couple more corrosive bells, and the Stalker's blinking back one more time, just escaping out of there. Mutas are going to show up, so this is where that Spire has actually been able to defend against the Stalkers, and now you have the Spire actually coming into play. Mutas forced the recall initially, and Yakov still building a few more Mutas, and actually going to go flyer attacks and melee upgrades, so likely going to continue into kind of Ling Muta as a follow-up here, just in general. Guess we'll see how we continue to go about it as the Mutas find themselves an adept in the corner. 4 probes going down. And the Mutas continue to fly about just for the moment up on that top side. So moving around at the moment. +1 flyer attack, +1 melee upgrade coming through. The Mutal is still building up right now. Gonna see a few of those Lings coming back across. Brown's going to try and mine the gold minerals. He wants to open up that pathway, but it's not going to be allowed. It's a good defense by Goblin, having a unit there to make sure that can't happen. Just ensuring that, like I say, this doesn't get out of hand or anything, doesn't open up more pathways for Yakov to make use of than what was already going to be available. So, nice little job on that. There's a few Stalkers stepping forward. Ling Roach Ravager getting kept at bay. Mothership coming through. Templar Archives coming around. Stalkers coming up and online here as well. We had on that +2 attack. We had on that Mothership. Again, Roach Ravager coming about. The Ling's going to be wrapping around. The Mutas are going to look to fly on forward here. A few of those Stalkers having to keep back as the rest of the Roach Ravager comes through as well. So coming straight online. Roach Ravager continues to push straight into position. The Mutas going to sit about. A couple of probes still going down. Again, Mutas, melee upgrade, Bane speed, continue to build. A few Stalkers going to jump on top of the Ravager there. So again, going to be able to get a nice little grab. Mutas continue to make their way across and actually going to find the Mothership, which is going to drop the Time Warp. Do the Mutas want to commit for the Mothership? I mean, at this point, yeah, you may as well. He obviously kind of stood in it for quite a while, kind of dealing damage so far. 7 probes going down. We are going to have the question of, do we deal with Stalker counterattacks very well? Because now these units are coming across the other side. The Mutas might be having an okay time, but if you don't defend at home, it might not matter. Ling Roach still chasing. A few of those Lings getting around the back of those Stalkers as well. It's just going to be able to get a little bit more of a catch right there. A few more Mutas on the way up. Supply-wise, Yakov looking okay. It's looking kind of fine for the moment. Long way to go to really determine exactly where this is going to as the Phoenix range is about to finish. How many Phoenix? We have 1 Phoenix on the map right now, so I was going to say, like, I see Phoenix on the way, but I'm not sure if we're really going to have many Phoenix available, so yeah. Sorry, I saw Phoenix range on the way, but I wasn't sure if we're going to have that many Phoenix available anyway, so trying to fight this right now. These Archons are a big issue, and I think Yakov just doesn't really have a way to truly fight against this Protoss army. It looks a little bit too strong. This has been one hell of a series, but it looks as though Goblin is going to come out victorious because these Mutas have to make a final ditch effort, and stacking against the Archons ain't going to be it. That's not going to do it for you. And those Mutas get chased away. GG, and we are going to see Goblin taking the 2-1 victory in this best of 3. Just like that. Boom. Oh, and breathe. And breathe. We're going to go to some TVZ next. This is going to be Percival versus young Yakov. So we're going to swap on over to the NA server and get ready for that TVZ between Percival and young Yakov. I'm going to have to go get myself a drink refill, guys, so I'm going to go get myself a little drink refill, get that set up, and then we'll come back for more StarCraft 2. Percival versus young Yakov, and then Percival versus Goblin coming up. I'll see you guys in just a few. Ooh. Alright guys, I'm back. Hello, hello. Pour some invites out, and we'll get ready to go, and kick off into this. Thank you so much for the raid, Pommy. Hello everyone. Hope you're doing well. As we've got 2 best of 3s left today. Again, the spirit matches will take place tomorrow. So today, just young Yakov versus Percival, and then Goblin versus Percival going to be coming up. So let's see how Yakov and Percival goes down. We get the 7 to play. Tell you what, that last series got me really excited for. That last series genuinely got me very excited for WardiTV European League. I've been kind of thinking about how to do the European League, but man, like that last series was really got me like in the mood for watching some more like European StarCraft, even if it's not necessarily like Clem and Max packs all the time and stuff. I'm into it, so yeah, gonna be working on European League soon. Probably set that up in the next week or two, and like have it start like after Dallas or something, and then just kind of continue on through June, and then we'll probably take a bit of a break. It's gonna be like a longer term tournament as part of the 2025 series, so yeah. Yeah. Alright, best 3. Action resumes right here. We have got proxy racks coming out here from Percival. Blue Terror in the top right is sending the SCVs across the map. It's been all about long games recently. The last couple of best of 3s, but now we're going to shorten it up apparently a little bit with those SCVs going across the map. In the bottom left, our red Zerg player is Yakov. Let's see what we can do heading into game number 1 of this fresh best of 3 series. Obviously, Percival 1-0 in the group. Goblin 1-0 in the group. That means Yakov is 0-1 in the group, unfortunately. So really needs to kind of get a win here to fight back a little bit. Has versus Spirit left to play as well, which ain't going to be an easy one. So yeah. Alrighty, let's do this. 3 barracks, so not copping out on the proxy at all. Full on 3 barracks setup. Absolute aggression coming through here from Percival as we get this underway. Hatch gas and spawning pool all coming up. Just going to be seeing the drones, hatchery coming online. Those extra barracks continue to come into play. Get set up here initially as the couple of barracks come through. You just get everyone set up and happy and chilling. Obviously, Yakov is unaware of what's going on, so his preparation is zilch 0 nada at the moment. Could not be less preparation if he tried. So Overlord is very slowly making its way over to the left side to see that, oh crap, I might actually be in some trouble. Not ideal, as the SCVs and the Marine will be seen. And we'll look to put the first bunkers down here in the next couple of moments. There is a world on ley lines. I believe you can bunker rush across the front of the natural and just 3 bunker a full wall. But not going to be the choice right now, as you do see the drones pulling. Obviously, Marines want to try and get some damage onto those drones if the drones are in fact pulled forward here. The whole point of the bunker is to kind of force the issue as well. As that Overlord goes down, I was going to say he was focused on the Overlord a lot, and it wasn't completely safe there for Yakov. That's a pretty big problem. Losing out on that Overlord is a big loss. Spine Crawler, a couple of Ovies, the Queen continue to come through too. Just going to be having our Marines going to go jump onto our hatchery here. So, going to get a new bunker on the way up. Spine Crawler is going to try and move forward into position. Yakov's defense is starting to look pretty reasonable, but extra Marines showing up here. Can we actually fight this Spine? He's going to put some good damage on it, but I think we got to run away. Yeah, it just isn't worth kind of sticking around in range of the Spine Crawler, right, and giving that the chance to really kind of kill off Marines. The bunker will be cancelled. Kind of a weird one. The SCVs are pulling, so we're going to go completely all in. The Overlord on the other side should just about glimpse that, so the SCVs coming across the map, we now know that this is a commitment. Obviously, this is where you kind of hope that the drone pull from the Zerg has cost him a few too many minerals, and that maybe just can't quite get enough up against this. Ling's building. Ling speed may not be finished. I mean, that might not matter too much. I mean, it would definitely help, I guess, but you know, second Spine coming up is going to be big as well, as the SCVs are about to arrive, and like I say, Percival ain't messing around when it comes to speed on this one. And here we go, SCVs and Marines. I mean, look at the Yakov, just pulls up into the main base as well and just says, cool, you're super all in. I'm going to make you move as far as possible to kind of deal with this. That does kind of get weird, though, because now he's only got 1 Spine here in the main base, whereas he would have had a second Spine finishing on the low ground. And now you're going to kind of invite Percival to kind of get a little bit of a choke point available on the spawning pool as well. SCV's just looking to protect the Marines by getting in front of these Lings. The Lings now having that Ling speed, though, is going to allow them to get the wraparound much more easily, and Percival's supply is plummeting down. And it looks as though it is going to be good enough from Yakov on the defense to make this happen. The last couple of Marines drop, and GG says Percival. Yakov will take game 1 of this best of 3, and what's that? A game that lasted only a few minutes rather than 30? There's no way. Sure, this can't be Group B. Hello? Alright. Game 2 coming up in a moment or so, as we'll be heading into Last Fantasy for the second map, actually. So, Last Fantasy for map 2. Not sure if the players are going to host it or if they want me to, because they hosted the last game, but I was AFK, so maybe something there. Maybe I'll host. What is it? Last Fantasy. I'll start. Nope, never mind. Percival's got the host coming up. Perfect. Good guy, Percival. Making my life a little bit easier. Alright. Do we have it run? Yeah, I think we do actually. Alright, game number 2 coming up here. Percival and Yakov. And Yakov takes the first game, defending the 3 racks proxy play. And now we get to go into our second round. Let's jump into Last Fantasy, guys. 3-player map. TVZ gets interest in this one. It's a pretty good map for being aggressive on as the Terran and kind of pushing. So we'll see if that maybe is something that Percival likes to jump on here. See how Yakov kind of approaches his opening for this as well. Yakov is not afraid of playing kind of more roach openers and stuff as well if it helps him, you know, feel safe in the game. So definitely some possibilities to think about in that regard. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player will be Percival, as he takes on the red Zerg Yakov over on the far right-hand side. Alright, so we get set up. We're going to look to see what the plan will be. What are we going to do? Who's going to do what? One barrack, one deep on the low ground. So what, multi-racks Reaper probably going to be the play here from Percival? Looks like it. Looks like it. First barracks coming down. Just going to see the hatch and a couple of drones coming through. Again, that refinery coming up. Barracks still coming about. SCV on the way. The SCV here going to come across to build a second barracks now as well. It's just going to drop that straight into place. At the front, at the wall off point. We get that all started. Well, there's a couple of barracks coming up. Going to be having ourselves the overlords coming across. We get settled. Again, hatchery coming by. Obviously, there's overlord coming the right direction to begin with, so a little bit of an RNG roll there for young Yakov going in his favor, coming the right direction out of the two. It's kind of just the way you should go, because this is the fastest kind of base to get to with an overlord from your main base, so, you know, because this natural is just close to the main than the natural on the upper left-hand side. So it's very normal to kind of send the overlord here. So it wasn't young Yakov being like, I choose this direction. It's very much so just based on where you spawn is where you're going to send your overlord to. So, for example, if you spawned in the top left-hand side, you would send your overlord over to the right-hand side base. Right, because then the main to the natural is the shortest distance, and then if you spawned in the bottom left as the Zerg player, you'd send your overlord to the upper left side base. So, yeah, like I say, it's a choice based on efficiency. It's almost always just going to be more efficient to get the overlord toward the natural that's the closest, soonest, and going from there. Ling's going to go after the Reaper. There's the Reaper getting pushed back a little bit. Again, Reaper and the Marine coming through. CC coming about. Again, Ling Speed and a couple Queens coming out and about online right now. A couple of Reapers just going to fight. Just going to be seeing the Queen getting pushed away. Zergling's trying to push on forward, and the Reaper's is going to get turned around, going to try and hop toward the main. You can see why he's playing the multi-racks Reaper. A few different hop-in points, a few different ways in which he can kind of move about and try and find ways to deal damage early. Makes sense then that Percival tries to make use of that. One of those Reapers is very low. It is unfortunately going to go down there. Another couple of Reapers coming about. Drone going to go down. Spine going to get placed. The factory coming through as well. So factory coming online. Reactor coming up. Orbital command building. Stimpak and Marine on the way. I'm still chasing after the Reapers there. They will turn and get a few more shots. Both Reapers jump up to that high ground, so again, just getting away from the link for a few moments. Got that stim on the way up, starport coming through. Just going to pull back to the center once again, then it's just going to come pulling back. And starport coming online, a couple of Hellions, the Stimpak, Marines, Medevac. A little bit of everything continue to come on into play. There's the armory coming up from Percival, so Stim into, obviously just continuing into the, I love it. This is my favorite, this is my build when I ladder. When I jump on the ladder and play a bit of TVZ, this is what I do. The two racks, but then instead of putting the reactor on the starport onto the reactor, you just keep the factory on it and you start reactoring Hellions. It's such a fun build. It's so aggressive. You've got Stimpak available, so that's very powerful as well, obviously. And then you've got Hellbats to back it up. Yeah, this Medevac going to go across. Percival's doing a bit better than I do, I'm not going to lie. Oh, so he takes the Hellions across in the Medevac? Oh, that's smart. No one really does this build anymore either. This really is an archaic build when I crank it out, so you must be archaic if I know how to do it. Yeah, I like it. Hellbats morph in, and Yakov's preparation here, I think, is going to be pretty minimal against it, so Percival going to be showing up and starting to push straight in toward this natural. A few Balins start to morph in, they're going to be essential. Are they going to be here on time right now? Percival recognizes the chance to come forward and cancels up a couple of them. Third Balin going down. Now there's only going to be 3 finishing. We can easily target fire down 3 Balins here. We get all 3 of them. And that just leaves Lings and Queens to fight against Marines and Hellbats. The Queens start to go down quickly as the Marines target fire them down. And that is going to be some very good damage done so far by Percival, who is going to move up into this mineral line and start looking for some drones on the next step of this. And that's obviously just going to be a nice way to continue to take advantage of this game and push himself into a better and better position. So yeah, looking very good here. 10 drones dead. 3 Lings coming across. And going down as well. These Lings continue to run up. Marines going down. Combat shield coming online right now. Also just bringing that through. So we have the Queens, Bane Speed, Engineering Bays all continuing up for the moment. Marines and Medevac's going to go across the map. It's going to be heading their way through that bottom side. Again, the engineering base coming online, the barracks coming through. It's getting settled here as the Medevacs make their way across. The Bane Speed are currently halfway done for the moment. Evolution Chamber coming online. Here we go. These Marines unloading into the main mineral line again. Just going to go for some damage. A couple of those drones having to pull back and away right off the bat. Bane's just going to continue to waddle on forward. The Marines loading, unloading. It's always a problem when you just don't have quite enough units and the Terran can just kind of micro against your, like, ineffective numbers. And it just gives the Terran even more opportunity. In this case, we will finally clean this up, but obviously took a little while. Drones were taking damage, pulling away for a little while during that as well. You lost quite a few Lings just kind of streaming into. First of all, just keeping up the pressure as young Yakov takes a base to the 12 o'clock. So continue to just wrap around the edges of the map. Obviously, doesn't really want to expand toward the Terran player. Expanding away is actually very nice, and obviously, you know, right now, the expansions do end up quite far away. Middle of the map is quick to pass because of the acceleration zones, but it still feels rough to go all the way to the 12 o'clock when you're in the bottom left there as the Terrans, so... Because on, like, a 2-player map, that almost feels like going from main base to main base, you know? So it's, yeah, it definitely is interesting in that regard that, I guess, the bases start to feel kind of far away from you. Because Terrans just love pushing the 4th, but yeah, pushing the 4th might not really be on the cards here. Couple tanks and sieging, unloading and getting ready to siege. They set up. One upgrades coming through. Add that factory on. A couple of widow mines coming out. Medevacs and marines coming in. Lings looking for a wrap around there. Siege tank going to be taking some damage. The other marines coming through. Tank going to target fire down some Balins. Love to see those getting dropped as the marines and the tank continue by as well. Just bringing that straight over. These marines going to jump onto these queens for a few moments, and a couple of Banes are going to start slipping through as well. So again, just going straight through all of that. This is another fight where Percival is absolutely winning out. Looks good in the supply. And Yakov does not have enough to hold on here. No, that medevac going to die, which was a mistake at the end, but still the point stands that Percival is taking a good fight, putting himself in a good position. Yeah, a full medevac going down at the end by a misclick is unfortunate, but it's still going to be good for Percival. 20 supply lead for him in this game. Good upgrades on his side. Drilling claws even on the way as well. So just getting the widow mines powered up for the next phase of this game and continue to look pretty cozy at this point. Things going to wrap around the SCVs. That's going to be not able to get the save on that siege tank, so we'll go down. Oh, the widow mine there just got a bunch of banelings. I don't even know how that happened. Well, that was a hell of a widow mine shot. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Nailing it. One marine splitting across over the other side there as well. As you see, 2 upgrades and drilling claws, very much so, still otherwise being brought on into play. Thing's going to come about. I'm going to jump onto a couple of those marines as well. A couple of Banes getting grabbed. Our Zergling's getting jumped on. A few Banes is going to get cancelled up. Again, T2 coming in on either side. Just going to see a single marine there already grabbing at a creep tumor. Now a drone going to become an extractor. Marine Marauder medevac still coming about. It's going to have ourselves the widow mines coming online. Then it's going to come running through as the planetary morphing in. So a nice attempt of a run by, but there's going to be units here to defend it, and there's nothing to defend your own 4th base on the top. Oh, okay, I tell a lie. There are some Banes coming in from the other side. The wraparound kind of caught Percival off guard there. Even still, I don't think it necessarily matters. I think Percival still has plenty. As Yakov's going to say, GG, drones are dying. He did actually kill quite a few SCVs there, but he just has no army left over, and that's where this game is going to come apart at the seams. GG, and we are going to go to a game 3. Man, this group is just full of game 3s, apparently. It's been a good group, hasn't it? It's been a really good group so far. Alright, let's head into the 3rd map when these guys hosted up. I just throw some ads up, guys. Help support the channel. Always great. And we can sneak some of those in. Love it. Alright. Alright. Persephone coming through. Go gets cold. I'm going to count straight on down, so these players not wasting any time. Percival hosting up. I mean, it's super late for Percival, so we do want to kind of just go. Yeah, we want to kind of keep it going. We don't want to keep Percival up too long. Like I say, he has to play in the later group, but I'm still going to respect the fact that it's late at night for him, you know? He might be a degenerate playing all night long, but we can still try and help him finish a little bit sooner, you know? So yeah, keep these games going. After this, we'll have Percival Goblin. That will be our last match of the day, guys. After Percival Goblin, we'll be wrapping up the Spirit matches. Will be taking place tomorrow after Group C. So we'll do the Spirit matches tomorrow after Group C. It just splits it up a little bit better. I mean, we'll have done 10 best of 3s today, and then we'll do 8 tomorrow, rather than doing 12 today and 6 tomorrow, you know? It just makes a little bit more sense to make 2 better days of StarCraft. So, yeah, that's the plan around. That is the plan around. Group C looking fun as well, by the way. Tomorrow you can watch Scarlet come to the stage, taking on Clem, Classic, and Jumi. I think it's actually a very fun selection of players as well. I think it'd be fun to see how Scarlet's doing. I know she's starting to play in a few things again. So yeah, this should be, like I say, a good time. Alright, it's 1-1 here between Percival and young Yakov as we go to the final map of this best of 3. Hey, what's up, Rolling Boy? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for supporting. And thank you for, clicking that Prime button. Use that Prime, guys. If you got it sitting around, you know what we say. Gotta use the Prime, otherwise it's a crime, or something like that. They rhyme it and say different shit. TLDR, support the channel if you can. Alright, SCV. Moving about as we get our Reaper on the way. A few links on the way again early as we get that going. I'm moving those across then for a little bit as the link speed continues through as well. Few links popping as that SCV going to get found for a couple of moments. And Overlord coming about, the link speed coming online. We got all of that going, the link. Still chasing that Reaper for a few moments. And that SCV going to get taken out. SCV falls. So SCV will go down, down, down. Marine just going to pop across, going to go after that Overlord for a few moments. Reactor coming through, factory's dying. And link speed building up as well at the moment is just have the Reaper rolling out the front. Few shots going about, the Zergling's taking damage. Again, link speed, queens, lings, all coming online from the moment. The Ling's going to go fight that Reaper, so again, some shots coming about. Reaper going to continue to come through, Zergling will go down again, and another couple of lings coming across. Grenade goes down, bops the Zerglings around. Reaper will fall, so Reaper dropping. Couple of those things coming about, getting straight onto the natural command center there on the low ground, getting nibbled at. You see another barracks just going to go floating across in toward a bit of a deeper part of the main base here. Those things going to fall back over for a few moments too. Hey, what's up, Raylus? 93 for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much as well. If you use the Prime, you're allowed to commit crime. I'm not sure that's what they say, but sure, why not? Just don't use me as evidence in a court of law or something, you know? Thank you, Raylus, for the 3-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Marine going to nibble at that Overlord and just push that away to the side, trying to deny further scouting here for the early stages. Again, Percival definitely doing a lot to kind of get ahead early on that last one and getting into a good position to begin with. Banshee coming online, the Marine's still coming up, just got ourselves the Rotron on the way. Add on a hatch, add a few drones. Not the Overlord. And get settled. Well, the Hellions will hit the hatchery, and again the Queen's coming over to the side. Just going to see the Lings and the Queens together. Going to chase those Hellions away. Just going to push them down that bottom side, and we continue to go. Have ourselves the Hellion going to drop. ZOUN Pyrie, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Super appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Thank you, thank you. Roach coming over. And again, the Banshee, the Hellions, and the Cloaking coming up as well. Stim back on the way through. I'm just going to be seeing that Cloaking still coming about. Stimpack on the way. The Banshee and the SCVs coming over. We got a few more drones in the lair coming up as well. The Extractor's still very much so building into place right now. Continue to come about here as the Banshee gets set up. A few of the Lings on the other side just going to run straight in. And always nice to kind of get through for some damage. Kind of forces the Hellions to kind of come back home, which takes them away from being kind of aggressive on the map. So it kind of creates some space for you on the other side where the Hellions are not just going to be constricting you and constraining your, containing your creep spread in. So being able to do that is generally a pretty huge positive here. And let's just see the couple Banshees together making their way out down to the bottom side as well. A couple Overlords flapping about overhead. Gonna get some damage onto that Queen already. Going taking some damage. You can see the Hellions getting chased, a few of the drones still going down. So a lot of drones actually dying right there. We don't have game hard on this one, sorry, but 11 drones just died, so pretty significant connections. And now that Banshees in the main base is going to find even more workers as well. And Yakov, unfortunately, is letting quite a lot of damage come through on this. Banshees coming over the other side. A couple of drones begin to go down already. Banshees continue to go to work on those drones. That mineral line into fire. Queen's coming across. One Banshee goes down right away. The 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield still building through. Squawk firing back the other side. Again, a couple of drones going to take some shots. We're going to get rid of one. We're going to get 2 more before that Banshee falls. My goodness. Disgusting. Great job by Percival. Damage seriously done so far. 27 dead drones. Oh no. That is the kind of damage which means that you kind of just die to the next... that is the kind of damage that means you just die to the next push. Basically. Marines are loading out on that left-hand side. A few roaches stepping forward. A crew teamer will go down as well. The rest of these roaches coming over right now. Again, one of my missiles coming over. 1-1 attack. Combat shield. Again, I mean, just you got to fight this with such low economy. It's not ideal for Yakov. He's going to lose his queens trying to defend against the drop. Roaches are still running through as well. Gonna get rid of one of those. Roaches are going to maybe keep you alive for a little bit longer, but the problem with roaches is, especially when you're playing roaches off of a bad economy, they're really going to suffer when the larger Terran force comes across the map. Like, against this drop, sure, it's fine, but when the Terran army comes across, like, the fact with double army supply almost with, you know, against a roach force, that's kind of terrifying. Usually if a roach army is double army supply of the Terran, you could be like, yeah, the Terran would probably be okay here, you know? So being the other way around is terrifying for the Zerg. And, yeah, I mean, all of this just repercussions of losing 25+ workers early in the game. You can't let that happen and get away with it, you know? You just can't. Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just the worker damage, guys. There's not really much more to say or to kind of allude to or anything. Like, plain and simple, you can't take that amount of worker damage. Roach Ravager, I'm going to drop a couple of biles down. The Marine's going to split apart. We are going to have ourselves... Yeah, I mean, a push coming. Basically, maybe if you hit, like, every single frozen bile here, there might be something of a chance for the Zerg. We do have the... rest of this army just taking a moment, and again, that hatch will continue to take a few shots right now. A couple of biles going to land on those siege tanks. Going to lift up the medevacs. We actually do kind of defend this as Yakov. Percival is going to be reinforcing those. So, like, he kind of pushes it back a little bit, but there's reinforcements already arriving. That's going to make it even more difficult to maintain against us. Just see the Roach Hydra continue to come through. More shots. Roach is still getting absolutely struck by those siege tanks. So again, good damage being done, good damage being found. See a few more Ravagers and Hydras continue to morph on in here as well. Letting Roach Ravager continue to gather up once more. Just going to be seeing a couple of those siege tanks already dropping. Throw some vials all good onto those siege tanks as well to play cleanup. So I gotta say, Yakov's taking some pretty decent fights as Percival just has sheer pure numbers. But if this was any closer, Yakov would be absolutely destroying, no? Like, the fact that Yakov is standing up so strongly is pretty redonkulous in the first place. Like, just Percival not taking good fights at all definitely cost him heavily as the two medevacs go around that left side. Rocket tank coming online, Hive coming up, 2 more Lings, plus 2 missiles. All building up at the moment. You see the few ByuNs unloading, a couple of Hydras going to get jumped on. That Bioforce is going to go after a few more of those drones, so going in for a little bit extra. Again, the rest of the Bio coming through too, just for the moment. '20 supply lead still belongs to Percival. Lurker down on the way up from Yakov though. If you get to Lurkers, maybe you can actually kind of step back in this, because Lurkers are going to be somewhat difficult to kind of keep attacking into. They'll force the Terran to slow down and tech a little bit at the very least, and you're being reckless like you are right now as Percival against Lurkers, you're going to be even in more trouble. And Percival just really is kind of, I think, attacking with too little at once. Like, he's too drawn out against an army that you need to be kind of stacked up and joined up against, right? Like, Roach Hydra is not a kind of draw them out army. It's like, let's actually have, if you're taking a full-on fight at least, you want all of your tanks flying, you want your bio to be kind of cut together. So yeah, that's something to look at here as the Hydras continue to come through. Seismic Spine setting up. Going to see another corrosive file dropping in. Tank is going to turn siege and fire onto those Hydras. Bio going to continue to step up. I really think Percival is just doing a very bad job of actually engaging, basically. Just like I said, taking fights with too few units each and every time. This turret, Sense Tower coming about. Things the Hydras will come about again. I'm just going to be seeing the Hydra Ling gathering. Of Lurkers they're going to shoot. Look at this Bioforce, already low HP. I'm not even sure what happened for that to be so low. He's going to hit through quite a few of those drones. So a lot of those going down very quickly. There's going to be a nice little drop in the bottom right side. That's kind of painful for the Yakov, who loses a good chunk of his economy here. Now lost 61 drones total in this game. That's a pretty disgusting number. Last few ByuNs probably just have to back it up for a little bit. Medevac's loading up and backing away once again. Hydras still fighting. The Bio going to come through. This time the Bio in a little bit better numbers against those Hydras, and for once the fight is going the way of Percival. The supply is definitely taking a turn back into Percival's favor again here. Going to be seeing those Lurkers going to try and step forward. I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? Can these Lurkers make a significant difference? As we have units coming in from a pretty decent spread, and these Lurkers have 0 support, so the spread is good enough to just survive through the first round of Lurker shots. Hydras, Slings, running on in, trying to wrap around this Bio army. Looks very good for Percival. If he wins this, he's going to be up 2-0 in this group. Percival looking good. Getting to be pretty wild as the Hydras and the Lings still chase forward. Medevac's load up. They're going to just about boost away. Hydra's still trying to give chase. A couple of those siege tanks continue to gather together for the moment as well. As again, Ghosts, Marines, tanks all continue to come up for the moment now. Adrenal Glands and +3 missiles coming about. Bioforce in the bottom right corner will come through as well. Forcing a bunch of cancels. Another Lurker in the front that we kind of fire onto for a couple of moments. Some more shots coming about. Snipes available. Yeah, Adrenal Glands finishing up momentarily. Overlord speed on the way in. These Zerglings getting picked away at. The Hydra's taking damage also now. I'm just going to see a couple more of those snipes continue to come about. Queen's taking damage. The Queen going to be taking some shots. Also going to get grabbed. Those Lurkers are going to continue to come about here. Just going to be seeing the tanks continue to fire it up. A couple more snipes coming through. Percival's army has gotten to the point where you can't deal with it as Yakov. The fact it went to 15 minutes after the start was pretty ridiculous. Like I say, I think Percival really did not take a lot of good fights in this game, but really just had such a lead that even with bad fights, it was clearly very manageable so far. All right, let's get into Goblin versus Percival. Get some videos started up for that. Perfect. We'll get those videos started up and we'll get that ready to go. Alright, video's coming through, guys. Shouldn't be too long. We'll get into one final best of 3 today. So again, after this, the other couple matches will be coming up tomorrow after Group C. So just a little bit of a heads up on that one. Alright, Last Fantasy, Magnatha, Ultra Love, Torches, Incorporeal, all coming through here initially. Pylon also going to get vetoed through. First map going to be Persephone. Alright, Percival's 2-0, and Goblin's 1-0. Obviously, a win here for Goblin would be very good. Win here for Percival would guarantee him first place already. That would be very nice as well. So, a lot of possibilities of what might be about to happen. 2 lay, 3 Tokka. This map pool is becoming very boring very quickly. Because we keep seeing ley lines, which we've seen loads of before, and we keep seeing Tokamak, which is very common. It feels like there's a lot of maps in this map pool that are just not getting any use at all. Much more so than the previous map pool, I think. I don't know if that's just a bias, but there's a lot of vetoes of there's a lot of similar vetoes happening repeatedly in this map pool across all matchups. At least in the last map pool, I felt as though the vetoes were, if a map got vetoed a lot, is in like one specific matchup, and it actually got played in the others quite frequently. Right now, it feels like the same 3 maps keep getting played all of the time. Well, I think 4 maps get played a lot, and the other 5 just do not get played much at all. So, but it's still early days, so just early things to note is just double checking. Ready. Protoss Terran, Percival Goblin. Alright, let's go into one last matchup here today, guys. Best of 3 between these 2. Oh! Alright. Yeah, been a good stream. Like I say, how long have we been live? 6 hours or so? Not bad at all. Let's head into Persephone to start us off. This map has been, like I say, definitely one of the popular picks as well, for sure, so it's definitely one of the ones I'm talking about when I'm saying it's been, there's a lot of maps that are going to keep on getting picked on repeat. That's good. I mean, obviously it means that those maps are popular and strong in the map pool, it seems. Goblin bottom left, Percival upper left. Persephone for game 1 of this TVP series. We get this underway. We get this started off. Alright, let's do it. See what we're doing. Let's see what we're talking about. Festival versus Goblino. Has been a fun day. I have to say, it's kind of wild. The first group was really kind of fast, and the second group has been much more on the other side of life in terms of it's been a lot longer games. There's been a lot of games that are 20 minutes plus, much more drawn out. 2 very different groups from Group A through to Group B again. Tomorrow, Group C, Jumi, Classic, Scarlet, and Clem will be playing. There's the gate and the probe coming about. Brack's coming online. And get settled down here for now. And next is Cybercore. Coming through for the moment. Gonna see that CC dropping down. The natural probe gonna come across. Nipple at the SCV. Just for a couple of seconds. Get that underway. Cybercore Nexus, the assimilator coming through. Bring all of that over for the moment. Gonna be having the probe moving over. Nothing too much happening. Nice and chill. I was like, it's always weird. I always feel like when we get to the start of a series after we've been kind of like, you know, busy and there's been a lot going on and stuff. I always like the few moments of it's suddenly like nice and chill again, you know. Let's reset the series. Everyone kind of gets their head in the game. And we kind of figure out what the plans are going to be from these guys. Goblin, one of the players who definitely can play pretty interesting kind of PvTs as well, so see what he would like to do. End up just gonna shade on forward again. That blink and that warp gate continue to come up here. Just for now, a couple of Marines and the Hellion gonna put some damage out, and the Adepts obviously happy to commit into this because otherwise they wouldn't have shaded. But they're gonna get a couple of units. They are gonna try and get that SCV as well. SCV gonna get low as the Adept shades back down to the low ground. And medevac and a couple of Marines continue to come up for the moment, so we bring that online just for this next few seconds. Using the Hellion and the Reaper together, actually very scary. Having to pull probes in defensively against that doesn't feel great. We try and turn around for one more probe on the low ground. Doesn't happen for the moment. Nexus and the Blink coming through. Just going to be seeing our Marines in the barracks and the tech lab coming about. Observer on the way on the robo facility. Widowmine's going to drop in, so there's going to be a Percival. Oh, actually gets a great first Widowmine connection. Second mine hasn't even gone off there yet either. That one will actually get cleaned up, but that is a painful start. 5 workers going down, considering the second mine didn't even fire. That is a brutal opening. That is going to be a tough one for sure, as that is not the prettiest of situations, to say the least. Got that charge coming up, by the way. Nexus and the Forge coming about as well, so all of that coming up for the moment. Swaggers get to the top again. Tank, Stim coming through the barracks and a couple of depots coming over. Raven is going to be there to provide detection against the Observer, so Obs will go down. Again, the medevac going to be in that upper left-hand corner. Coming down the left-hand side as well, just going to continue to bring that across. And we're going to be getting some pressure on the other side. So Percival, after a pretty good start already, going to look to continue the pressure. These few Stalkers poking about at the front. Going to go for an SCV. 2 SCVs, taking some tank shots in the process, but not losing too much. And +1 charge, continue to come online. Just get that on the go. Again, the Stim combat and +1 coming through. There's the drop in the main base. Goblin is just across the map, so he has to warp in to deal with this right now. So he's going to fight. Going to see the pylon actually dropping as well. Oh my god, this is a disaster game for Goblin. Percival just getting all the things going his way. in these early stages. Let's see our auto turret dropping down. A couple of the probes are falling. And the Stalker's gathering the bit of bio, unloading once again. It's going to be having the units gathering together. Again, Medevac, Marauders, +1 attack upgrade coming through for now. Stalker's going to, again, just shoot on through. He's going to be having this Dire Force gathering up. And the Zealot Stalker together, going to gather. Just going to see that Immortal coming through as well right here. So again, getting set up just for the moment. Knock down this tower. Collapse the rocks off in this direction. Stop the flanking onto this army a little bit. Goblin literally just split Zealots across in that direction as well. So that's not ideal. I mean, I guess they can still go the long way around and eventually come around the top on toward those siege tanks, so perhaps that will be the plan as Percival needs these Widow Mines to connect nicely on these Zealots at first. They do a pretty good job. The Widow Mines are good. The tank goes down, though, and now the rest of the bio getting chased away as Goblin is going to survive through this attack. The turret will be flanking, just going to be seeing a couple of probes going down. Step falls, the rest of the Zealots just going to come attacking straight through. Again, the army gathering up, a couple of Stalkers hitting the Medevacs. I'm just going to go pushing Zealots, the Immortal, the Stalkers, again pushed around. And +2 thermal lance coming up for the moment. An extended thermal lens, +2 attack coming over. Just having ourselves this Bio Force ready to fight. I'm just going to chase on through. A couple of Widow Mine shots with reasonable there. As we are going to be seeing the Zealots, though, starting to get into those mineral lines and starting to create some issues. First of all, he's taking a supply lead. Just needs to be careful for now. See if in the bottom right, Zealot just going to jump straight onto it. And the Vex is going to load up. It's going to go around that left-hand side, extend the thermal lens, the +2 attack upgrade coming about. And continue over as the bio unit's going to come about as well. Bio going to unload, just going to come straight into this main mineral line. Knock down a couple of the pylons. Prism pops out. I mean, it's another drop that Goblin's just not really in position for as he runs across to deal with it. There's an army down the right side as well, and Percival, again, looking to keep Goblin just kind of moving about with two armies that he can't really deal with at all at the moment. We are going to be seeing this getting split up a little bit too far, arguably. He denied that +2 attack, which is nice. Keeps the upgrades of the Protoss away. It was very close to finishing as well, so the Forge was a great snipe in that main. Going to force the recall over here. The Colossus recalling in. Actually ends up surviving. A couple of Widow Mine shots onto some of the Zealots. We do have an army still on the left-hand side a little bit. We'll check in on that in a moment. Stalkers just coming about. Widow Mines are going to get cleaned up. I mean, actually, again, just good cleanup from Goblin. We are going to see Percival gets back to the bottom right, though, and will knock down the 4th base. So, again, Goblin getting some okay-ish fights, but, like, Percival doing a great job of, again, moving around the army and just getting damage done. Stalkers can get chased. Colossus and a couple of Stalkers continue to get chased down as well. Just going to be seeing the Colossus gets to live again, though. Percival's supply definitely dropping off a little bit, and Goblin definitely maintaining his position in this game quite heavily right now. Widow Mines gather up. Stalkers and the Zealots get pushed away. Going up. Widow Mine's coming through. Again, a little Widow Mine for Bioforce coming across. Couple of Stalkers coming over. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Armor upgrade coming about as well. It's going to be seeing the Bioforce starting to fight. A few Colossus coming over as well. Bioforce fighting. Colossus getting chased. Gonna knock those rocks down, so gonna take that down. Gonna see the Stalker still blinking forward. Just gonna be seeing the Medivacs and the ByuNs getting jumped on. I mean, this is another moment where it feels like Goblin is actually winning a fight. Oh, I look at the supply, and Goblin's supply is not that hot. I guess it's just the one Colossus and the Vikings annihilated, plus the War Prism going down too, so no reinforcements over to this. Percival might be a little afraid because it feels as though he's been losing fights, but now he's 1-1. I wonder if he can get across the map and actually put a bit more punishment on the side of Goblin, because yeah, he's definitely been losing some fights, but he's been doing really good when he's gotten across to the other side. 3 coming about. Continue to get going there as well. It's going to get the fusion core coming up. CC coming in. Yeah, 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. Disruptor, Gates, Nexus coming through. And the Zealot Stalker gathering together, just joining up. Going to be seeing the army going around that right side. Just going to see the Zealots coming over. Just going to come straight over and attack. Fire Force coming through as well. And this is a maxed out Percival now, and he's starting to spread his army out to kind of wrap around this force that's in the center. You can see it. And here we go. He's going to come from the left and the right. The Stalkers are like, we got a Medivac! Oh my god, we're going to die! Because they are truly getting into some trouble. They blink away and leave the Zealots to fight. It's not cool, bros. Douchebag Stalkers, man. Well, Prism speed coming online as Goblin looks for ways to kind of stay in this game and to keep on making some stuff happen. Just going to be seeing the Bio coming over. Just going to be seeing the Nexus getting jumped on. Seeing a few Stalkers and the Zealots coming back across. Just going to be seeing the chase up again. Goblin just bounces back. It feels like what's happening? It feels like every single time Percival gets into a good position, just Goblin's like, oh, by the way, I can win this still. Pretty wild. Prism is going to go down. That is going to get picked. There's a couple of disruptor shots going to go towards the Bio side. Stalkers coming across. A couple more Widow Mine shots going to land in there as well. Bio still very much so chasing through at the moment. Extra Zealots getting warped in at the moment. It's just going to be seeing this army gather. It's very Zealot heavy. Obviously a couple of disruptors keep the Bio Force back. Zealots can absolutely swarm you if you're not careful though as the Terrans. So Percival definitely has to come into this with a little bit of caution right now. Shots coming about, Stalkers coming over. Again, the Zealots continue to chase. Again, the Bio going to continue to come about. Widow Mine going to go right to the center. A couple of Widow Mine shots are nasty there. A couple more Widow Mine shots going to go bang bang as well. Fire Force coming through and continue to settle. I'm just going to shoot. Just going to be seeing the Bioforce coming about. Another Disruptor Shot going about. I'm just going to be seeing our Bioforce continue to come over. So again, getting set up. Disruptor Shot firing through Planetary. Taking a hit down that bottom side. The Zouns are going to come charging forward. And this is, again, Goblin just pushing through and making Percival's life extremely difficult right here. Another Disruptor Shot landing on a Widowmine. Another Disruptor Shot landing on a Widowmine and a Marine. So at least the Disruptors are starting to reach across, and Percival is unable to, again, win some of these fights at all. I can't believe it. Like, I feel like Percival had so many good moments, and again, just missing out on being able to close out on so many of these, again, victorious engagements he had. Force is going to fire, the Stalker's going to come about. So I see those Zards still chasing through. Disruptor Shot firing, Medivac coming the other way. So going to see another Disruptor Shot land on a Marauder. Another Disruptor that comes about right now. So Zards being grabbed, Disruptor Shot again. Just coming up. Straight up to the top side. These couple Liberators not siege is not exactly going to help. Trying to siege them now. Oh, Disruptor on the bottom side is huge. First of all, trying to get a flanking on these Colossus, but they're going to go kind of, yeah, they're going to kind of just survive, huh? Oh, Percival. Felt like he had this game. It's all going to slip away. And it is going to be Goblin to take a game 1 victory, it seems, in the end. What a crazy game, man. This group has been wild. Another 20-minute banger of a series here, apparently, or game. Couple scans coming about, Colossus coming through. Gonna see the Planetary Fortress just gonna get jumped on as well. Again, the Zelda is gonna jump in. Planetary Fortress top right is gonna get jumped on. The SCVs coming through. So I was just going to get warped in again. Another little move about. Disruptor's going to fire. Fire Force just going to get away from there. I see another Disruptor going to try and come through. Trying to land for the moment. The Colossus still setting up as well. Mozel's getting warped in right now. So again, just going to come straight across. Planetary Fortress coming about, just going to get dropped down already. Just going to be seeing the Vikings still gathering. SCV's going down. Another Disruptor Shot just going to come firing straight on across. Bio going to sit there. Another Immortal firing over. Stalker's gonna hit. CC gonna be coming through. I'm just going to shoot. Next is going to be going down. Zealot's going to continue through. SCV's dead. I mean, Percival again just trying to make something happen, but this army is just not getting the job done. This gold base is going to survive. He will clean up the Liberate on it. Gathering medevac coming over. Again, there's Zealot Stalker coming about. Just going to be seeing the medevac coming over. Zealot's going to keep chasing. And the Zealots continue to come through, just really going on the hunt right now. The Stalker's going to blink underneath, go after the medevac. And again, Goblin supply at this point definitely suggests that his game is going to be his, kind of thought it a few minutes ago. Sieging. A couple Zealots are going to get coming through as well. And we're going to see the mules dropping as GG is called, and Goblin takes game 1 of this best of 3. Man, it really felt like Percival had so many good moments in this game. He just couldn't do it. Crazy. Alright, we're going to get into a game number 2 then, guys, of this series as Goblin does win the first map. And Goblin wins this, he'd be 2-0 with Spirit left to play. Percival already is 2-0 with Spirit being beaten for him already. Second map here is Ley Lines. Alright. Pledge should be ready. We should be able to kick this off. We'll get this ready to go. Ready. And we'll kick off into game number 2. Alright, into game 2. In the bottom left-hand side, I mean, honestly, the way he bounced back from so many of those fights is kind of crazy. It's Goblin in the bottom left. And top right, Blue Terran is Percival. trying to think what really, like, went wrong for Percival. Like I say, I think just some of the times just... Like, he won some fights, and then every time he went across the map, he just failed to be able to win a fight. Kind of wild, no? Kind of wild. Tracks coming through, Cybercore coming up and gets settled down. STV just journeying. Orbital and the CC coming about for the moment. Will start up, get that underway. Flight counts are going through, next is about to pop. The factory loading up. Gonna jump over to that reactor, and the adept gonna come through as well. Well, Deb's going to step through. It's going to be seeing the Hellions coming about. Gates, blink. Coming through. A couple of Adepts step about for now. Just going to be having the blink and the warp gate continue to come through. I'm just going to get this set up. Hellions are going to move out onto the map. Robo facility. Gates coming by. Just take a few moments. Have that blink coming up. No surprise from Goblin on the opening. Goblins going to get in. A few of those probes are going to begin to take some damage. It's going to be 6 workers already. So Percival gets in for some good damage. And these 3 Hellions still pretty healthy too. And they're going to have a good distance on the next set of units that are coming across. So we're going to get a couple more workers easily. 9 workers going down, and 2 Hellions actually live as well, so you can maybe come back in with those at some point and still try and get something extra toward the tail end of all of this. Oh, well, that's a really nice start from Percival, trying to bounce his way back in this series so far. Looking good at the moment as a couple of Hellions going to boost out over to the side. Starport floating back home, so bringing that back. Obviously, a little bit of commitment from Percival early, but for the 9 workers that early is pretty decent. So you're going to see the Stalkers coming about and getting a little cleanup, which is nice. So we do see the last Hellions going down now. They're no longer a problem. Don't know why we're getting the epic zoom in on this Starport, but we do as it returns home. This is going to be there, bunker going to be there, tank firing back as well. Well, drop comes in now. These probes have to evacuate the main. That's not exactly ideal. Coming back through the top side. Percival obviously on a pretty severe lead right now with some early damage dealt. Conquers of Shells coming up. Marauders and Marines coming over. Well, against the tank's going to be there. Stalkers get chased away. Rover facility coming about as well. And Conquers of Shells is about to come through. So, again, Rover still in the gate, still coming over. Get that set. In fact, pulling back through, a couple of the Stalkers getting grabbed. Wouldn't mind lining up. I'm just going to step through. And Zealot's going to charge forward as well. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers taking quite a few shots. And now the Zealot's trying to lead their way in to clean this up. This is the kind of fight where Percival's been super ahead and Goblin just wins it anyways. And yeah, this is a reminder of the previous game almost, although the drop in the back over here on the natural is nice, getting some more economic damage, so... Still though, I mean, Goblin gets the cleanup, and he is continuing to push Percival away for the moment. Couple of Vikings, Marines, Marauders coming up, Medivacs on the way, Wooden Mines coming over as well. Just have the Zealots and the Stalkers stepping by for now. Ghost Academy coming up, Missile Turret coming through, and a couple of Wooden Mines still coming over, Marauder and set for now. Let's just see the Observer continue to come by as well. As the Zealot's coming over, a couple more Wooden Mines going to fire up, Zealot's taking some damage. Just going to see those Vikings still joining, Zealot Stalker going the other way. Again, Zealots and Stalkers building for the moment, getting out there for now. We're going to charge straight in toward the third base, so just going to dive into this. I mean, Goblin trying to obviously do some work to keep Percival back. If you can keep some of Percival's reinforcements back, maybe you can win fights by getting good warpins and then taking the engagements on his side. Let's see if he can win this fight right here, because I just feel like Percival should be winning some of these engagements, but he just isn't. Stalker's playing forward. We're going to chase. We actually can get some good damage onto that army. Percival is doing the right thing of getting Ghost up at least and improving his tech. The Stalkers would love to get rid of some of those Medivacs, and they are trying to target fire some of them now. Loses out on the Zealots, though, and without the Zealots, you have nothing to really kind of stand in front. You don't want to be losing the Stalkers. 10 SCVs go down, though. The Zealots on the other side, working wonders. All of the mine shots coming out as well currently as we just make our way through. A few more hits still continuing into play. Force fighting, a couple Stalkers taking shots. Again, Robobay, Prism, +1 attack coming through. Well, Zealot's still charging forward, a couple of Ghosts coming by for the moment. Gonna see the rest of this continue to come through for now, so still coming about. Percival is winning these fights. He has got 1-1 upgrades as well. It's kind of a big deal, right? Especially in Bio versus Gateway. Those upgrades being there for the Bio player, helping out massively. Prism loading up, getting up to the top side. Again, the Colossus and the +1 attack still coming through. The army of Goblin trying to hang on in there, trying to hold on. Walks into a Widow Mine, unfortunately. That is not exactly going to help you out either. Prism unloads a couple of the Zealots, and they will go straight in toward those SCVs. So SCVs taking some damage. Some shots coming through. Vikings together going to go after the Prism. Prism will go down. Another couple of Widow Mines going off. The Zealots getting blasted right there. I'm just going to be seeing our Colossus +1 armor continue to come online as the Ghost will go after that Zealot as well. So just again, some work being done. Percival is sitting, what, 137 supply at the moment. And 2 upgrades. The ship weapons coming about. Gonna have ourselves the Bioforce coming through once more. Bio chasing the army, stepping back again. Couple Colossus gathering together. Armor upgrade coming through. 2 upgrades, +1 ship weapons. Just gonna see those few Zealots stepping by. A lot of SCVs going down again. As again, these Zealot run-bys have kept Goblin in the game. They've kept Percival kind of looking backward. They've kept him kind of busy, just thinking about being back at home. And again, just giving Goblin a little bit of a better chance to actually stay in this. And now he's up on a couple of Colossus. Like, you got to be afraid of for Percival in some of these fights again, because, like I say, especially off the first game, like, he has shown that he's been sometimes incapable of kind of winning these TVP fights. These Colossus have been a big issue for him, as we are going to see a couple Colossus firing here. Do they don't have range? Oh my god, they don't have extended thermal lance. Well, they're going to be super exposed, and they eat an EMP. They're going to drop pretty easily, but the Zealots do get in front, and the Zealots do a pretty decent job of just getting in front and being annoying. Goblin falls back. Please notice you don't have range Goblin, because without thermal lance, these Colossus are never going to survive a fight like that. There's just no hope. Stalker's fighting, Medevac and ByuN's taking damage. More shots coming through. 10 SCVs have fallen. Is going down again. Still seeing Goblin trying to chase up. He's got, again, a few Zealots just over here. These Zealots have been so annoying. All the Vikings up over there as well is not exactly ideal. Prism coming up, +2 attack. A few more Stalkers coming online. I'm just going to sit above that high ground, and well, the army of the Protoss has to turn away. Goblin sitting on the 5 bases. If you can truly mine off 5 bases, then that would be great. As again, that Colossus is in a little bit of danger. Again, without the thermal lance, man, it's just gonna keep walking into danger. Goblin's probably like, man, I mean, Colossus just keep dying. I'm gonna stop building them. It's like, if you just built the upgrade, they'd have a better shot of survival. Percival is hanging on in there with the supply lead, but man, like, he is still not making his life easy, right? Can Percival successfully take a fight across the map? Goblin's going to start making disruptors. So it's going to blink in. Medevac going to be taken down. So still charging through. Bio Army just going to be coming across. Just going to have the Stalkers continuing to come by for the moment. Then the Zard's coming over. The Bio units continue to come through. Stalkers get underneath. Medevac getting chased. Three upgrades, a couple of ghosts still coming about. Continue to get that on the go. See these Sorgus in on the low ground, going to try and get a little bit more damage done as well. I'm just going to be there. Zealot's going to get turned away. I'm just going to get down the bottom side. Next is going to be taking some shots. We are going to be seeing some steps away, and we do have the Zealots. Again, just being kited. Percival maintaining the supply lead in this game at the moment. Gonna jump into the center. Nexus taking some shots here. Just gonna be seeing the Nexus going down on both sides, so not gonna be able to do much on that one. Still got that +3 armor upgrade coming through as well from Percival, so his upgrades again even better. So 3-2 to 2-1 at the moment. Gonna go to 3-3 against 2-1 because, well, I guess 2-2's on the way. Vex again jumped on, Zealot still coming over. Stalker's still trying to fight, just going to be coming through. Goblin's still managing to get across the map. I mean, it's kind of crazy to me how successful we can be. Pushing over. Pival going to go down as well. Nexus is going to be not coming through just yet. Boss is going to grab a Marine. It's crazy to me that like this again feels like a game where Goblin was meant to be kind of dead early, and then this time it felt like Percival didn't kind of, you know, throw units away as much. But man, here we are still kind of believing sort of that Goblin may be able to stand up and fight, because as long as there's an army here, like, I'm kind of a believer. Because like Percival has not shown any sort of confidence in this later game kind of TVP in the slightest. Shot fires, wouldn't mind hits. Fire gonna come through. Disruptor shots obviously would be a big part of this for Goblin. If you can get some good disruptor shots off, a lot of success maybe kind of pings, you know, hinges upon that. Still can't believe he doesn't have thermal lance, by the way. I know there's only one Colossus out, but like maybe that would be like still just nice to have. Zealots are going to come charging through. That left-hand side looking pretty nasty. We're going to see the Disruptors, though, trying to get connections, but they get dealt with. Goblin is still kind of chasing. Eats a massive Widowmine shot into the center of the Zealots, however. It's going to be a big connection there. Still got the +3 attack upgrade coming through. 14 more Zealots in production right now. Colossus coming about. Coming around again. ByuN just going to get chased away. A couple of medevacs. Fighting back here. Again, Goblin's supply has been knocked down, right? And so with that being knocked down, you would imagine that this is still going the right way for Percival. Goblin is not bouncing back up on that supply at all. Zealot's just warping in on the Prism. Just going to get into the back of this natural as well. It's just coming straight through with that. Gonna fight. A couple of Zealots getting chased. Stalker Colossus. Gonna fire up as well. A few of those SCVs taking damage. Gonna turn around. One Colossus going down already. The Zealots are gonna come about. CC in the top left, taking a bunch of hits as well. I mean, again, nice to see that Goblin is still staying active with multiple different units, making it as difficult as possible for Percival. 22 minutes on ley lines. This really is the Group B, the group of never-ending games. Actually ridiculous. It's taken us 3.5 hours to do 3.5 series. And we did the entire Group A in like 3 hours. Bonkers. I really think Percival should have this one, though. This one does seem out of reach. Goblin is researching Thermal Lance, however. Maybe that Colossus range will make all the difference. +3 armor. Extended Thermal Lance coming through. A couple more Colossus coming online. Army moving around at the bottom side for now. Just continuing to get set up. A few more Zealots warp in as well. Zealots will chase. Bio getting punted down. Just going to see the Liberators and the Vikings coming about also. Bio going to stim up. And there's a couple of Libs getting sieged. The Zealots get turned the other way. And Liberator about to finish. +3 ship weapons coming through. Orbital Command is going to be done shortly. We're still putting that CC online over the next few moments as Goblin has been given a chance to get an army going a little bit again here. I mean, he's still not got a good army anymore, though, right? Like, it's 2 Colossus, it's Zealot Stalk. I mean, it kind of feels like it's been like that for a while. But hey, the Colossus have range now, so, you know, maybe. Question mark? Maybe. Maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something we can talk about, discuss a little bit. Libera is just sitting far back and firing a couple of their shots off into that mineral line. First one's going to come into the bottom right-hand side, and he's fighting over here. EMP's going down. This is where the 2 Colossus are. This is actually a good fight for Goblin, no? And he's literally like 5 Zealots away. No, he's actually going to be fine. Wow. Okay, I don't know if it was a good fight because he did lose a lot of Stalkers, but if he had like 5 Zealots there, this would have been absolutely even better for him. Crazy fight. I mean, the Colossus just don't get touched in that scenario, and they just do so much damage over time. Percival is absolutely going to be miserable after this game. Like, even if he wins this game, there's no way Percival doesn't come out of this feeling just utterly miserable. Like, the kind of game where you just feel like you're winning the whole way through and you just never actually manage to win. So let's get turned around again here down to the bottom side. We will see a couple Stalkers still coming through, probes coming up, +3 ship weapons coming in. We are going to have our Liberator in the top left, going to go after a couple of probies. More probes dropping. Bio going to be pulling back. The Zealot Stalker and jump forward. A couple Liberators firing. Stalkers get underneath those Libs. One Lib goes down. Second Lib taking damage. Goblin able to push through this bottom side for the moment still. Will not be able to get onto the Planetary Fortress though. Do we could dare look at the resources lost? Let's have a peek. 38k to 48k. So Goblin is losing more. Is not really mining significantly more either. Right? Well, not at all. Percival's got the income advantage. Through and through. Like this just should be Percival's game. Unless he's got maxed out army 1.5. Like, this is the moment where Percival should just fight and be able to reinforce and fight again and win, you know? Couple of shots going through. ByuN is going to continue to chase for a couple of moments there. Just going to see the Vikings going after those Colossus. The 8 probes going down, 10, 11 workers. Nexus going down as well. I mean, this should just be Percival through and through at this point to tie this series up 1-1 and take us through to a Game 3 after a grueling ordeal. He'll kite away at those Zealots. The Vikings get the Colossus. Range or not, Vikings will kill it. We actually do lift up and back away, afraid of the Zealots a little bit. As we're now almost double the supply, though. So this really should just be done. This really should just be coming to a close. Marauder's going to get through, Zealots taking shots. We are going to have still our Liberator sieging up. Going to go after those probes as well. The probe's already going down. Stalkers get underneath. Liberator gets picked away at. Nexus in the top left goes down as well. It's just going to be able to grab that. Now the Zealots Continue to chase through, but Nexus on the bottom will take some shots. We'll continue to kite backward. Jesus Goblin and Percival will take us to a game 3. What a ridiculous game. Just what an absolutely ridiculous game. Like, bruh. We're going to a game 3. Classic TVP. Jeez, man. I kind of honestly, like, one of those games where I actually kind of ran out of things to say because it got to a point I'm just like, I just feel like Percival should win. But it gets really difficult because it's like, you feel like Percival should win, but he's not won when you feel like he should have won all this time already, right? Jeez. Alright, drop the lobby link down. Tokamak to round us out today. It's going to be our final map again. It will be the final 2 series tomorrow. Spirit versus Goblin and Spirit versus young Yakov. They were scheduled to be casted tomorrow from earlier on, guys. It's not just because we're going long today. That's just going to be how it works. So, obviously, like I've just been saying, it spreads the matches out a little bit for us, makes our life a little bit easier, and so on and so forth. Alright. I think we're good to go. Everyone's in the lobby. Percival says ready. Goblin is not saying ready yet, but hopefully will do soon. Actually, he doesn't do any damage early game. I don't know if it would have made a difference, honestly. I feel like Percival's issue is just like the early game's fine even if he doesn't do damage. He just gets hard stuck mid game. It's not even like he has like some of the mid game is good for him. You know what I mean? But then some of it's just not. If I'm Percival, I'm trying to end this game before 5 minutes though, because like clearly the longer this game goes, the less likely it is I'm going to be feeling good about it, so... yeah, alright, let's get this ready, guys. Yo, what's up, Hargray76? Thanks so much for the 19-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for doing this on both Twitch and YouTube. No worries, thank you so much for watching on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you're watching. Born on Twitch, I presume with the message you probably watch on YouTube, maybe. I appreciate it, thank you so much. Yeah, YouTube's great. If you guys ever want to catch up on Wardy streams, the YouTube has all of them. So if you're ever looking for if you're just bored, back on a YouTube stream from the past, catch up on some StarCraft. It's great. It really is an amazing archive of just all the StarCraft that we cover. So hundreds upon hundreds, almost thousands of hours at this point of StarCraft 2 available on the YouTube. !YT in the chat if you don't already check out the YouTube on Twitch. If you're in the Twitch chat right now, subscribe over there. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mankale, coming in with the Prime sub as well. One last little sellout today, guys. Again, we have got the WardiTV 2025 series crowdfunder going on. If you want to help us out with that, !2025 in the Twitch or YouTube chat will give you a link to the Indiegogo crowdfunding page. 100% of those pledges are going toward the prize pool of the players and will end up in players' pockets, so do consider supporting the Indiegogo. Help us make more WardiTV 2025 tournaments even better and even more awesome. We'll have even more information on that coming soon, but yeah, do check out the crowdfunding. It's got a couple of weeks left, and it would be amazing to try and reach our crowdfunding goal, help push it as much as we possibly can. Alright. Been a day. Let's get it done. One last map right here as we get this straight up and rolling. Orbital coming through, Marine coming about, Nexus and the Cybercore coming in right here to get settled on down. Marine is going to go after the probe for a couple of moments, just going to chase that down. Probe will fall. CC, Reaper, and the rest will continue to come about as well. Hector coming up, CC halfway done, Reaper going to be finishing very shortly. Reaper coming around that top side, so again just going to go moving across for a little bit. Stalker going to be there. Reaper will be taking some shots. Grenade going down. And again, the Twilight Council going through, Stalker on the way. Twilight Council about to finish up. Gateway coming about, Probes and the Stalker. Now Blink on the way up as well. Continue to get that going. Warp Gate coming through for the next few moments. I did not expect this to be such a long stream, especially when we were only going to do 4 best of 3s from this second group. Like, this second group has just been absolute grueling affair of best of 3 after best of 3. It's wild. And this is an important match. Like, Percival can go 3-0 and guarantee first place of the group winning here. Goblin is 1-0 but has Spirit left to play, so losing this is going to be, you know, leave him in a tough spot, for potentially. And this is the match that could flip this group around potentially as well, you know, so. Right, that's gone to game 3. Kind of wild the way that the games have been playing. We have that Blink coming through, Robo Facility coming online, Racks in the Tech Lab coming up, couple Marines on the way out, Medevac building for the moment. Focus going to split about in the main base for a little bit. And the SCV coming around the top. And again, the Robo Facility is about to finish as well. Add that Nexus in. Observer, Blink, both going through, the Medevac coming across. With that couple of Widow Mines around, the SCV going to come and keep on scouting. And, yeah, in fact, the Stalker start to chase the SCV just as the Widow Mine drop comes in, so Goblin making a little bit of a mistake, making some space. And the Widow Mine will unburrow, reburrow, and going to be good. He should... Oh, I thought he might be able to get a Stalker there. Because they already kind of blinked in, so they wouldn't have been able to blink away from the shot. Thought that might have been a possibility, but maybe not the case. Siege Tank and the Raven continue to come up then, continue to bring that through. This SCV still taking a couple of nibbles early on, so a few more shots there as well. And Stalker will get that, clean that SCV up, so I'm just going to pick that up, clean that out, away we go. Going to be seeing our couple of Stalkers still coming about. It's going to be seeing the Stim Combat +1 continue to come through for a few moments. And Stim Combat +1 coming through, a couple of barracks coming online. Just going to have ourselves the charge and the +1 coming up. Stim Combat +1 continue to come around for the moment. I'm just gonna get going. So let's get underneath the Raven. Actually nice to get some damage on that already. Well, Stalker's going to take some shots. It's going to be seeing those Stalkers getting pushed away for the moment, so damage being done. Big army from Percival. Lots of Marines on the way through. Obviously 5 racks. I was going to say, maybe the SCV pull, and there it is. The boys are on the way. Because Percival has had enough of trying to make things happen in the later game. I do, honestly, with the way the games have gone, I do not blame the guy for just sending the SCVs and all the rest across the map right now. The Raven actually got some repairs, which is nice, because it was kind of low, and I thought that was going to be an issue. Percival up 30 army supply right now as Goblin. Preparation against this seems kind of minimal. Okay, there's one Colossus out. Anti-armor missile actually hits a really good shot, but can we capitalize on that? We need to go now, or take advantage of the fact that your opponent's not going to want to fight right now. There's a force field available. That's surely going to be dangerous. Why are we leading with all of the Marines? It doesn't matter. The anti-armor missile is just that good. Oh my god, Percival. Percival's like, I'm going to try and lose this fight, and he absolutely just destroys it. Still has the SCVs available right now is crazy, plus the tanks can siege this natural. This is looking terrible for Goblin, who is in a ton of trouble. Those tanks being sieged is going to be a major issue. Like I say, with the SCVs still available as well, like, you just have that tankiness if another unit, if another Colossus comes out or so. This is going to be very, very tough at this point for Goblin, who is already in trouble here. He's up to 4 bases against a 2 base all-in. That's obviously not ideal. And now we got Liberators sieging up mineral lines and ramps as well, so it's only getting more and more difficult on top of everything else. Now this one looks as though it's going to be going the way of Percival, who will get the top spot of this group with a 3-0 scoreline. That is kind of wild. That is kind of wild. Couple of tank shots coming through. The Zouns getting pushed around. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Marines and the SCVs gathering back up as the army of Percival. I mean, to be fair, if Percival doesn't end it soon, there is a possibility that Goblin can kind of bring it back, maybe. Recalls over to this base. Yeah, Percival has to be a little bit careful about how he fights all the tanks on siege right now. The Stalkers blink into it. Marines going to try and run forward. Tanks need to target fire the Colossus. And we're just going to chase it. Percival does not respect the Colossus. It's going to run out of space. The Stalkers will get chased to a corner. They will try and blink their way around. Units coming from the main base, not exactly going to do too much. It's a single Zealot. Goblin has 23 workers and 5 army supply. A 4th base going down. And that will put him down to 1 base. And that is GG's. Percival 2, Goblin 1. And that is going to be that. My goodness. That was quite a bit of StarCraft 2 today, guys. Percival gets 3-0 in his group, so he will get top spot. And like I say, we'll have the Spirit versus young Yakov and the Spirit versus Goblin games. They will be played tomorrow. So they'll be played tomorrow after Group C, which is Classic, Jumi, Clemens, Scarlet. So that's going to be what's coming up tomorrow on the stream. Today, we are done and wrapped up. I do want to just make one more point towards the WardiTV 2025 fundraiser, guys. We are on 60%, so we're at $6,000 out of $10,000 raised for our 2025 series. Again, there's a bunch of tournaments going into this. All of your support on this page will go directly into prize money, so you are supporting the players, which obviously is a really important thing because the players are what allow us to have great games of StarCraft 2. So check it out and put the link in the chat, and you can read about it. This page has all the info. The video has the info about what we're trying to do, why we're crowdfunding, etc. And read about the tournaments that are coming up and so on. And all of that if you do so wish, but please help us out with that. As like I said, I'd love to reach that $10,000 main goal if possible. GeForce, thank you so much for the 200 bits as well. Super appreciate it. And that's it, guys. I've got no more selling out to be done. I just wanted to mention the crowdfunder. Let's try and get some more money raised for the players. Alright, I will see you guys tomorrow for Group C and the rest of Group B. You guys have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's it. Just simple. I've wrapped up. Well, I will say thank you again for everyone that supported. We had some great donations today and some great subs. Like, we went like plus 40 subs today, and obviously that donation bar is very full. So thank you so much for all the support. I'll say that as well. So thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. See you there, and I'll host someone up when the ads are done playing in just a few minutes. Bye!